And I6, if you can take those.
And then I6 after, right?
ahí, perfecto.
Oh, wow.
¿Está bien ahí?
That's the iBox. What are we doing?
That's a surprise.
You ready?
No. Thank God.
I don't. Mr. Clerk, are we ready to go?
Yes, sir, we are.
Might as well restart it now. It's gonna force you.
Recording in progress.
Good morning. Good morning. Today's a very important day here in the City Beautiful, not only because it's commission, because we're celebrating many things today that I'm very proud to celebrate here in the City Beautiful. Welcome to the Tuesday, March 28th, 2023 Commission agenda. And we start today with a Pledge of Allegiance. I would like to ask, if possible, that we have two special young ladies here today. So I would like to ask Aria and Pilar Mena to come forward and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Wait, hold on one second. Hold on one second. The vice mayor's going up. Vice.
You guys ready? Do it with me. Put your hand over your heart. Come on.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
By the way, we've heard a lot of pledges throughout our time here in the city, but that has to be the most beautiful one ever. We'd like to start off also this morning with Reverend Haiti Culver from the First United Methodist Church. Welcome, Reverend. It's a pleasure to have you here. We're blessed.
Thank you. Let us pray. Gracious God, we come before you with humble hearts, asking for your guidance and wisdom as our city commission meets this day. We pray that you would bless each member of the commission with your discernment and understanding to make the best decisions for our community. We also ask that you would bless all those living in our city beautiful, helping us to be active and engaged in what you are doing in the world around us. Use us to make this city a better place for all who live here. Bless this meeting with your presence, that your peace and grace would rest upon each person. We know that your will is always directed to your children's good, so may your will be done here as it is in heaven. Amen and amen. And bless you.
Thank you. We send our best to your congregation. Thank you for being with us today. Before we move on to presentation and protocol documents, I'd like to read a resolution of condolences. This past Friday, we learned the sad news of Colonel Jack Thompson's death. Mayor Thompson asked that we honor him during our next commission meeting so that she could attend and that she let everyone know of his celebration of life. If we could please show the slide with the information. Colonel Thompson's celebration of life will take place this Sunday, April 2nd at 4 p.m. at Granados Presbyterian Church, with a reception to follow at the Fellowship Church. May he rest in eternal peace. I'd like to read this resolution of condolences. Whereas born on September 9th, 1931, Colonel Jack Thompson was a beloved, longtime resident and a pillar of the Coral Gables community. A husband, father, grandfather, great-grandfather, respected community leader, distinguished career soldier, and experienced attorney who will be remembered for his love of service and community. And whereas Colonel Thompson was known as a true gentleman, a wonderful mentor, a great friend, and generous with his time, who cared deeply for his fellow veterans, first responders, and police, committed to serving their needs via his pro bono work throughout the city and this community. And whereas Colonel Doc Thompson was a man of many interests, as a lover of sports, he supported wonderful community organizations like the Junior Orange Bowl and Kiwanis Club. But Colonel's interest in history was also evident through his work with the Coral Gables Museum, and more on a personal level, was a ruling elder at the Granada Presbyterian Church, where his wife, Meredith Dorsey Thompson, were married. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Commission of the City of Coral Gables, Florida, that we extend our heartfelt sympathy to this bereaved family on the occasion of their great loss, and thank them for their graciously sharing him for so many decades. Before we move on, I had the pleasure of spending a lot of time with Jack. He would take the liberty, along with his wife, to write me notes once in a while and give me significant guidance. And we would exchange notes back and forth as I would mail them to him. This last month, we've lost several key people of this community. Jack was epitomized class. The guy was just always about the city of Coral Gables, and he always remained steadfast in ensuring that we remember the beauty and how blessed we were to live in this city. So I want to thank the mayor for always having Jack by his side, for always being such an important part of this community. We wish them the best, and we'll be joining them on Sunday, April 2nd, to celebrate the life of a great man who lived an extraordinary life. So thank you, and God bless all of them. Moving on, I'd like to say a few words about my dear friend, Mayor Jim Kaysen. He comes back to us after we asked him to come and serve for a brief time to fill a role as a result of the forthcoming April elections. And I would like to recognize Mayor Jim Kaysen today during his last meeting with the City Commission. I'm sure Mayor Kaysen thought back 8 years ago when he presided over his last commission meeting that this would be his last time on this dais. Yet a vacancy on this body this past December led to his appointment on the commission. We are grateful and indebted to him for agreeing to serve this community once again. Personally, I have long admired this man of conviction and integrity, one who stood up to tyranny during his tenure as charge d'affaires at the U.S. Special Interest Section in Havana. As an elected leader, he has always put the city first. While I have known him for many years, these past few months have been very special to me. I am grateful for his perspective and guidance. Mayor Kaysen, as they say in Guarani, and I apologize in advance, Agüe rombas ende servicio, or thank you, and we appreciate your service, your dedication to this community. Thank you, and God bless you, my friend. Godspeed. I hope I didn't massacre the pronunciation. And I'd like to run a video that is part of our centennial project on Mayor Kaysen.
I moved here in 2008. I was U.S. ambassador in Paraguay, and I was also ambassador in Cuba, and I used to come back here all the time. And so I knew Coral Gables, and when I retired, I had to find some place in the world to go, and I remembered Coral Gables, how beautiful it was, and the fact that it had a university, and that it multicultural, and the beauty of the place. And I said, well, I got to pick some place. Let me pick some place like Coral Gables where I'll feel at home. And I was here for about a year, and a neighbor, George Volsky, came to see me. He said, we need somebody to run for mayor. And I said, I don't know anything about municipal government. And he said, well, you run huge embassies. And I said, well, nobody knows me here. He said, yeah, they do. He said, they know you're from Cuba. And I said, well, how would I ever win? And he said, well, you'll have to walk to every house in Coral Gables. And I said, well, okay, why not? So I said, all right, I'll do it. And so I walked every house in Coral Gables twice. And to my surprise, I guess everybody else's, I won. I was the one that really brought the fact of our elevation to the residents, that we are a city very vulnerable to sea level rise and to climate change. You know, how do we cope with what's coming? We can't put our heads in the sand and say, oh, it's not going to happen. We can't say, oh, leave it to our grandkids, which is irresponsible. We need to be thinking, what are we going to do as this happens? How are we going to protect our critical infrastructure? And luckily, Coral Gables is at the forefront of being part of a coalition that's dealing with it and putting money aside to prepare to hold out as long as we can until someday when we have to walk backwards. I could have gone anywhere in the world, since I lived all over the world. I could have just sat back and, gone fishing all the time, but for 6 years, I used up 6 years of my retirement to do a tough job full time because I wanted to improve the city where I was going to live forever.
I would ask my colleagues if they have any further words in behalf of the mayor and his time here to please share them with us.
Well, I just want to add that first, our appreciation for stepping into this role at a time where it was much needed. The one thing I did come away in our encounters is you brought a wisdom and a perspective that I see reflected in our community. It's a wisdom and perspective that I grew up appreciating and admiring, and you embodied those characteristics and many more characteristics that I look up to and admire, and it's been an honor, and I'll always remember this time together with you here on the commission. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you for what you've done, thank you for what you do, and thank you for all the good work that you'll continue to do for our community and for our great city.
Commissioner?
I very much appreciate your foresight and willingness to bring to the attention of the community at an early point in stage just at how at risk our region is to sea level rise, not only from the perspective of addressing it for construction and housing, but also for saltwater intrusion. I enjoyed our talks at the regional compacts, studying it with LiDAR maps to be able to plan, not only where we build, but, how we progress on important infrastructure projects such as conversion to septic sewer and a need to do that sooner rather than later based upon the elevations of areas. You were inspiring, and I hope to continue to carry the torch. Please feel free to reach out with any thoughts that you have to help guide our commission in the future.
Vice Mayor?
Mayor, obviously thank you for your service. When I first ran for office, I remember sitting down with you for a cup of coffee just to get to know each other. We didn't really have a prior relationship, and you gave me a lot of guidance, and you quickly came to support me, in a way that for me was meaningful because I was new to the process. And having somebody like your support behind me really was empowering to me. Your wife, Carmen, who is a wonderful person as well, and was also very passionately supported me personally, which meant a lot to me. So I just want to thank both of you, for your service to the city. We can go over any number of accomplishments that you've had, but more than anything, I think you've really been a model for having a cool, calm demeanor. You're not somebody that gets rattled. You work through the issues, and you get results. And I think that's the type of leadership that, everybody, really admires and respects because it's not easy to do. And so I appreciate you coming back on short notice. For me, you being the person to sit in this seat temporarily was, again, really an easy decision for the reason I just articulated, which is I knew you'd come in, I knew you'd hit the ground running in a heartbeat more than anything, but also that you'd be somebody who'd deal with the issues that we have to deal with in a very calm, collected, and diligent manner, and that's exactly what you did. So thank you. Appreciate your service on this and many others of the great accomplishments you've had over the years, and we'll miss you.
Mayor.
Well, thank you very much. I want to thank this commission for honoring me to ask me to come back and sit in for a short period of time. I'd been away for 5 years, and I've had a chance to really get to know the city again. I've been out riding with code enforcement. I've been out to, and I'll discuss this later, at waste management to look at how we do recycling. I've had tremendous series of briefings on all aspects of the city, and I want to say how well this city is being run. This commission has done a tremendous job. The city is in terrific shape. I'm really proud of the work that this commission has done over the last 5 years and the commissions before. I've always said that everybody up here is honest, has integrity, and builds on the work of the people before to make this city better and better. So I'm happy to have done my little part over the years to try to make this a better city. And I just want to congratulate all of you on the great work you've done. The abuse that you have to take on a daily basis is something that most people don't understand until you sit up here and you have to read the crap that people say about you. But this is one of the few cities in Florida where nobody's ever been involved in corruption. Everybody here has got great integrity. Everybody's doing the best they can to improve this city. We have a tremendous staff, hardworking people. We have tremendous standards here. We're producing great results for the city. There's almost no crime. If you look at the things that divide our city, it all has to do with the word too. Too tall, too big, or we don't like the way it looks. Everything is aesthetics. We don't have the problems here that so many other cities have, which is, murders and opioids and homelessness and all the kinds of problems that other cities have. We're a city that's really privileged, and we have a great group of citizens, all of whom basically support, almost all of them support what we're doing, and it makes our job easier when they do. There are a few that don't. I guess we have to put up with them, but I just want to say from my experience back here, just in the 4 months, having a chance to look and deep dive into what everybody's doing, you guys are doing a great job. So thank you for honoring me to give me a chance to sit up here. And as I said, when I took this job, I have no interest in running again. Some people said, oh no, he's going to sit up here and run again. No, thank you. So I'm here and I'm out.
Mayor Kaysen, when I first joined the city, you were mayor, and it was a pleasure working with you back then, and it's been a true pleasure working with you as well these last several months. We will continue your initiative regarding the sea level rise white paper, and we will certainly, finish updating it, and we know you'll be involved. Thank you.
Mayor Kaysen, thank you for your service to our city, and thank you for your service over so many years to our nation. These past few months have been a privilege for me working with you, and we will continue the issues on climate change and sea level rise and so forth that you've initiated. So thank you for your help, and thank you for everything you've done for our city.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk.
Mayor Kaysen, just piggyback on what everyone else said. I appreciate your leadership throughout all these years. I thank you for making it easy and coming back, for volunteering to serve once again. It did make it easy for myself and for everyone else. And I thank you for your leadership. It's been appreciated. Thank you, sir.
Before we share a small token of appreciation, I wanted to touch on what the Vice Mayor said. I wanted to say thank you on behalf of the Commission to your wife, Carmen Kaysen, who I speak with on a regular basis and advocates for a litany of issues here in the city and is a very loud voice. Which is a very loud voice in a positive way, in a very positive way. Every time she calls me on a matter, for example, the wall at the Merrick House, which she was the one that called me, and we were able to put it in the budget after speaking to my colleagues in the commission and the manager and getting that accomplished. And a litany of other things. But I know she's a driving force behind you, and I just wanted to make sure that we put it on the record that we're grateful for allowing her. Because I remember when I had a conversation with her one day, I don't know if it was at the farmer's market or walking around, I had a conversation with her. I said, listen, what do you think about Jim coming back and potentially filling this position? She's like, if it's just temporary. I don't want him to run. I don't want him to run. So I want to say thank you to Carmen and wish her our best. And we look forward to your continued engagement and involvement throughout the city. So this is a small token of appreciation, a very small token, because we can never repay you. We can never repay you with your commitment to the city. The hours that you've given to the city are, it's incredible how long you've spent here in the city and your commitment to the city. The water tower for you to proudly display in your office so that people can enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Take a picture. Take a picture.
Mayor, if you'll indulge us for 1 minute, we have a very small token from our office, and the Deputy City Attorney will come up and present it.
Mayor Kaysen, an even smaller token of appreciation to say thank you from our office. Those of you who know Mayor Kaysen, in his 5 years away from the city, he did not lose a single iota of information about the city. He came back running, looking through the code, finding provisions that had changed, that hadn't changed. One of them we're going to address today about those one-wheeled scooters. But one item that the mayor brought up multiple times was, I don't know if you know this, but if you have an outdoor cat in the city of Coral Gables, it must have a bell. So we've learned that the mayor, when he leaves this office here, he's going to start one-wheeling and he's going to get an outdoor cat. So we got you a personalized cat collar with a bell in accordance with the city code to say thank you for all your work and support of our office. Thank you, Mayor.
That's funny. That's great.
And it has the code section on it.
And it has a code section on it. I love it. It's great.
Didn't know that.
10.6.
Learn something new every day.
Cats have to have bells because we're a bird sanctuary.
Great.
Thank you.
You want a T&R some? I know how to do it. I've done 5 nails around my house.
Moving on to the next point of business today, which is not more business, but it's personal. Today is indeed a bittersweet meeting since we also bid farewell to a friend, Vice Mayor Mike Mena. I have had the privilege to serve with Mike Mena, the Vice Mayor, for 6 years on this commission. I have always admired how he has had quickly decipher complicated issues. He never plays politics, and I think any observer of this commission can see he has a brilliant mind. But more importantly, he is a thoughtful leader. He will sorely be missed, and I know I will miss him. Parks build communities, and his emphasis on community recreation has made an important difference for our city and our future. He has led on that front. He has been a force to ensure that our parks are world-class. His voice was resounding and pushed this commission in this city to take our parks to the next level. And for that, my friend, my brother, I am eternally grateful. I know he is committed to giving back to this community, and I certainly hope that this is not his last dance on this commission. I begged him to stay and to consider running again, because people like him don't come around that often. People like the Mayor Kaysen don't come around that often. When you talk about having disagreements on the dais, or maybe differing opinions, it was done with a level of dignity and class that other cities wish they could emulate. My first decision 2 years ago, when I was first elected mayor, was to name a vice mayor. And I could not have found a better person to pass the gavel to during these past 2 years. Vice Mayor, this is a simple gesture on behalf of the commission, and it is my honor to once again pass the gavel to you. Gracias, Mike. I will miss you, my brother. Now I would like our team to run a short video of thanks to my friend, Vice Mayor Mike Mena.
Michael is my third child. He was a surprise child. We had 2 kids at the time, and we were happy with our 2 boys. And then Michael came along. We always been so grateful, because I told my husband, if Michael wouldn't have been born, we would have been alone at the house, empty nesters, so early in our lives. So I decided to stay home, and I stayed with Michael until first grade.
Michael he's a peacemaker, and he's very smart. And by the time Michael was 2 years old, he was playing chess with me. He would lose every time, of course, but he would call me cheater the rest of the day, and I would call him sore loser. And still when we play games, we still do that. And it's kind of like the ongoing joke.
Michael was a baby, and he would always be the baby of the family. I tell my grandchildren now when they come home, this is my baby. Daddy, he's not the baby, I'm the baby. No, he's still my baby. And I explain to them, yes, I'm very proud of him for helping his community, proud of the ethics he has at his work, very proud of how he's bringing up his daughters and the way he takes care of his home and his wife.
He's always going to be Mikey, but now he wants to be my father. And I said, wait a moment, I'm the father, you're the child. And I tell him that, and we all laugh.
He's the only one of my 3 kids that calls me every day on the phone. When he leaves work, from work to home, he's talking to me on the phone. Mom, how was your day? How were the kids? Because I pick up the girls at school. Just little talk, and it's just Michael and me. And that's why the brothers always say, the good son.
Then when he turned 4, I didn't know what to get him, so I said, Michael, what do you want for your birthday? And he says, what I want for my birthday is a trophy. I said, a trophy? He says, yeah, I want a trophy. So I went to the trophy store, and I got him a small little trophy, and in it I put to Michael on his 4th birthday from his dad and gave it to him. He won all sorts of awards and sports, basketball, volleyball, he played all kinds of things, and he won many trophies. Eventually, all those trophies went in the closet and in the garage, except for his 4-year-old trophy, which he still keeps in one of the shelves in his office.
You stand on the shoulders of the people before you. You do that on a personal level with family, you do it professionally. When I was first elected, I really reflected on, wow, I'm 42 years old. If I had to leave this country right now with my 2 daughters to go to a new country with no money, without speaking the language, I can't even fathom that. It's beyond comprehension for me. But that's exactly what my grandparents experienced. And they did it so that I could be sitting here and so that I could do better. They opened that door for me. And so I walk through it with a lot of pride, the doors that they opened for me. And I've been blessed that my parents continued their legacy. Hopefully my parents and my family feel I've continued their legacy. And I hope that my daughters continue it as well, because that's what it's all about. Being a better person, helping your community, supporting your family. And for me, it's been, again, this has been the ultimate honor and the ultimate tribute to my family's legacy and to earning everything that they provided to me.
Mike, it's been 6 years since you joined the commission. All I can tell you is that it feels like it's been a lifetime, but I can't believe your run as commissioner is over. As I walk through the city and I meet with owners of businesses and residents, and we talk about you departing, many see it as a sad day, but I remember the great times and the incredible leadership that you bestowed on this community. You've been an integral part of this community, leading on the efforts to ensure that our parks are world-class, that we acquire as much green space, that public safety and response times and quality of life is a priority and continues to be a priority for our residents and our business community. I want to say thank you to you, especially to your wife and to your young kids, who I know you took so much time away from to serve this city. But at the end of the day, we must say goodbye. I want to wish you the best, Godspeed, and once again, thank you so much for your commitment to the City Beautiful, and we wish you and your family the very best. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Mena, it's truly been an absolute pleasure working with you all these years. You have brought a lot to the commission. You're a clear thinker, very logical, and you bring a lot of thought process to all our discussions. Your emphasis on parks has been a great attribute to our city. It's really been fantastic for all the Coral Gables families, and it's something that you leave behind as your legacy and you have truly made Coral Gables a better city.
Vice Mayor Mena, your last meeting. 6 short years have flown by. I want to wish you the best of luck, but more importantly, I want to say thank you. Thank you for your support during the last 6 years, for always lending an ear whenever ideas came up, and for always being a calming voice in the room. Best of luck to you wherever life may lead you. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Mena, I can't believe we're at your last City Commission meeting. On behalf of the City Attorney's Office and former City Attorneys Craig Lean and Miriam Ramos, we are so grateful for your many years of faithful service to the city and your support of our office. It has been a true pleasure working with you and assisting you with thoughtful and creative legislation. You will be missed, but I have a feeling you will remain an involved resident. We wish you all the best. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
One of the most memorable parts of this journey has been when people I don't even know stop him and say, "Thank you, Vice Mayor, for everything that you've done for our community," or, I saw you in the commission meeting, thank you for standing up for us, or thank you for saying what you did. And because on the back end, I know that it's hard. I know that it's hard to do the right thing. I know that it's hard to stand up, and when not everybody is on your side, to not move from who you are and the morals and the values and what you believe in and say it. And I see him and how it all goes through his head and the planning, and it weighs on him sometimes. And if I loved my husband before he started it, seeing him become this man, or show everyone the man that I know that he is, has made me fall in love with him even more. He's such a good dad. And I think he does this more than anything to show his daughters and lead by example that no matter what, you have to be part of your community, you have to be good, and you have to be moral. Take the fundamental pieces of who he is and what his parents taught him and what he has learned to become, and turn into this man who my daughters think is like the greatest thing that has ever happened in the world, and I tend to agree. And we're just so very proud. And so very grateful to have been on this experience with him and on this journey, and to see him become who he is. We just adore and love you so much, Vice Mayor Mena.
I'd like to hear from our colleagues in the commission before we allow the Vice Mayor to speak a few words.
I don't think any of us can top that.
Impossible. I didn't know that we needed to have a box of Kleenex up here.
Yeah. And sorry to shine the light somewhere else, but I think your wife, Lisa Marie, deserves a round of applause for those. I'm going to shake your hand. Not so much, obviously, the incredible work you've done here on the City Commission, but because it's so clear and evident every day you are a true family man. Nothing else matters. Nothing else. You have a beautiful family, but an extended, beautiful family. When the people talk about the Mena family, it goes beyond you and your wife and your kids. It's your parents. That's the foundation that all our existence is built upon. And you have an amazing foundation in your family. When I think of the 2 years I've had here sitting next to you, which is an honor to sit next to you, I do think of some lighter moments, And I remember one time, a couple times, well, the first thing was we had a meeting that was running into, I think, 2 a.m., 2 in the morning. And we had department directors just wandering the hallways lost, like at 2 a.m., you know, and I knew it was late and we were in trouble when one of the most intelligent, brilliant people I know, Vice Mayor here, is just staring at his computer, and he said, whispered, but I heard it, I can't think. I just can't think. I knew we were in trouble when he made that statement. When I became a commissioner, my number one goal was a personal goal, because I thought it was the most challenging task, was to make Commissioner Rhonda Anderson laugh. But sitting next to the vice mayor, he's so zeroed in, so focused on the issue and the item and what's going on, I realized that was a much more difficult task. But then I had a breakthrough moment. A couple months ago, we had a commission meeting. I don't remember the item, but it was serious discussion. And I either whispered something to him or I wrote something to him, and he laughed out loud in a room of silence. And then he turned around and said, it's his fault. So to me, that was my trophy. Truly, you have a way to zeroing in on the issue, on what's important. You cut through the clutter, you cut through the noise in a way that, you know, I'm a movie buff. I'm telling you, it's like watching De Niro. You talking to me? So when you go into those moments, I joke, I sit back and I have my imaginary popcorn and I'm just watching you take over the room. It's amazing. Thank you for the work that you've done, especially with parks. I know it's something that's so dear to our community for many years, but your work is taking it to another level. And I promise you, along with our colleagues here, that I'll continue and will continue the great work that you've started. You are a man of unwavering character. I never have to guess what you're going to do or say, because I always know you're going to do and say the right thing, the truth. And for that and many reasons, I'm your friend forever. Thank you.
Well, it's true that we cannot top what Lisa Marie and I spoke about. You got, I think, tears out of every single member of this commission. But I just hope that, you know, we can continue your legacy with the focus on community, the focus on the parks, because that's where the next generation begins to learn so many of the important skills that they need to become productive adults, teamwork and friendship that build upon it. So, and it's admirable that you did this despite so many times that people criticize, condemn, and complain about what we do, and they don't see all the progress that we've made, all the positive changes, and the seeds that you've planted with the parks programs and the impact fees. Well, the flowers may not have all blossomed yet. They will in the future if you look at where we're starting, you know. Thank you for planting those seeds, and I hope to continue watering them and getting them to bloom in the future.
I'm sure you will. Thank you.
Well, Mike, when you first ran, I knew after I met you that you were the kind of a person that we really needed to have on the commission, a person of integrity, a person really interested in the community, very smart, very intense, and you've proved that over the last 6 years. I wish I had been here over the last 4 years to work with you more often, but what I've seen in the last few months, you've done a terrific job You've helped bring the civility to this commission that I'm so proud of. And I think your wife said it all. You're a family man. You've done a great job for this community, and your leadership has really shown. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Manager, Madam City Attorney, Mr. Clerk, any last words before the Vice Mayor takes it away?
Vice Mayor Mena, I want to thank you for your service to our city. It's been 6 years, and let me say I've enjoyed our discussions, our deep discussions on really many issues. It's been quite enjoyable and quite helpful in my duties. I think your ethics and leadership are really a credit to our city. I can't say that enough, and you will be missed. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, not only am I grateful for your support throughout all the years, but also I know I speak for everyone in our office, present and past, that we've enjoyed the many robust discussions we've had over the years regarding some of the legal issues we've had to tackle. It's been helpful, and also, again, just it's been an interesting dynamic back and forth, which has been much appreciated. We are very grateful for your leadership. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk.
Vice Mayor Mena, you are going to be missed, sir. I still remember your swearing-in ceremony. I still remember you got me teary-eyed that day. You made a speech about your grandmother, and I still remember that speech to this day. It was your idea to come up with electronic submittal of campaign documents. That was you who came up with that idea and implementing. I'm most grateful for you for always being a voice of reason, for always standing up for others. You know, a lot of the time employees get attacked and they can't stand for themselves, and you are that voice for the employees here, and we really do appreciate that. But most importantly, what I'm gonna miss is seeing you at events, not because of you, but because I spend weeks practicing jokes to tell your dad, just so I can keep up with him. But you truly will be missed, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor. All right. So I, for the record, I had no idea any of those interviews happened. Last night, I asked my wife to confirm that my parents were aware about this today. So little did I know there was a full-fledged video. You know, those who know me know and all of you in this room certainly at this point know I can get teary-eyed for some pretty silly things, actually. So as you can imagine, that was a lot. I actually, and in that spirit, like I prepared some written remarks today because, again, I want to kind of get all of this out without getting too emotional because this is a bittersweet day. You know, last year, my wife and I, you know, when we kind of considered the realities of continuing with this office and juggling everything we already have to juggle personally and professionally, you know, we made the decision that the best path forward for our family was not to seek re-election. It wasn't an easy decision. It was a very hard decision. And before I announced it, I took several months, actually. In fact, the statement I put out was drafted for 2 or 3 months, probably, before I sent it out, because I wanted to be sure. It's a big decision, and I'm not the type of person that likes to make a decision and waffle on it. I think out of respect for this office, if you make a decision, you should stick to it. You shouldn't be the type of person who kind of says, well, I'm going to run, I'm not going to run. You know, I made a decision I wasn't going to run, and I was committed to sticking to it. So before I made it, you know, I wanted to be sure. Since then, you know, many people have asked me, you know, if I'm excited to be moving on from public office. Some have done so in a good-natured manner. Also, I've done it a bit sort of tongue-in-cheek, you know, as if to say I must be looking forward to being off because of the challenges posed by this position. And my answer has, I think, been the same to every single person that has asked me, which is to say it will be bittersweet because I love this job. You know, are there challenges? Sure. But, you know, in my experience, nothing rewarding in life comes without challenges. And for the most part, I've relished those challenges. When we have difficult issues to deal with, I take it very seriously and I prepare and I come in to tackle the challenge. That's something that's always just kind of, you know, you might have heard some of it there. That's always something that's always been kind of in my DNA. And in fact, I see it a lot in my youngest daughter, Pilar, almost daily, I would say. But, you know, it's truly been an honor of a lifetime to serve as Vice Mayor and the Commissioner of the City of Coral Gables. This is an awesome responsibility, and that's never been lost on me. To the contrary, the magnitude of this job hit me from day one.
When I walked into the offices just across the hall and I saw, some of the black and white photos of men and women over the course of the years, over the course of the last 100 years, serving the city, it dawned on me the awesome responsibility that this is. And it was inspiring. And because, another thing that's kind of in my DNA is I'm a bit of a romantic at heart. I see that in my older daughter, Aria, every day. And for that reason, I've strived every day to serve with respect and the dignity that I think this office really merits. I ran for office to make a difference, though. I did it to serve my community, to make it a better place to live for my family and all the other families. And I take great pride in the city's accomplishments during this time. A few of those that I would just highlight, we've talked about parks, that was really the driving force behind why I ran. And Commissioner Anderson, I really sort of appreciate the analogy because, as I walk away, I feel really good about the fact that not only have we accomplished a lot, but that there's a lot that's on the way because of some of the seeds that have been planted. And I feel good about, obviously, the fact that at least the three of you, will be here to continue that effort, and I know you will. I'm very proud of forging forward with the new innovations that Coral Gables has at the forefront of our smart city movement. Really, what we have in place in terms of technology is unbelievable. Not everybody gets to see it, but if you ever have a chance to go to our command center in the police station and work with Raimundo and everybody, it's really incredible what we have. Ensuring that our city's safe, public safety, nothing else really matters until you have that first. And I think we've excelled on that front. Do you have, petty theft and things like that? Sure. But Macason, as you said, there's a lot of cities in this country that have a lot bigger things to worry about in terms of crime and things of that nature, serious violent crime. And we don't have any of that. And that's thanks to the good work of our police. Fire as well. Our fire department is top notch. We sit here and we go to great lengths and great expense to say, hey, we're cutting down our response times from, whatever, I'm making up numbers now, but from 10 minutes to 5 minutes or from 8 minutes to 4 minutes, because that's the difference between life and death in certain situations, and we take that seriously. Leading the way to avoid a concrete canyon on Miracle Mile. That was a complicated subject matter. It continues to be, but I feel really proud of what we ended up doing there, and I think it's going to be a positive for the city in the future. Our city finances, I think this commission, we've continued reducing longstanding unfunded liability, which is really probably, again, after public safety might be sort of second most critical thing from the perspective that without that, our finances, we can't continue to do all the things that we do. There's so many more: freebie, expanded trolley, sustainability, the Umbrella Sky project, the Moon Over the Gables project, little free library program in our parks. There's so many great things that I could highlight. But what I would say first and foremost is these achievements are not mine and they're not this commission's. Why I played a role, these achievements are really the direct result of a really diligent and thoughtful staff that always operates with the utmost integrity. The city is blessed with true public servants at all levels. I'll forever be grateful for their commitment and hard work serving our residents and the faith that they have placed in me throughout the years. I'd be remiss if I did not specifically mention our city manager, Peter Iglesias, our former city attorney, Miriam Ramos, who was city attorney throughout most of my time, as well as our current city attorney, Christina, our police chief, Ed Hudak, and our fire chief, Marcos De La Rosa. You guys have really been not only incredible leaders, but friends, people that I can count on and trust and rely on. Each of you and countless others have been instrumental in my ability to serve our residents. Stephanie, Gus, Naomi, Diana, Martha, Chelsea, Solange, Gabby, Lena, Hermes, Zeta, Sarami, Imelis, Yolanda, Susan, Tony, Fred, Carolina, Mitch, Belkis, Francesca, Keith, Raimundo, Alex, Raquel, Michael, all of you, and I'm sure I left some out. All the men and women in blue, all the fire department, first responders, the men and women in public works, everyone who serves the city, I hold you each in the highest regard, and I'm truly grateful to have worked with you. I hope you felt that even during challenging times, you had somebody to have your back and support you. All right, so far so good. I'd also be remiss if I didn't thank my colleagues. This is a difficult job, and you work together in a collaborative, but sometimes you disagree, and it's important to have the respect for each other, and more than anything, to have the trust in the integrity of the people that sit here with you, that whether you agree or disagree, you know they're coming from the right place. We make difficult decisions, and sometimes we're not going to agree, and that's okay. But I think for the most part, we've all sort of swam in the same direction and done really great things for the city. So, you know, I specifically want to, you know, thank Mayor Lago, Commissioner Menendez and Commissioner Anderson, Commissioner Forrest, who I served with for several years, Jim Kaysen, you know, for the last few months, of course, as well as my former colleagues, Mayor Valdez-Fowley, Vice Mayor Quesada, Commissioner Pat Keon. Frank, thank you in particular for encouraging me to run. You know, he's really the first person who approached me about this, and really was a big moment for me, and he's always had my back. Vince and George, thank you both as well for your support and also for your friendship. Vince, for appointing me as your vice mayor, which has really been one of the biggest privileges of my life. Thank you. I want to thank the residents of Coral Gables for placing their trust in me and providing me the privilege of serving you. We have many dedicated and involved residents who really, it never ceases to amaze me, the passion that people have for things from historic preservation to parks to you name it. You know, people are really engaged, and when you campaign and you knock on doors and you get to know people, you really have a great appreciation for the caliber of people that we have living in the city and their viewpoints on a variety of issues. And last but certainly not least, I want to thank my family for allowing me the opportunity to fulfill this dream. Thank you to my wife, Lisa Marie, who's never once flinched in supporting me through this journey, and who's always borne the weight of added responsibility that it entails at home. All right. And thank you to my daughters, who I love very much, and who have had to sacrifice personal time with me. I hope the city is a better place for you to grow up as a result of our efforts. All right. And thank you to my parents, my siblings, my extended family and friends, some of whom are like family to me, who have loyally and steadfastly supported me over the years. I really couldn't have done this without you, and I'm really grateful. All right. Before closing, I just want to, if you could indulge me in two quick things. I know I've gone on, and I apologize. The first is I wanted to just sort of read something to my colleagues and to really all of our leadership team and directors and staff here in the city. And then the second is that I have a token of my appreciation from my family that I'd like to present to the city through the mayor. This reading is one of my favorite passages, and it's something that I strive to live by in an era where we're also interconnected and subject to so much criticism. You know, I'd encourage all of you to remember this when you feel the weight and pressure of outside criticism, even when you know that you're doing the right thing. It's called The Man in the Arena. It's by Teddy Roosevelt. And although it's phrased in the context of a man, as a girl dad of two beautiful young ladies and the husband to a highly accomplished woman in her own right, I just note that I think it applies with full force and vigor to women. And it goes like this. It's not the critic who counts. It's not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that this place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. You are all in the arena. Hold your heads high, have pride, and do right. It has been the honor of my life to serve this city, and I thank you for the opportunity. And Mayor, I have a little something that I wanted to present. I don't think anybody else. Well, I think the city manager helped me out. But you know, one of the things I've noticed over the years, as I sit here, is that unlike other city commission chambers, If you go to any city or the county, or city of Miami, the county, city of Pinecrest, they all have the great seal of their city in their chambers. And that's something that I've always noticed sitting here that we don't have. And so I wanted, as a token, this is from my family, it's a personal gift. I had the crest of the city of Coral Gables made for this chambers. It's a gift on behalf of my family to the city. Take a quick picture. All right, with the vice mayor.
Red
Shield.
The shield. Captain America. The man in the arena.
You may not have noticed.
Right there.
During lunch.
You gonna put it up?
Thank you.
Should we bring it out front? Gorgeous.
Mayor, if I may, we also have one small token for the vice mayor.
Of course.
That's
awesome, by the way. No, this is awesome. Yeah. Look at this. This is awesome.
Wow.
Do it in a
That's very
moment.
nice.
Don't touch it. Here we go. Take a picture. Take a picture. Beautiful.
Mr. Vice Mayor, our office has a small token of appreciation. For better or worse, it has absolutely nothing to do with the city of Coral Gables.
All right.
Hopefully, it won't end up in the closet with the other items. But as you heard from the video, if you didn't already know, our Vice Mayor played basketball back in the day. And I think we can all agree that right now in Miami, there's some great basketball being played. You got the Canes going to the Final Four. Columbus won their second state championship, and Belen won their very first. So, yeah. So I reached out, and we have a special item, if Bridget can bring it in.
Oh, boy.
This ball was used right before the state championship game by Belen, and thank you to, I have to thank Coach Marrero and Coach Chachi. Without them, it wouldn't be possible. They had it signed by all the coaches and all of the players of this year's state championship game. So it's a bit of a unique item. My understanding is only Coach Chachi and you have that. So.
Vice Mayor, before we move on with the agenda,
Yes.
you came in on your own terms,
Yes.
and unlike many people, you leave on your own terms. And that is something to be incredibly proud of. My brother, I just want you to know that this commission, and I especially, will miss you. I love you like a brother. I know we talk about that all the time, but our bond has grown, and I wish you the best. I wish you the best because you're already successful in life. You're already successful as a lawyer, as a very accomplished lawyer. But I know there's a lot more to come from you.
Thank you.
Wishing you the best, my brother.
Thank
I love you.
Thank you.
So before we move on, I think it's part of the tradition, at least we started recently. I'd like to do a commission selfie.
Let's do it.
And if the clerk and the city manager can move to that side.
Let's go.
Oh, God. And maybe we can put the photo somewhere up here. Come on over. Come on. Over there.
All right.
You wouldn't, at 2 a.m., we were actually doing that too. All right. Is everybody in it?
Go over here. Get everybody.
Well,
Get
guys,
everybody.
wait, you got to
Here we
get
go.
George Merrick in there.
Boom. All right.
Got it.
Thank you. Moving on to presentation and protocol.
All right, on to business.
On to business.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you for joining us. Have a wonderful day.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Are really hard to follow all of that. So we are here today, Matt Anderson, Assistant Director, Mobility and Sustainability, and I'm here with Solange Lopez and Marlon Ebert, and we're here to congratulate the Coral Gables Art Cinema for being our 9th certified Coral Gables Green Business. Some of the achievements that the cinema has that helped them achieve certification: they've been a bike-friendly business, they've implemented a comprehensive recycling program, used sustainable products in their theater, and they've also been able to turn off all their lights, unnecessary lights, to help conserve energy. They've also gone to paperless ticketing at the cinema, and above all, they've been incredible partners of ours through our Keep Coral Gables Beautiful program. They're our original partner in our reverse vending machine program that we launched just after America Recycles Day. And I think for the last 4 or 5 years, we've been showing environmental films at the Coral Gables Cinema during April and usually in November as well. So really, being able to engage with a whole new audience with regards to sustainability and on very important topics. So I'll turn it over to Marlon Ebert, who is the chair of our Sustainability Advisory Board, and I believe also the chair of the Coral Gables Cinema.
Yes, good morning. I've been very lucky that I have been able to wear 2 hats in this city of things that I love, both the cinema and the Sustainability Board. And putting those 2 together just sort of came about. And with each time that we've partnered with the cinema, we've been able to grow. We started off with these films having 20 or 30 people. And I'm happy to say that our last film, which came to us as an idea of Brenda Moe, who is the executive director of the cinema, The Path of the Panther. She's pointed out that one of the days in March was Florida Panther Day. And we showed a film about 10 days ago on Sunday afternoon, and out of 141 seats, we had 137 people in attendance. And because it was so popular, we're going to bring it back during Earth Month, and I think it's going to be on Sunday, the 23rd of April. So at 3 p.m., 3 p.m. So mark your calendars. It's a wonderful movie. Everybody leaving said, when can we see it again? And I'm very proud also of the cinema's partnership with the city on many scenes, with Commissioner Menendez showing films, with our affiliation with the Community Foundation and showing E.T. Last weekend, one of the weekends in March, with the moon over in the park, the films that we do in the parks throughout the year. Is there anything you'd like to add?
Just my gratitude to the commission, Commissioner Menendez, Commissioner Anderson, who are really highly involved, the mayor for really having a deep appreciation for art, Cinema is art, and not only is it art, but it's an equalizer, an opportunity for us to be able to talk about our similarities and our differences and find ways to connect. And so I just want to say thank you so much for your leadership.
So I just want to congratulate them again for achieving silver certification. This Green Business Program is a collaboration between the Coral Gables Sustainability Advisory Board and also the Chamber of Commerce, and thank Mark for his continued support. And really, it's about, together, the City of Coral Gables and our local businesses creating a more resilient and sustainable city, beautiful for current and future generations. So congratulations again to the Coral Gables Cinema. I don't know if Mark wanted to say a few words. Okay. So I want to present them with this sustainable plaque made out of sustainable recycled barnwood, so matching the theme, and congratulate them, and also a decal for the front of the cinema, recognizing them for their achievements. So thank you again for your continued support.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Congratulations.
I love your
Oh, thank you.
A2.
This is a proclamation on Women's History Month, and just a couple notes. It came to be in 1987, was the year I was sworn in as an attorney. So, and this past week I was at the Chamber's Businesswomen's of the Year event, and I was one of the many recipients of one of those awards, and I tried to, instill upon the men the feeling like it was when I started out and as a young woman. The room was filled with mostly women, probably 80% women, and I told them that, imagine, men, this is how it felt for women when we started out. We were the minority in the room, and thankfully there has been a lot of support and uplifting by the entire community to promote young women to be all they can be. With that, I'll read the proclamation for Women's History Month. Whereas Women's History Month is a celebration of women's contributions to history, culture, and society, and has been observed annually in the month of March in the United States since 1987. And whereas in the month of March, we take the time to celebrate accomplishments in countless ways, women of every race, class, and ethnic background have strengthened and contributed to the fabric of the nation, and acknowledge that we all benefit from leadership and contributions of women in education, medicine, government, law, business, military services, and every other field. And whereas women have been leaders not only in securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but also as the abolitionist movement, the emancipation movement, the industrial labor movement, the civil rights movement, and other movements, especially the peace movement, which creates a more fair and open-minded society for all. And whereas the influence and accomplishments of women demonstrating leadership and professionalism in our community have contributed to all aspects of life and have continued to help make Coral Gables a safe, thriving, and vibrant community. And whereas the 2023 Women's History Month theme celebrating women who tell our stories was chosen to recognize women past and present who have been active in all forms of media and storytelling, including print, radio, TV, stage, screen, blogs, podcasts, and more. The timely theme honors women in every community who have devoted their lives and talents to producing art, pursuing truth, and reflecting the human condition decade after decade. Now therefore, I, Vince Lago, as mayor of the Coral Gables, and along with members of our city commission, do proclaim March 2023 as Women's History Month in Coral Gables. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think we have Raquel and some members of our esteemed staff who are going to accept this proclamation. Please join us.
Good morning, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner.
Morning. Thank you.
I think I speak for all of my colleagues here today, especially all our strong women leadership, that we are truly fortunate to work in a city with such diversity at all levels of government. The city is not only committed to a diverse workforce, as can be seen by all my colleagues here in the chambers, but is also a focus on female empowerment, in particular inclusivity and diversity. And this starts from the top, from our city manager and our elected officials that encourage all of us to pursue our opportunities and ensure that our voices are heard and that we have a seat at the table. So thank you.
Thank you, Raquel. Take a quick, we'll take a quick picture.
All right.
Item A3, which is also intertwined with item I2.
Correct, Mayor. So as all of you know, April is National Autism Acceptance Month. Acceptance Month emphasizes the need for public awareness to promote acceptance, celebrate the differences, and be more inclusive towards autistic individuals around us. Approximately 1 in 44 children have an autism spectrum disorder, according to a recent report from the CDC. The city is committed to inclusion and accommodation of children and adults with autism and other special needs and disabilities. To that end, every year, the city, among many other things, issues a proclamation declaring the month of April as Autism Acceptance Month. Each year, we select someone who the city believes is just as committed to inclusion as the city. Today, we would like for Nick Chang to accept this proclamation. Nick is a transition specialist for Miami-Dade County Public Schools. Mr. Chang, can you please come up? Nick is assigned to Project Victory. That is why he looks very familiar to all of you. As all of you know, Project Victory is a program developed by Miami-Dade County Public Schools to prepare students with disabilities for financial, personal, social, and independent functioning through the acquisition of employability and social skills essential for success in the workforce. Project Victory is designed for up to 12 students per semester that are enrolled in Miami-Dade County Public Schools. The city is hosting Project Victory during the 22-23 school year, and we currently have 9 interns who have been working here at City Hall and at Development Services. Nick is a teacher and the transition specialist assigned to Project Victory, and that is why he looks familiar. He has been working with our Project Victory interns and providing these students with daily instruction, support, and direct supervision as these students work at City Hall and Development Services. For these reasons, we would like him to accept this proclamation. I also have here Mary Palacio Pike, if you can please come up. She is the chair of our Disability Affairs Board and also an advocate for individuals with autism, and I believe she has a few words to say as well.
Thank you and good morning. Mr. Chang, thank you so much for everything that you do. On behalf of the Coral Gables Disability Advisory Board, we would like to thank you and congratulate you, Mr. Chang, for today's recognition. We'd also like to extend our sincere appreciation to Yvette Feeney, Miss Feeney, who has been a teacher in the Coral Gables High School for 20 years, preparing our kids to be who they are today, and to Principal Tony Olivari for his support. Again, as part of the ongoing Acceptance Month for Autism, the Coral Gables Museum will host Coral Gables High School, Ponce Middle School, and other organizations during the month of April with an exhibition recognizing the skills that the neurodiverse community has. So we will be welcoming you as of April 21st and many other events in the city. Thank you, and congratulations again.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank you both. You've been very instrumental in starting our program here and supporting us. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, Commissioners, you guys have all been very wonderful. I'm very happy to accept this proclamation, and I think it just goes to show how much the city appreciates the unique talents and skills of individuals with autism. And as an example, Miss Raquel was saying that, we have 9 students here. We used to have 10, and not a bad thing. One of our students actually applied for and interviewed for a position here with the city, and he started last week. So you guys are truly making a difference in the lives of these individuals. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
If I may just say something, I had the pleasure the other day of meeting this gentleman and having a discussion. He was so excited about his new start. And I know that I speak for the commission and for all the employees here in City Hall. Every time that we walk into City Hall and we speak with one of these individuals, they're treasures. They're treasures. And they, no matter how tough your day is going or what you're facing, they always bring a smile to your face. It's a true blessing, and I just want to say thank you for everything that you do, along with Crystal, because when we have Crystal here in the city and we get to just interact with those students and we bring them here, it just brings just a lot of light to the city. So I want to say thank you for that. Thank you.
So can I just add that Brandon Talavera is the city's new employee. He's working out of the HR department, and he is the face of HR. He will be answering the phones. He's a receptionist, and he is doing an excellent job, and we're really excited and fortunate to have him. So thank you for preparing him for that role.
Absolutely. It's great. That's the whole purpose of the program, what Crystal's doing.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Let's take a picture.
Mayor, if you can please read the proclamation. It hasn't been read, if that's okay.
Somebody has it.
That's
there.
There you go. Commissioner Anderson has it.
With a large print, so the over 60 eyes. Whereas autism spectrum disorder is the result of neurological disorder that can affect anyone regardless of one's race, ethnicity, gender, or socioeconomic background. And whereas autism spectrum disorder affects 1 in 44 children in the United States. Whereas autism spectrum disorder is estimated to be the fastest growing developmental disability in the United States of America, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Autism and Developmental Disabilities Monitoring. And whereas early diagnosis and intervention, as well as ongoing support from family, doctors, therapists, and educators can positively impact persons living with autism spectrum disorder to achieve better outcomes. And whereas persons with autism spectrum disorder should have access to appropriate services throughout their lifetime so that they may achieve their greatest potential and lead happy and productive lives within their communities. And whereas much more can be done to support individuals with autism as they look to obtain, maintain, and advance in employment, including collaborating among governmental agencies, businesses, and partner groups, providing individual and custom support, offering comprehensive training, and conducting better advocacy and outreach strategies. And whereas during the month of April, we strive to promote autism acceptance, inclusion, and self-determination for all, and assure that individuals with autism have an opportunity to achieve the highest possible quality of life. And whereas the City of Coral Gables is honored to take part in the annual observance of Autism Acceptance Month and hope that it will lead to better understanding, treatment, and support for autism, as well as advocate for employment opportunities for individuals with autism. Now, therefore, I, Vince Lago, as Mayor of Coral Gables, along with the members of the City Commission, do proclaim April 2023 World Autism Acceptance Month in Coral Gables. Thank you.
take the resolution with the item I2?
Mayor, I'll read it into the record. I2 is a resolution of the City Commission declaring principles of inclusion for individuals with autism and other special needs and urging action by national, state, and local governments, businesses, and residential communities consistent with these principles.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Mr. Manager, you want to introduce somebody?
Yes, Mayor, as part of Women's History Month, and I thought it would be a good time to introduce our new Assistant Director for Public Works for Sanitation, Ms. Sharon Grayson.
All right. How are you?
Hi.
Welcome to the City Beautiful. We're blessed to have you.
Thank you, thank you. I'm glad to be here and very excited to start my new role as Assistant Director.
Oh, we're blessed to have you. The city's great. It's great. We're working on a litany of different projects that obviously you're becoming more and more immersed in. You have a great team,
Yes.
which is really going to support you. If anything, if you need anything at all, you obviously have the manager. You have Hermes and Melissa who can really assist you in all your endeavors. But we're here to help you. We're here to help you deliver on behalf of the residents and the business community. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Excited to have you.
Yep. Moving on to A4.
I'm very happy to read this proclamation in part because the first job I ever had was with the National Park Service, and I've always been involved with the environment since 1970. So very happy to read this. Whereas Earth Day is celebrated annually in April to help increase awareness about the importance of the environment and the conservation of our natural resources. And whereas we must face global challenges as we work to protect our environment and preserve natural resources, as all people, regardless of race, gender, or income, have the right to a healthy environment. And whereas the city, through its Sustainability Management Plan, has set goals of a 20% reduction in energy, water, fuel, and greenhouse gas emissions by 2025. And whereas over the years, the city has added 70 electric vehicles to the city fleet and installed over 41 charging points on city properties, reduced its city facility energy consumption by over 14% through the conversion to LED lighting and HVAC upgrades, achieved LEED for cities and community gold certification, was named 8th best city in the country for ESG investments, continued to grow the Keep Coral Gables Beautiful program focused on litter prevention, beautification, and recycling, and held over 74 events and programs with over 12,000 participants, implemented water quality programs, initiatives focused on improving the health of Biscayne Bay, and held 15 recycling drive-through events that have diverted over 393,000 pounds of electronic, household hazardous waste, paper, and clothing from potentially ending up in the landfills or the environment. Now, therefore, I, Vince Lago, as mayor of Coral Gables, along with the members of the City Commission, do proclaim April 2023 as Earth Month in Coral Gables. In observance thereof, I encourage the residents, businesses, and visitors to use Earth Month to think about environmental preservation and inspire everyone to take action to reduce their impact on the environment and create a more sustainable and resilient City Beautiful for current and future generations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Anderson?
Thank you. And thank you to the entire commission. And being that this is Commissioner Kaysen and Commissioner Mena's last meeting, thank you all for your support over the years. We really do appreciate it. And this entire commission continues to be steadfast, focused on making sure that we're preserving our environment for current and future generations. And we really, really do appreciate that. And through the programs and policies that we've implemented as a city, and the programs we've created through our Sustainability Advisory Board and through Keep Coral Gables Beautiful. We're incredibly proud of the work that we're doing and continuing to engage with our community. And it seems like every year, Earth Month for us starts earlier and earlier. We like to say every day is Earth Day. So we've already started our events for Earth Month with the screening we've already talked about at the cinema that we had on the 19th. We last night had our downtown community cleanup. We had over 30 participants show up. Mayor, thank you for your continued support on that event. We collected over 186 pounds of garbage from the downtown in a little over an hour. We also have scheduled coming up this Saturday, we have a plogging event at Matheson where people can run and jog throughout Matheson and pick up litter. We've continued to do that event every year. We're going to UM for their Earth Fair event. On the 21st, we have our recycling drive-through event, which is the most phone calls I receive every year is when our next event is. So on actual Earth Day, April 22nd, in the City Hall parking lot, we'll be out there. We also recently did a planting at the Coral Gables Country Club through Keep Coral Gables Beautiful through the FIU ASLA students. And we're also doing an event with the My Squad group on April 26th, and continue to partner with them. And I will also be on a number of panel discussions throughout the month, both at UM and around the community, sharing the great work that our city is doing and continuing to learn from others as well. So I'll turn it over to Solange and to our chair, Marlon Ebert, to see if they had anything else to add.
So Matt went over the list of the many events that we have coming up for Earth Month, which also coincides with our Great American Cleanup Season, which is what we will be kicking off on Saturday at the Plogging at Matheson event, which is our 3rd annual plogging event there at Matheson. But just coincidentally and fitting in perfectly, we were also, Keep Coral Gables Beautiful was just named Affiliate of the Month for the month of April through Keep America Beautiful, and that's out of their 700 affiliate network. So we're really, really proud of that. There'll be some more information coming out as we get closer to April, but we thought it was perfect synergy that we were chosen for April, which coincides with Earth Month and all of the great events that we have coming your way.
About 6 years ago, I wrote to the then mayor, Mayor Valdez-Foley, and I asked him if we could have an Earth Week. And so the first week of April that year was Earth Week. The next year, I got a little more ambitious and wrote to him, and I said, could we dedicate April to Earth Month? And since then, we have had an Earth Month, and I'm just delighted. And every year, we add more and more and more things that we can do. It's just amazing. And, and I really am happy to see most of you have permanent containers, water containers. I still see a few water bottles, but I will hide my eyes. I know. Thank you. So I thank you for this proclamation, and I'm just delighted.
So Matt, quick question: Who won last night? Because when I left, I heard that it was it the two young ladies again?
So we had several winners. So we broke it off into 4 cash prizes. Everybody participated in a group this time, so we combined our prizes. We had 4 cash prizes thanks to your donation, Mayor, plus the Clutch Burger VIP card that they always give us, which is a $350 value. It's a burger a month for a year. And we had a Venetian Pool family 4-pack available as well. So we had the Hyatt and Merrick Park tied for 3rd place. We had Team Melissa won 1st place. We had a mother and her son that were there for volunteer hours from Coral Reefs Senior High win 2nd place. And the Josh Goodman's family, he was there with his 2 girls and their dog. Yeah. They won the Venetian Pool family 4-pack. Yeah. So everybody was really happy and excited. Thank you to the Chamber for their partnership in that, to Baptist Health South Florida for sponsoring the bites at the end, and for Naked Farmer for hosting us. Everybody really enjoyed the food post-event.
So I was going to mention them, but I wanted to thank Mark Trowbridge. As always, his generosity is incredible. He never says no. Along with Clutch Burger, best burgers in town. They're just a vital part of this community. They understand the importance of engagement, along with Naked Farmer. And I'll continue to sponsor the events. I mean, I think we gave $500 yesterday, personal donation, and it's important to go out there and just tell people that we're committed to the environment and we want people to engage here in the City Beautiful. How many people did we have yesterday?
30.
30.
We had more before.
So our average for the downtown community cleanup events, depending on the time of the year, usually ranges between 30 and 40.
Yeah.
Because when I was there in the beginning, there was a lot of people.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
We had people showing up early, wanting to go out early, and that sort of thing. So it's really, really well received.
Thank you for your hard work, and let's continue doing it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to add one more thing. The icing on the cake for me this morning was to have the minister of my church, First United Methodist Church, Hetty Culver, give the invocation this morning, but also how that church has partnered with our program for the past maybe 4 years. Yeah. As we have grown on that recycling day, the church lets us use their parking lot on that Saturday morning, and they've been a wonderful partner. Absolutely. We couldn't do it without them.
I want to thank the church for that. That's very nice of them, and obviously being our partner with us is important. So thank you to them. Please send them my warmest regards and thank you for that. Let's take a quick picture. And the final item, item A5, because A6 is deferred. Chief, good morning and thank you for being here.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the commission. If you would, Mayor, if I can indulge you all, I'd just like to recognize somebody on my staff for an accomplishment. Major Adderley, if you'd come forward. For those of you who don't know, the FBI National Academy is an institution that the FBI created back in the 60s and expanded worldwide in the 1970s. The FBI National Academy, you have to be, one, invited. There is a strenuous physical ability, including testing and the level of your body fat, just to get into the academy. Since its inception, and I said 1935, there have only been 54,154 graduates of this institution throughout time, from all across the world. Most recently, there are several members of the staff, but our newest member of staff that has successfully attended away for 3 months in Quantico, both master's level classes, but also the physical testing, if you will, called affectionately the Yellow Brick Road, whereas about a 7-mile, it's not 5 miles, it's about a 7-mile obstacle course that you do in Quantico to graduate and part of the graduation. So we're up to the 285th session. I was at the 242nd. I know Chief Hanlon was probably after me. Which one was it? 256, and also Major Pedroso's attended. It is with great pride that I introduce to you, but also who you know, somebody who just recently graduated, the newest graduates, Major Cordell Atherley, who has completed last week, I should say, and is bringing back everything he's learned from, in his class from 47 different states, 28 countries, and military organizations that attended this 3-month living in a dormitory. So it's with great pride that I recognize, and I stand to recognize, one of our majors, Major Cordell Atherley, for graduating from the 285th session of the FBI National Academy.
Thank you very much. 6 years ago, I had the privilege of joining Chief Hudak's senior staff. Shortly after that, he started mentoring me as far as attending the FBI Academy. It's a long process just to get in. During that pathway, he actually gave me some tips on the academics, the physical fitness, how to prepare for it. So some good coaching along the way. I got to say, once I got there, all his coaching was right on spot. So I thank you for that. Thank you for the opportunity. People ask me, does it make you a better leader? Does it make you more rounded? Yes, it does. The academics were superb, and the networking is amazing. Just this past weekend, I got a phone call from a commander from Texas, Santa Fe, Texas, and they're looking for a homicide subject. They actually came to Florida. Based on that phone call, we made some contacts. I'm glad to say that that person was arrested, interviews were conducted, and that case has been wrapped up as far as a homicide subject from Texas that was residing here in Coral Gables in a hotel. So just the value of the academy is amazing. The international students, the classmates from the United States, just a well-rounded program. My 29 years of law enforcement here in Coral Gables, that has been the pinnacle of a leadership course. So I thank the city of Coral Gables for allowing me to go. I thank Chief Hudak. It's been a true pleasure, and I value it very much. So thank you.
Thank you. And now I'd like to bring forth Officer Christopher Clute. On January 23rd, 2023, Officer Clute, who is one of our senior FTOs, responded along with his trainee at the time, Juan Trujillo, to the 10900 block of Old Cutler Road, referenced a suspicious male on the sidewalk. Interestingly enough, the person was not dressed. He was mumbling unintelligibly and advised that he was in Cuba and he needed assistance, thinking that he actually was in Cuba. Our usual records checks couldn't identify the individual. His Klut's knowledge and experience with the totality of the circumstances of the call, he actually called out our detectives and used some of our technology with facial recognition and was able to determine that he was a missing person since December 27th, and we were able to get him help at Larkin Hospital and recovered this missing person to notify the next of kin. The very next day, while on patrol, January 24th, Officer Clute, along with Officer Trujillo, because of his keen attention, watched two individuals who weren't just waiting outside the chicken kitchen, but were actually doing a drug transaction. Through his investigative knowledge of watching what was going on, they witnessed a hand-to-hand transaction with crack cocaine. Both offenders were detained. One was also in possession of items indicating shoplifting from one of our other stores, and where a total of $900 was received in small denominations and 13 bags of crack cocaine. Because of these actions, Sergeant Williams, who I believe is also with us, he is, as I said, one of our most experienced officers in the Uniform Patrol Division. He is a coach's coach. He still works with our baseball team here at the University of Miami, and he continues to mentor our new officers. He is a man of few words because I can't control everything that he says. However, when he does, he is right on point. So I concur with Sergeant Williams's nomination, and as did the award selection committee. So because of his actions and really his ongoing work in making us a better department through training our newest and youngest, it is my pleasure to introduce to you Christopher Clute, Officer of the Month, January 2023.
Like Chief said, I am a man of few words, so I'm going to keep it short and sweet. Just want to thank senior staff for being here and Sergeant Williams for nominating me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. We're blessed to have you on the force. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you.
Really?
Hilarious. Yeah, I'm working sure. Yeah, I think it's like
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. I have a read into the record a proclamation. Dear to my heart regarding children, I think dear to all our hearts. Whereas recognized as a national event since 1978, Education and Sharing Day, in recognition of the monumental achievements of the Rabbi Menachem M. Schneerson, of righteous memory, for the betterment of education for all Americans, as a day to raise awareness and strengthen the moral education of our children. And whereas Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson's long-term influence and involvement in United States policies had him constantly addressing presidents, lawmakers, and cabinet members about their obligation to educate children to be ethical and just citizens. And whereas it is altogether fitting and proper that in honor of Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson's legacy, that we understand the importance of nurturing the heart along with the mind, thus educating our young people so that they may reach their full potential. Now I, Commissioner Kirk Menendez, along with Mayor Vince Lago, and along with the members of the City Commission, do hereby proudly proclaim April 2nd, 2023 as Education and Sharing Day in Coral Gables. In observance thereof, I do hereby encourage all the citizens, teachers, volunteers, and leaders of our City Beautiful to observe said day in a manner that reflects their commitment to the well-being of the children in our Coral Gables community, strengthening our resolve to provide every child with the best possible education.
Thank you, Commissioner. Would you like to join us, please? You're more than welcome, Rabbi. We're blessed to have you here today.
With your permission, just to share just a few words about Education Day. As we approach the Jewish holiday of Passover next Wednesday evening, April 5th, let us recall the ancient lessons of Passover today, and let us ensure that the meaning of Passover becomes visible in our daily lives. The biblical narrative of the Exodus is the story of the Israelites being redeemed from Egypt. The biblical Hebrew name for Egypt is Mitzrayim, which means limitations and boundaries. Today, we are all enslaved to personal limitations, and each of us is working towards redemption from these obstacles that limit our potential to create a better future for ourselves, our families, our city, and for the entire world. Let us pass over our personal shortcomings and let us rise from despair to freedom. The Rebbe, Rabbi Menachem M. Schneerson of righteous memory, taught that every individual, and in fact every individual action, has an impact on the entire universe. The Rebbe emphasized the importance of education and good character and instilled the hope for a brighter future into the lives of countless people in America and across the globe. The Rebbe taught that education in general should not be limited to the acquisition of knowledge and preparation for a career. Instead, the educational system must pay more attention, indeed the main attention, to the building of character with emphasis on moral and ethical values. Over the last 4 decades, the U.S. Congress has set aside Education and Sharing Day, and it is proclaimed annually by presiding U.S. presidents on the anniversary of the Rebbe's birth, in tribute to his commitment to teaching the next generation of Americans the values that make our country strong. This day provides Americans the opportunity to pause and recognize our responsibility to ensure that our young people have the foundation necessary to lead rich lives in purpose and fulfillment. Mayor Vince Lago and Commissioner, you just signed a proclamation designating this coming Sunday, April 2nd, 2023 as Education and Sharing Day in Coral Gables. It is a call to all citizens of Coral Gables to reflect on the vital role of education in preparing our youth to be the leaders of tomorrow, with an emphasis on inspiring them of their moral and ethical obligation to serve a cause greater than themselves, and instilling in their minds and hearts the empowering message that one act of goodness and kindness can tip the balance of the world in favor of positivity to usher in an era of redemption for the entire world. May our City Beautiful serve as a beacon of light for people of all faiths and walks of life. May Coral Gables help achieve the goal so powerfully stated in our Pledge of Allegiance, so that America is truly one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to thank the mayor for making this a reality. This proclamation is very near and dear. On behalf of the Chabad and Coral Gables, my colleagues, the rabbis, Chabad rabbis at University of Miami, are away but they are here in spirit. Thank you so much for Commissioner Menendez for reading that proclamation. I also want to give my best and thank Commissioner and Mayor, former Mayor Kaysen and Commissioner Vice Mayor Mena for your leadership to our community. It is truly appreciated, and we will miss your leadership here. Thank you.
Rabbi, as I've always told you, and as I've told the other communities of the Jewish faith, we're blessed to have you here in the city beautiful. This is your home. You're welcome here. Anything that we can do to strengthen our bonds and to spread your faith, it's a blessing. And what you do for our community, we fall short, just so you know.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you to your staff as well.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, approval of minutes, B1.
You have a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
5-minute break.
Thank you.
So whenever Matt gets back, then we can.
Mr. Clerk, can we hear item I-1, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Solange Lopez, Marketing Manager for Economic Development. And Matt and I are here to talk about the Florida Beverages Association community grant that we received, which let us create and start our reverse vending machine program. I want to ask Elizabeth Castro de White, President and CEO of the Florida Beverage Association, to come up and present the grant to us.
Hi, good morning. Thank
Good
you for being
morning.
with us.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners. As Solange said, I'm Elizabeth Castro DeWitt, and I'm the President and CEO of the Florida Beverage Association. And we represent non-alcoholic beverages in the Sunshine State and provide over 19,000 jobs with a direct economic impact of $12.3 billion. Today, I have some of my members here. I'm just going to point them out in the back row from Coke Florida and PepsiCo. We also have other members from across the state, but we're so proud to have these members with us here today. 2023 marks the 8th year of the Florida Beverage Association's Community Grant Program. The program supports organizations across the Sunshine State focused on environmental sustainability, health, and wellness. FBA and its members have been impressed by the caliber of programs and individuals supporting communities across Florida, and we are excited to support the Reverse Vending Machine Recycling Incentive Program. We know that education and best practices paired with innovation encourages increased participation in recycling and helps to keep communities' spaces clean and safe through the reduction of litter. It is my honor on behalf of the Florida Beverage Association and its members to present the FBA Community Grant Award in the amount of $25,000 to the city of Coral Gables and Keep Coral Gables Beautiful. We are committed to working with those who share our goal of environmental sustainability in order to protect and enhance the communities where we live, work, and play. The Reverse Vending Incentive Program will increase collections of valuable commodities, lower contamination rates, and improve business participation in recycling initiatives, ensuring that valuable recyclable materials like plastic bottles do not end up in places where they shouldn't belong. We are excited to collaborate with Coral Gables to create a more sustainable future for generations to come. And now I'd also be remiss if I didn't say how fortunate I think you are to have Solange Lopez and Matt Anderson on your staff. I really think I work with communities across the state and they set the benchmarks for recycling initiatives. So pleased to work with them and look forward to working with you in the city.
Thank you, Liz. We have We have a very brief presentation just going over the reverse vending machine program, how it's grown in just its 4 months since launch. I'm going to ask Connor and Anwar from Cycle Technology, who we partnered with in this initiative, to come up, and they'll be talking a little bit about the machine as well. I'm just going to quickly share that PowerPoint. Okay. And I'll leave it to Matt to kick us off.
So yeah, this has been a very exciting program for us to be a part of, and we really want to thank the Florida Beverage Association and Cycle Technology, Anwar and Connor, who were UM students, and this idea kind of started. So this is an entire local program that we've partnered on, and I think it has been an incredible partner. And also to our business partners, the Chamber, obviously Mark and all the support they provide. And also, we mentioned it before, the Coral Gables Cinema and Mankind Grooming, who partnered with us for our first prizes that we give out as part of the incentive program for the reverse vending machine. So if we can go to the next slide. So we launched the program on November 16th, the day after America Recycles Day, at the War Memorial Youth Center. We thought it'd be the perfect location for us to put this machine. And we had a bunch of kids come out that day, and the excitement in their faces when they were able to participate and put the aluminum cans and the plastic bottles in the machine, and hearing that crunch, they get so excited about it. And I'll let Connor and Anwar talk a little bit about how the machine works. But just to say that in talking to the youth center staff, they are finding no more aluminum cans and plastic bottles anywhere in the facility, because people are finding them and putting them right into the machine. So it's been a great program, and we'll talk about a little bit more about the statistics in a little while, but I'll turn it over to Anwar and Connor to talk a little bit about how the machine works.
First of all, I want to thank the Florida Beverage Association and Keep Coral Gables Beautiful, and obviously the City of Coral Gables, for helping us to institute this program. As former University of Miami students, it obviously means a lot to be active in the Coral Gables community. So how the program works is you visit the reverse vending machine. As you can kind of see, it's all skinned up and looks pretty at the War Memorial Youth Center. You insert your beverage container, bottle or can, and as soon as you do that, as many as you want, you click done, and then a QR code pops up. And that's what allows us to tie you to your recycling habits. And then over the course of a month, the top 10 people that recycle the most win prizes from local businesses. So really happy to be partnering with the Chamber of Commerce as well.
And I want to just say, just from a personal standpoint, I say that the biggest impact this program has been on my own family, because I finally have my dad and my grandma recycling correctly, because they're collecting their bottles and cans throughout the week. And when I visit them on the weekend, they pack my car with bags of plastic bottles to recycle. So moving forward a little bit at a time.
Solange, if I can add, I just want to say too, this has been a perfect synergy between, we talk about what the city's doing on innovation, technology, sustainability. This has been a perfect synergy between all of that and bringing it together. So I did want to mention that because it just ties into all the great work that the city's doing on all those different fronts. So.
And if any businesses out there want to become retail partners, they can just reach out to Matt or myself through our kcgb@coralgables.com email, and we can talk a little bit more about the program. We want to quickly go over, so like Matt said, we launched this program on November 16th for America Recycles Day, and from November to March, in the 4 months that the program has been launched, we have collected 5,048 containers. 39% have been aluminum cans, 60% have been plastic bottles. We've had over about 350 participants, and maintained a retention rate each month of 80%, which means people are coming back and using the machine multiple times continuously. We have a goal that we're shooting for of collecting 25,000 containers in the 1-year pilot program, and we are already 20% of that goal underway. So we're really, really happy about these numbers. I'll flip through these really quickly, but we get monthly reports from Cycle breaking down the collected containers, the transactions, the user email collected, which lets us know the number of participants, the retention rate, and the demographics. We provide these to our businesses that partner with us so that they know the type of exposure they're getting, because their logo and initiative show up on screen during the months that they're partnering with us. So it's great numbers to have, and a great way to see the numbers continue to increase and stay steady throughout the months.
Perfect. Thank you. Great work. Great. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Beverages. I appreciate you being here and all your support.
Thank you.
Take a picture.
Yes, thank you.
My pleasure, man.
There you go.
I responded finally, real food.
You know what I was going to say? This idea.
More or less.
I immediately thought, I was like, this is good.
Oh, I don't even, mine is actually Samsung.
I ordered immediately.
They look a little different, right?
Mr. Clerk, let's move on to G9. What I'd like to do is, if we can, on this item, can we hear public comment first, if possible?
Which item, sir, which item are we doing right now?
G9.
G9. Please read it into the record.
Mayor, G9 is a resolution of the City Commission directing the city manager and the city attorney to take the next steps in accordance with Miami-Dade County requirements in furtherance of annexation efforts for the areas known as Little Gables and High Pines Ponds Davis.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Yes, sir, we do. We have 2 members of the public requesting to speak on the item.
Perfect. Please welcome them, and I close the public comment.
Okay. First speaker is Ms. Maria Cruz.
Ms. Cruz, good morning.
Good morning. This is Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road, a resident since 1976. I'm looking at G9, and I have some concerns, because we have heard concerns, talking to people and getting phone calls about why are we pushing this, expediting this? I don't know the reason, but I'm concerned about the resources. How can we get involved with something like this? And I'm in favor of annexation, but in order to do that, you have to make sure that you have all the resources that you need for fire, for police, for code enforcement, for all the departments that will be affected when you bring more people in, more buildings in, more homes in, more services to be served. So my question is, do we have the finances to do all this? And if we do, then we need to know, and people would like to have this as a transparent process, and a lot of the people that reside in this city would like to have some say, not only the people that would like to come and join us, and I favor that, but the people that live here would like to be able to have a say also on whether this should happen or not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Mr. Mayor, is Lynn Bluestein.
Good morning. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. I'm back. How are you all today?
Good, how are you? Wonderful.
I just want to make a few points. I'm not going to reiterate all the reasons I don't want to be annexed. I've been in Little Gables for 34 years. And one of the main things that people have always said, and I'm quoting somebody who I don't know, this was a post that they made, us Little Gables residents, my family would have no need or interest to become Little Gables if the emergency situation, if the county could resolve this, if the county could resolve this for us Little Gables residents, my family would have no need or interest to become Coral Gables. I've just been informed that by the end of the year, 911, no matter where you are, will go to a central bank of information, and that Little Gables won't have a problem in the future of not getting service as quickly as they would like it if everything is going through a central and not divided system. And with Miami trying to be noted as the new technology center of the United States, I would imagine that there are many people between the ages of 12 and 18 that could do that for you in a heartbeat. And so another thing is, somebody else posted, when the interests of profits override the rights of people, you will create problems and destroy lives. Ethics matter. And then somebody replied to that person, somebody who is very obsessed with exclamation points, who says, I rightfully own a property that I worked hard to legally obtain. So did I in 1989. So did I. And this person who is obsessed with exclamation points says, I have the opportunity to cash in for zillion times what I paid for 30 years ago. Okay, well.
Will you do us a favor? Will you wrap it up in the next 30 seconds, please? Thank
Yes, I will. And this is, actually, this is for you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay. A year ago, last year in the Miami Herald, I'm quoting you in an article where you said concerning annexation, I quote, I don't want to wait anymore. Stop kicking the can down the curb. Stop looking for reasons not to do this. Let's do this. The last thing I want to say to you, and I mean this sincerely, I am not a can that you kick down the curb. My home, my beloved sanctuary, is not a can that you kick down the curb, and neither is my neighborhood. We are not cans you kick down the curb. And I just want you to realize that and there are a lot of people that agree with me. I'm the one that shows up and says these things and have people look at me and say things the way they do. I have new haters. I'm very excited.
That makes two of us.
Well, I don't hate you. I just don't like
hate you
what you
either.
said.
I actually appreciate you for being here because it takes a lot of your time, and we're grateful to have you here. So thank
I'm
you for
very
coming.
dedicated to my friends and neighbors that live in my neighborhood. I'm here for them as well. And we are not cans to be kicked down the curb.
That was never my intent.
You said it.
I'm not talking about the Hurricane or the neighborhood. I have a lot of value. What I'm talking about is excuses. That's the reason we haven't proceeded with. But it's okay. But thank you though for being here. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam City Attorney.
No, Mr. Mayor, I have one more speaker on Zoom.
Okay, perfect.
It's Ms. Kayla Riera Gomez.
Gomez, good morning and welcome to the city.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I'm joining you today to voice my support for annexation of Little Gables into the City Beautiful. I've been a resident here at 4321 Southwest 16th Street since 2010. My husband grew up in the Gables. My children attend school in the Gables. We're active participants in the community. We bought in Little Gables under the belief that eventually we would be annexed, and we have been actively trying to make that a reality. I'm very thankful, as are many of my neighbors. There's a very large group of residents who have, I know, been in contact with you and the rest of the commission to make sure that you're aware of our support. Many of us are working full-time jobs. And so coming and attending the meetings in person can be a challenge. And so the Zoom option is much appreciated. Although there are vocal dissenters, I want to make sure you understand that there is a majority of residents who desperately want Little Gables to become part of Coral Gables. And we are here to support the city in any way. And we look forward to joining the community as residents.
Thank you for joining us today on Zoom. I appreciate that. And we have gotten many emails and phone calls and text messages from residents who are interested in annexation and those who oppose it also. That's a great part of this moment in the commission, we can have discourse and talk about it. Madam City Attorney.
Mayor, just one clarification. The previous resolutions authorized an amount for engagement of professionals to assist with the due diligence steps. If the commission does direct next steps, we ask that the motion and resolution include authorization for the city manager and city attorney to engage any additional professionals as currently authorized under the city code as needed.
Thank you. If there's any other further question or any other discussion that needs to be had, my colleagues?
I mean, this is a process. I remember we started this back when I was mayor in 2011. It's a long process. During this process, everybody's going to have a chance to voice their support or their opposition. The citizens of Coral Gables, the citizens of the areas that we're considering to annex, the Miami-Dade County is going to have a chance to make a decision. So this is a long process, lots of steps ahead of us. It's taken us a long time. I think what we're saying is let's continue the process, the due diligence, find out all the information about the pros and the cons for the city and for everybody involved, and we'll make a decision probably a year or two from now. It's not something that's going to happen tomorrow.
Perfect.
So let's keep the process going. Let's find out what we need to find out and make the decision when the time comes.
Madam Commissioner?
We recognize today, Women's History Month and the fight for the right for suffrage, the right to vote. It's a precious right that needs to be respected. So as far as what my vote is in here is not to vote no, it's for the people to vote what they want to vote. So when you go to the ballot will be the time you get to vote. So I'll be in favor today.
Thank you.
To move in the next step of the process does not indicate one way or the other whether annexation will happen or it won't. It's, for years people have said, we want more transparency in the process of how our local government works. This is transparency. This is the process. At the end of the day, like Commissioner Anderson, the people will vote. We're just helping the process along so that we can get to the point where people do have a voice and do have a chance to vote. Mayor, if you don't mind, something was mentioned a little while ago, which I don't want I need a clarification from Chief Hudak regarding 9/11. That was mentioned, and maybe the police chief can clarify the statement.
I'm not sure what she was referring to as far as a centralized 911 center. We're our own 911 center. So this specific area, is bordered by 3 jurisdictions: City of Miami, Coral Gables, and then the Miami-Dade jurisdiction that it handles. The 911 systems that are coming online, which we have currently in our system as well, is we'll know exactly where they are by geo-verified addresses on a cell phone. And I believe that technology is going to be throughout the county. That 911 call still depends on what tower it hits. Whether it comes to us and it's in there, then we send it to Miami-Dade. If Miami gets it, they send it to Miami-Dade. And if Miami-Dade hits it, which has happened in our city, then they will transfer it to ours. But the 911 systems, as we know, as far as I'm concerned, we are still going to handle our 911 calls at our communications center. And this would just include them, in part of the total report that you all are considering.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. Vice Mayor, anything?
No, I just echo, I think, what Commissioner Kaysen and Menendez said, which is, again, this is just a vote to commence the process. Really, it's the first step. I know there's people out there trying to spin this as an attempt to expedite things. It's the opposite of expediting. It's the beginning. It's the baby step.
12 years later.
Yeah, exactly. So, listen, last time this issue came up, frankly, I voted against annexation when the issue came for a final decision to this body, and it passed, and that's okay. That was based on the information I had then. And all this is a decision to start that process, get more information, find out where things are today. Property values have obviously changed significantly over the last few years, and then whoever's sitting up here, when the decision finally comes back for ultimate decision, we'll have the benefit of all that information, and we'll make a decision accordingly. So, I'm always for having a transparent process and going through the motions to get information, and I don't have a problem with starting this process today.
So I'd like to make a motion to move forward.
Second.
Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Kaysen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena.
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez.
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Thank you. Moving on to mayor's comments, I'm going to address the first item, which is C1, update regarding landscaping in Kings Bay. Put this on the agenda because we've been dealing with this for some time. And I've had multiple visits with our friends in Kings Bay, and I want to, sometimes due to the location of Kings Bay, they kind of have mentioned to me on multiple occasions that, they feel kind of excluded. And I want to make sure that that's not the case, which I know it's not, but I can understand their feelings. So I wanted to have a little quick conversation, not too long, about the landscaping and see what we can do to spruce it up a little bit.
Okay, good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Dina Bell, Assistant Director, Public
Tina,
Works.
may I say one thing first? Also,
Yes,
I apologize
sir.
for interrupting you.
Absolutely.
I want to congratulate you. The flowering plants look incredible. It looks beautiful. The landscaping in downtown has never looked better. Your team is working so hard on that, and I get so many compliments on it. I know that we're moving forward on doing the other areas, along with Merrick Park. I just wanted to compliment you on that. You're doing a great job. Thank you for that.
very much. We're trying to add color,
It's
beautify
working.
downtown.
I know Commissioner Anderson was a big push, a big proponent of that, but it just looks really nice. Really
Cheerful.
nice.
Thank you.
Cheerful. It looks great.
Okay. City Clerk, I have a presentation. This will be just a quick presentation to give you a visual of the neighborhood we're talking about. This is Kings Bay. Aerial photo, we're at Southwest 144th Street and 67th Avenue. The neighborhood is to the east of that. To the north is United States Department of Agricultural site, and part of that right-of-way is in the jurisdiction of Palmetto Bay, and part of the right-of-way is City of Coral Gables. Here's some photos as you're entering the neighborhood from 67th Avenue, heading east on 144th Street. The guardhouse, which you're looking at here, approximately 420 feet of that area of the right-of-way is in the Kings Bay Guardhouse Taxing District jurisdiction, okay? So heading east, you'll see the character. You'll see a chain link fence on the north side of the street, which is adjacent to the USDA site. You'll see a mixture of live oak trees and royal palms. You'll see rocky outcropping in the swale because it's a oolitic limestone is exposed in a lot of the areas. This is the division line between the USD site on the left and the Deering Bay Golf Course on the right. So this shows you where Coral Gables right-of-way starts. And moving further east, this is the Coral Gables right-of-way portion, which is about 15 feet wide. And you can see their views to the Deering Bay Golf Course. This is at the eastern end of the intersection of Southwest 144th Street and Permit Drive by the marina, which the city maintains, our department maintains, the landscaping. Okay, so to the last slide, this just gives you a survey which shows the whole neighborhood. At the north side, you'll see the Guardhouse Taxing District, measures about 420 feet of right-of-way. Palmetto Bay is 1,495 feet of right-of-way. And Coral Gables is 1,170 feet of right-of-way. So here, landing on this last slide, down at the bottom left is our legend. We've done a real quick budget, which would show you what new landscaping of this whole right-of-way could potentially cost. Total number would be, between $300,000 and $400,000 to add a nice buffer of native plants to beautify, conceal the chain link fencing, and add environmental quality to the neighborhood. Of course, some kind of agreement would have to be made between Palmetto Bay in order to landscape. The part that Coral Gables actually has jurisdiction over is, it's 3,000. The total linear footage of the right-of-way is 3,000 feet, more or less.
So 60% of that is actually not Coral Gables jurisdiction at the moment. So that's why we're talking about it.
Okay. So since a big portion is not in the jurisdiction of Coral Gables, how can we work with our neighbor to beautify that area, to bring it up to a certain standard? And also take into consideration kind of the lay of the land, the Pine Rock land and that kind of stuff that makes it a little bit difficult, but is there anything that we could do? Any type of shrubs? Anything?
Sure, sure. I was just thinking this would be a perfect example of where we could use natives that are survive the coastal conditions. You know, I can further develop a landscape plan later on that goes into specific species. But, you know, we're talking sea grapes, buttonwoods, gumbo limbos, clusias, coastal region.
Does the Department
Natives.
of Agriculture don't they own a whole, isn't that part of that land, Department of Agriculture land? Do we need their permission?
My understanding is it's town of Palmetto Bay's right-of-way. So I think
The
it's
USDA
permission
owns the adjacent property, but
To the
we're talking
north.
about the right of way.
Yeah.
to the north.
Although,
After looking at the plat further and doing a deeper dive in the plat, there's a Palmetto Bay. It's Palmetto Bay and Coral Gables.
Okay.
but it might, you know, look, I think the only real issue here is the cost associated, particularly with portions that are not our city's public right of way, right? It's the Palmetto Bay public right of way. And so I agree with the mayor that we need to find a way to work with them, but I wouldn't discard the possibility of trying to engage maybe one of our Congress people here locally in the federal government has a contact that maybe the USDA would be willing to participate somehow and help, defer some of the costs. You never know. I know it's Palmetto Bay's right away, but it's worth engaging with them and seeing maybe if they're willing to beautify the public right of way right outside their property a little bit. And again, just try to get as many people on board as possible. I saw from your picture, some of that is Deering Bay, right, on the sort of the golf course portion there, right?
Yeah, the top right portion of this slide where it's colored green, that's the area that fronts the Deering Bay Golf Course.
Got it. And that's our portion.
That's our portion.
Got it.
Okay. So can we do something? Commissioner, you wanted to say something, right? Anderson? Did you want
Also,
to say
can they do?
Well,
you want to say something?
yeah, I mean, I've biked on along that route a number of times, and look at that fence and say, can we do something more? And not only way of shrubbery, but some shade trees along that sidewalk would make it a walkable environment. So I think it would be greatly beneficial, but maybe the USDA would not, be so adverse to planting a little closer to their fence, and that way that's a little better protected. There are some gumbos that are with a tag on them for removal right on the other side of Ludlam, across the intersection there. So, I mean, those are potential trees too that could be relocated there or within the park that has a gumbo that's a little bit under the weather within Kings Bay. So, just some ideas.
You might want to also engage with the club itself, right? Because obviously we're talking about the portion that's on the public right away and trying to cover that fence, which I think is the prime sort of. But if they had some mature landscaping on their side of the fence, would also help with the sort of overall feel of that stretch. So again, I think the more people you sort of might be able to get engaged, the better or easier it might be to defer some of the costs so that it's not as significant of an undertaking and we can get it all done. So again, they might tell you to pound sand, but it's worth trying. You never know if they'll be willing to do some stuff on their side. You get the USDA to get involved. You get Palmetto Bay, and then us, and then between the four of us, we're kind of have something that works.
Can we do something? 'Cause I know we have a long agenda here. Can we schedule a meeting next week, if possible, with maybe one representative from Kings Bay, which we met with her last week here. But can we meet with them and then try to get a representative from Palmetto Bay and try to get a representative, like the vice mayor said, from the neighboring USDA property, just to have a conversation through the manager's office, obviously, but just have a conversation, see how we can work collaboratively together. Because again, we have to budget for these things, and I don't, to be honest with you, I don't want to pay for the other cities' landscaping.
Yeah.
I want them to come in and let's try to do this together because I think the residents in this neighborhood deserve that, especially at least in the entrance part where you saw the sidewalk, where you could see where you could really see the chain link fence, which is, it's an old chain link fence, and the neighborhood deserves a little bit of attention on that front. So can we work, Dina, through the manager's office with Miles and whoever he designates, or maybe Miles wants to join us, and then we can try to get somebody from USDA, just a fact-finding mission, just have a conversation. We can do it in my office.
Who's the congressperson now? Is it Salazar? Do you know? Is it Maria Bira Salazar? Yes, Salazar. It is, right? Yeah.
Yeah, she's very available.
Maybe somebody in her office or district office here locally, will be able to join, and they might have,
You could also speak to the senator.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be great. If we can, my point is just get her office involved, get somebody from Deering Bay, get somebody from Palmetto Bay, and let's see what we can do.
Would you like to just come up, and then you can fill the card after?
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you.
The issue with that whole fence on that side is not only the fence, the barbed wire, it's the barbed wire on the top, The people who, we all live there, we go in every single day, we feel like we're adjacent to a prison,
Right.
It's a very bad kind of look. And we'd just like a buffer and something that would, make us feel like we're like the other, gated properties in the Gables,
How is that not subject to like Palmetto Bay's like code? Like we can't just put a barbed wire on our fence. Like what? So we got to figure that part out, because obviously they're traveling under certain set of rules that are not what everybody else travels under. I'm assuming because it's the federal government that owns the property. So again, I think that's a good way to kind of approach, again, her office. I don't know if you're going to get somebody from the USDA, but try. But I think if you get somebody from a district office and say, hey, guys, we understand you're the federal government. You have your own sort of rules. You have barbed wire on your fence, but our residents shouldn't have to be looking at what looks like basically a fence from a jail, really. So maybe we're not going to convince them to remove that. But if you put like really mature landscaping, at least really block it from sight so that it's not something that they have to live with.
Apparently, at some point in time, they had put some kind of a vine to cover it, and that vine died. So we have
Not a good solution.
the remnants of the dead vines
Right.
hanging in certain areas. It's just not appealing. It's not.
Yeah, of course, we understand.
So I think like the vice mayor said, we got to get together in a room, everybody.
Absolutely.
We got to work collaboratively to see how we can find. And then we're gonna have the budget for this. It's gonna be a multi-jurisdiction effort. You want to say something? Yes. Will you do me a favor? Will you fill out a card, a speaker card? Miles, come in.
Thank you. Just to address a few of the issues, we've been engaged with the USDA. We've been engaged with the Village of Palmetto Bay. That is not an issue. They're great neighbors. We've worked with them on a number of things. To give you a quick example, City of Coral Gables, along with the help of Kings Bay, moved that 1,500 linear feet of chain link, barbed wire, prison-like fence, as it's been described, 10 feet into the right-of-way, so we could have an exit lane coming out of Kings Bay, right, along the parkway. Because we had to create 3 lanes for the guardhouse. So we've already done that. We have a wonderful history with them. And then on top of that, Gables constructed a sidewalk in the parkway, okay, in that right-of-way, which is Palmetto Bay. That's been long existing. The USDA's had that fence forever. We've talked to them about that. It's not within their budget. They would never replace it. It is what it is. So we want to beautify and landscape the Coral Gables Parkway coming in. Another example under the NRP program, right? Under the Neighborhood Renaissance program, the city, former Mayor Kaysen, you remember, we planted the oak trees in the parkway there. That's also on the existing area that we're already talking about. So what we're talking about is just coming up with a solution that it's a Coral Gable entranceway. And ultimately, the 3,000 linear feet that Dina refers to, we probably should have spoken before. I apologize, I was with Hermes and explaining that it's only the first 1,500 feet coming in. So it's really half of that, because the residents want to maintain the golf course vistas on the eastern portion of the parkway on Miller Drive.
That's interesting.
So that cuts that virtually in half right there. So we're talking something a little bit different. Recently, before Brooke had left, and Bob Overman, they put the cat palms in at the end of Mitchell Drive Parkway, linear running along the golf course on Permit Drive. And that wasn't a huge budget thing because that was put in without us even really having much input at all. Whereas really the eyesore that the residents have always cried for is, you know, make this welcome to Coral Gables, a parkway. But we have great friends in Palmetto Bay. I work closely with Mayor Cunningham regularly. We've worked on zoning issues and a variety of things. They have no interest in that little, so much so that we moved it with their permission before, literally the fence. So I think this can move forward right away. This goes back to meeting with, remember Alberto Delgado, right, Director of Public Works? Back in those days, and we had a plan, okay, how are we going to make this entranceway, this main thoroughfare parkway into Coral Gables, more Coral Gables-like? And city manager since, and it's always been put on the back burner. We've had many of meetings in City Hall. In fact, Brooke had drawn up a plan, and it was like 8 or 10 times less than the amount that's represented here. We just want to get started, get it done, and move forward. That's all we're interested in doing.
That's very informational, actually, because it sounds like they're really focused on the non-Gables part technically, but I hear you loud and clear, which is obviously if they want to keep the vistas of the golf course, then you're kind of cutting the amount and the cost in half, roughly.
Yep.
So that makes it easier to hopefully get done. So either way, I think it'd be good to bring in all the parties. Maybe you just focus on that part, which is the western part, right?
Yes, the western.
And see what they're willing to do, you know?
So let's schedule for not this week, but the following, if possible, through the manager's office.
Okay, wonderful. And if I can, while I'm here, just want to take just a moment and share, you have no idea, Vice Mayor Mena, how appreciated, respected, and loved you are by your constituents. I can tell you that universally, people have a great appreciation for your leadership, your wisdom, and your ability to listen to residents, leading based on listening and not on government knows better. And that'll forever be appreciated. We'll always be grateful. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Dina. Great work. I look forward to the meeting. I'm going to take another item out of turn. I6.
I-6 is a resolution of the City Commission ratifying the attached memorandum of understanding between the City of Coral Gables and the Teamsters Local 769, implementing the classification and compensation study for bargaining unit classifications represented by the union effective April 10, 2023.
Good morning, Mayor, City Commissioners. As you all know, the city conducted a classification and compensation study that was conducted by Evergreen Solutions. The compensation study analyzed the pay structure for all the job classifications covered by the Teamsters Union, together with all the other full-time and part-time classifications within the city, except police officers and firefighters covered by a collective bargaining agreement. The reason we didn't analyze those two groups is because we analyze them internally every 3 years during negotiations. In total, the study looked at 6 pay plans with 71 pay grades and over 320 job classifications. Large-scale compensation studies like the one Evergreen recently conducted for us should be conducted every 3 to 5 years. The city last did one in 2017, so it was due for another compensation study. They provide insight into how our salaries compare to other municipalities, which then allows us to ensure that we have competitive salaries to attract and retain employees. As you know, the compensation study focused both on the internal and external equities of the city's pay structure. After Evergreen conducted its external salary survey, taking into account the city's desired position in the market, which is at the 60th percentile, the salary concluded that the city was approximately 5% below the public sector market at the minimum of the pay range, 11% below the public sector market at the midpoint, and approximately 15% below at the maximum of the public sector market. Based on the above, Evergreen provided us with the final report. The final report has 3 main recommendations, among others, but those 3 main recommendations were to implement new competitive pay plans, to slot each job classifications into these new pay plans, and then to develop the appropriate method to slot each employee within those new pay plans. The cost of this is approximately $2 million. That's an annualized cost of the increases. The city and the union, the Teamsters, entered into a memorandum of understanding on or about March 23rd, implementing the study with an effective date of April 10th, 2023. The union ratified the MOU last week. This resolution approves the MOU between the Teamsters and the city. The city manager will also be executing his authority to implement the study for those classifications that are not represented by the union.
Raquel, thank you for the briefing. And today's an important day. We've come to an agreement. We're grateful for the employees, for the Teamsters. Does anybody have any questions? Does anybody have any other information or anything that I'd like to ask?
Mayor, I would like to add that this study was undertaken by us internally.
Yes.
It was not asked for by the union or anybody else. And it also works for us financially as it's fiscally acceptable.
Okay. Well, to accept the resolution, we need a motion.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second it.
Commissioner Kaysen,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Raquel, great work. Thank you to your team. Thank you so much, and to the Finance Department. Moving on to I3.
I3 is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing the renewal of the property and casualty insurance program, which includes, but is not limited to, property, general liability, automobile liability, public officials, errors and omissions, excess workers' compensation, crime liability, cyber liability, terrorism, property and liability, pollution liability, deadly weapon protection coverage, flood, as well as other ancillary lines of insurance coverage and insurance broker fees through Arthur Gallagher Risk Management Services for a not-to-exceed amount of $3,930,212 for the policy period of May 1st, 2023 through May 1st, 2024.
Good morning again. So this year, as we did last year, we worked with our agent, our broker, which is Arthur J. Gallagher, and Maria Perez is here with us from Arthur J. Gallagher. So as you all know, this year has been probably the hardest property insurance market renewal that I've ever gone through, and that I think Maria has ever gone through in her 30-plus years of doing this. The property insurance continues. In 2023, rates continue to climb, capacity continues to shrink. This is mainly the result of global insured losses from natural hazards, which are estimated just in 2022 are estimated at $140 billion. And this is the fifth year since 2017 that losses top $100 billion. This together in September of 2022, we had Hurricane Ian. Hurricane Ian was the costliest weather event to hit Florida, with an estimated losses of anywhere between $55 and $75 billion. In addition to this increased frequency of natural disasters, other factors that are putting pressure on the underwriting and pricing of property insurance are the high inflation, a historic supply chain crisis, challenging reinsurance treaty renewals, and labor issues in key industries. As a response to these multitude of adverse variables, the property insurance market has hardened. And when lines of insurance harden, it means that carriers diminish their appetite for risk, they offer less favorable terms of coverage, and increase the cost of premiums. In some worst case scenarios, and we're actually seeing this now, carriers also choose to pull out of riskier markets altogether. And Florida is considered a catastrophic market. Because of the volatility of these property insurance markets, underwriters are not even providing us with firm quotes. We usually come before you with already a firm quote and usually some wiggle room to negotiate down. Currently, we are just receiving indications, not even for firm quotes. Our renewal period is May 1st to May 1st. Initial indication shows that the maximum rate increase for the city's property sharing rate was about a week ago, and this is all new information. Maria just came in and told me, Peter, you're not aware of this either, but the estimated rate increase was about 37%, and that's what we expected on a worst-case scenario. As Arthur J. Gallagher continues to fill our program, that rate increase may be increasing now into the mid-40s. So we are still working. We will continue to work with Arthur J. Gallagher to make sure that we fill the capacity. We are looking to obtain $50 million of windstorm insurance. It's what we've had for the last 5 years. It's what we believe we need to have. We hope to get and fill that capacity, and we will probably be working with the underwriters and the London market probably through the end of April.
That is
What is, Raquel, first off, thank you for your team and for everybody involved. Obviously, it's not very good news. What are we looking at in regards to just from year over year? What are we paying additional? I know you gave us a percentage, but I want, because people are going to ask me.
So this year, we are looking at probably just on the property insurance. So we are renewing all our lines of insurance, right? But the issue is on our property lines of insurance, we are looking anywhere between a $1 million to a $1.2 to $3 million increase just in our premium, which is about a 40% rate increase. In addition to that, our property values have increased. So yes, our rate increase is going to increase anywhere between 35 and 45%. Our property values have increased by approximately 18%. So our premium increase is going to be close. We were hoping it was going to be $1 million. It might be a little bit more than $1 million. And we had seen in the last 5 years, the property market has been hardening the last 5 years. But the last 5 years, we've been seeing single-digit increases.
We have new buildings too, right?
Yes, we have the Garage 7, we have the Country Club that were also added, and so that also increased.
The new fire station eventually is forthcoming.
Fire station, that's not added yet.
I know, but
because
it's going to be.
It will be added. We had our bridges appraised, which we hadn't had them appraised in over 15 years. That increased also the values of our property.
But this, help me understand, you list here a variety of things that are covered by the policy, which at least are not sort of, I wouldn't strictly call sort of properly related things. So the amount you're talking, when you say that it's an additional $1+ million on property, but it's
alone.
also to cover all the things I see listed here, which range from
The not to exceed number.
deadly weapon protection coverage to all this stuff, terrorism, property and liability, this is like the whole sort of gauntlet of, right?
Everything. It's the city's entire insurance package, not only on property liability, excess workers' comp.
And for the windstorm component, which I think you just said was 50 million?
50 million of
In coverage?
windstorm in coverage.
That's just covering our facilities, our
Correct.
brick and mortar facilities, right?
Correct, correct.
It's not covering like infrastructure, like trees and, that kind of thing.
Correct.
Buildings.
Just buildings.
I mean, are we, this may be a silly question and I'm not in the industry, but it's a lot, it's a big policy. I understand we have a lot of facilities, but I guess, at what point
overinsured?
At what point are you overinsured on property? I mean, the
So
new police and fire building, for example, is a large and significant building, but it's also a pretty hardened building, to say the least. It's an EOC, so how much insurance coverage do you really need from windstorm for a facility like that? I would presume, hopefully not a ton, because that's the whole point, right? So walk me through that a little bit, just to sort of understand.
Do you have the CAT model here? So just to give you an idea, Hurricane Irma, which was, I think,
Right.
came in
I was
through
gonna ask you that.
a Category 1 storm. It was basically a wind event. We suffered $7 million in damage.
7 million? Okay, I was going to
million.
ask you that. That's
So
good to know.
Category 1, windstorm event, $7 million of damages, also 5 years ago. So
Can you give me, and I'm not asking for every line item, but generally speaking, what buildings suffered $7 million in damages?
So it was a combination, right? We had new roof, mostly they were roof issues in our pump stations. So the youth center got a new roof, the Miracle Theater got a new roof, the museum got a new roof, 72nd also was new roof. So it was new roof as a result of the damage done by debris.
Shouldn't that also help bring down the
Yes, and so.
policy? New roofs?
Yes, and
Yeah.
so we update our, what's called our, the scope of all of our buildings. We provide a report to our underwriters, and we advise them. We actually meet with the underwriters from London, and we inform them of the new roofs, the impact windows, that our properties are appraised. And we have what's called a CAT model, and we would show us what a 250-year storm, the damage that a 250-year storm would bring to the city, and it is approximately $30 million. And so that is why I believe.
That is not what it appears to be. I think we looked at that extensively last time, and the problem is how much risk are we willing to accept. We have some
So
structures.
sorry, just why I want to make sure we're talking about. I heard you clearly while you're addressing it. You're saying that underwriter said a significant storm might cause 30 million. Is that basically
What's
what you
called they use either a 500 or a 250 return period storm, and I don't know if you want to
What does
explain.
that mean?
You want to explain that a little bit better?
said? That means a mega storm.
That is not.
It's like a once in a lifetime storm type of basically. Hopefully.
That's a very complex study by Applied
Okay.
Research, which I deal with.
Okay.
So I think we need to look at it more in the terms of what storm are we willing to accept. What we had in the West Coast was a Category 4 storm. It caused a tremendous amount of damage. You have storm surge. You have storm surge in our facilities down south. We have storm surge in our bridges. We have older historical structures that are not at the level of the public safety building. We are improving all these structures. We still are a building like this will never get to that point. So looking at what we have as far as $50 million, I think it's reasonable. It's
a lot.
It's reasonable.
I'm just
coverage.
saying. Listen,
It
I
depends
will not
what you-
pretend to be an expert in this, but I'm going on the information you're giving me, and you're telling me that this company said for a sort of storm of a lifetime, 30 million, and we're insuring for 50.
That information is a little.
You don't
bit-
agree? I get it.
It's a little bit
So
different.
maybe you do
Well,
35 or
know-
40, but you're
I
going
know where it
50.
comes from. I know because I deal with it all the time. It's
Okay.
in the wind
Also,
tunnel.
how much of a difference does a policy really make at that
In
point?
the wind
Let's
tunnel
say
field.
I'm just now brainstorming with you guys.
Right, you
go down to 40 million in coverage.
Yeah, how much would
Would that really matter in terms of your premium?
That's going to be my question. How much would it? Because not many options. I mean, one would be to go to 40 million, for example. But would you save much money for the
Yeah.
extra risk you're taking on? I
So-
don't know what other options there are.
In today's hard market and with the capacity crunch we're having and everything else that Raquel spoke about earlier, going from a 50 to a 40 is not going to create much of a credit,
Right.
unfortunately. So this morning, I've been on
But
the
I figured,
phone since
yeah.
4 a.m. in the morning with underwriters, getting prepared for what I heard overnight or what I woke up to at 3 o'clock in the morning, which was a rate increase difference.
Yeah.
And I even went out and said, well, what if we secured a 25 million for now, and then continue to buy the extra 25 million? And the price decrease, the premium decrease from a 50 million to a 25 million is barely $1 million. Barely.
So can I ask you a quick question, if I may, just dovetailing off the vice mayor? We as a city carry more windstorm than much other larger cities, correct?
No, and I don't have that
Not
study in front of you.
necessarily. There's actually a benchmark that we prepared together with
We did a benchmark and we looked at what other
Which by
cities.
the way, I'm not saying we're even debating going against the recommendation.
Yeah, neither am I. I'm just
this is
asking
not
the
my
question.
profession. Trust me, I'm like you guys. I open up the envelope when my insurance carrier sends to me, and I'm just like, take a step back. I'm like, what just happened? So we're in a tough market right now, and I understand that
Extremely
completely. And I'm trying to find ways to save money without jeopardizing the
Sure.
city.
Agreed.
And that's what the entire commission is trying to do right now. We're just trying to understand this because I'm not an insurance salesman, so I don't really understand the market as a whole.
So we did do that benchmark. We looked at other cities and in terms of, so we have our total insured value is $340 million. So, we have a lot of large buildings. We have a lot of property that we insure. So the 50 million is only a small portion of that. And so we looked at the city of Fort Lauderdale, the city of Miami Beach, the county, and we are well within the norm of, at least when it comes to windstorm insurance, in terms of what we have for our total insured value, which is a
Do they have more
340.
buildings than us? Do they have maybe more needs? So they actually carry more windstorm than we do.
Some do, some carry less. So we're within the norm.
But our
We're
biggest
not-
risk is really wind. I mean,
That's our biggest
fire,
risk.
we have a terrific fire department. We have building codes, super. And we haven't had a major fire in a long time. So probably fire is not the biggest risk. It's
That's
hurricane.
correct. That's correct.
So we have obtained some savings in another line of insurance. So we have excess workers' compensation insurance. And our current deductible for workers' compensation claims is $500,000. We received a quote from another carrier that said if we increased our deductible from $500,000 to $1 million, we would be able to save about $380,000 in premiums. So we looked at a report of the history of all our workers' compensation claims, and none of our claims in the last 10 years had hit the deductible of $500,000. So we have decided to increase our deductible to $1 million to realize about $380,000 worth of savings. And we feel that that is a low risk that we are taking based on our history. Our loss history runs the last 10 years.
And that's already built into the quote that you've
Yes.
got here.
Commissioner Kaysen, we also have an issue of storm surge in our coastal zones, in our bridges and our sanitary infrastructure. We also have to be careful because after a storm, your construction prices escalate tremendously. So if you remember, after Hurricane Andrew, the prices doubled or tripled as far as construction. So we have to look at all those issues. The return periods that they're providing, I understand. I went over it completely. I talked to their technical people. The theoretical analysis is correct, but it's not what it appears to be.
Is there any I've heard from homeowners now, which I recognize is a totally different animal, but still, is there any upside to sort of bifurcating coverage where you have like windstorm with somebody and other coverage with other? I know a lot of, homeowners have done that and reached a better premium situation, but I realize there's a lot more involved in this type of policy.
It's a very good question, but we're already doing that.
Okay.
We use about a dozen different property insurance carriers to create the entire property
Got it.
portfolio. It's a worldwide problem because we don't just go to Lloyd's of London. We use U.S. insurance carriers also to complete this placement, and we also use Bermuda carriers. So we are out there, and there are probably 4 dozen different property insurance carriers out in the open market that we went to that will have interest in city properties. And we're working through it. The other problem we have is that no one is releasing quotes more than 30 days before inception.
Right.
So I gather there's a certain sense of urgency as well. You said May 1st or something, we run out. What happens if we didn't do anything today? What would happen if we didn't have any
Might go up.
resolution of this until May sometime? What would happen? What's the downside?
So I'm going to answer your question with a statement. The earlier we can bind coverage and capture that capacity that has been provided to us as we continue to fill it, the better we're going to be. Because what I'm seeing is that as the days go by, the rates are going up because the capacity is going down, and the insurance carriers are just sitting there with, I'd rather give you the capacity at 10 points more than you because I can.
By capacity, you mean the amount of money they have available to put in Florida for this purpose?
So just to give you an example, we place $50 million of windstorm and all other perils. So everything's included in that. And then you have some additional all other peril coverages. But on that $50 million, there could be a carrier that's giving us $2.5 million. Another one is giving us $1 million. It's like a quilt. I call it a quilt. It ends up looking like a puzzle at the end of the day because it takes several different carriers, and they're not all doing the same percentage of the 50 million. Some may be taking 10% of it vertically, others may be taking 10% of it horizontally, and it clearly really does become a quilt. Actually, you have a picture of it there, of what it looked like last year. So
It could come apart.
well, it's going to come together. There's one major question here that we all have, and that is, will 100% of it be placed by May 1st? And we don't know that until the day comes. So my suggestion to Raquel early this morning and to the city manager last week was, let's bind whatever we can as soon as we have it. So if we have the primary 25 in any shape or form, we should bind that and not give that capacity up, because if not, someone else is going to take it.
Right.
Got it.
Sounds like very good advice. And the other thing is, although the weaker storms for us, hurricanes are starting earlier and earlier and earlier.
Yeah, that's
And
true.
although we have, the best building code, some of our structures are older.
Yep.
So we have to be mindful of that.
We
just
would
want-
like to bind as soon as possible, and that's what we're here today.
I just want to add that we've dodged a lot of hurricane bullets of late, the ones that make a turn away from us at the last second. And we've seen the impact, God forbid we get hit, but they're getting closer and closer. And better, what's the old saying, better safe than sorry.
We can't take the risk.
And to the Vice Mayor's point, I mean, we are trying to think outside the box and think creatively, and we are looking at, do we insure certain buildings for all other perils and not windstorm, right? So garages, do we need to insure them for windstorm, or we just insure them for fires? But what we're realizing is that really doesn't move the needle in terms of savings. So we're not sure, saving $20,000 or $30,000 in premium is worth the risk of having certain garages not insured for windstorm, right? We can maybe.
Potentially
and so
having a catastrophe on our hands.
Right. So we are looking, we are on the phone on a daily basis. We are meeting with our insurance advisory board as well. We met with them twice. They are fully aware of what's going on. They understand what is going on in the market. This is just unprecedented.
So to bind,
Penny wise, pound foolish.
Yeah. So to bind today, we need a motion.
So,
I make a motion.
so today before you is with that not to exceed number.
Yes.
Understood.
We'll continue to negotiate.
Okay.
From conversations that I just had with Maria today, we may exceed that, and we might go up, but we will come before you in May if we go over that 3.9 million.
We're good.
We have a motion from the
Motion
Mayor
and a second.
Kaysen.
But Mayor, Commissioners, we would like to be able to bind insurance while we can.
Okay.
Do it.
Second.
Mr. Clerk.
Any public comment?
Mr. Mayor, before we go,
I'm
we
sorry,
have-
there's public comment. I apologize. Excuse me.
Mr. Rip Holmes wishes to speak on the item.
Thank you all both. I'm taking notes. I'm going to replay this one. Sorry, but so Rip Holmes, I live here in Coral Gables. I have a business, and can I say a strange thing? Thank you for addressing the nightmare. You think the city has a bad 37% raise? Try 300%. 300%, right? I had the good luck of attending the Florida Tax Watch organization. They had their annual meeting here. These people are incredible. If you get a chance to go to one of their meetings, don't miss it. So they gave us, the people in attendance, a full breakdown on how the state government, these people are incredible. They had Jimmy Petronas speaking, all the great leaders you get to meet, and I don't, but I finally did. Anyway, so they had everything knocked, right? Except climate change. And so here we have these incredible people helping the city who got to actually talk with the reinsurers. But I said in a very humble way, when I realized they're not talking about climate change, I said, if I'm a reinsurer, I wouldn't be too sympathetic to the state of Florida and its insurance woes if they're not even addressing warmer waters causing more intense hurricanes. That's irresponsible. Where am I going with this? I know that you all have been trying to get the word across, trying to communicate to deaf ears in Tallahassee about these climate change issues. We need to, a 300% hike in my insurance. We need to blow whistles. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. We have a motion and a second?
Vice Mayor Mena?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Kaysen?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to time certain at 11 o'clock, item G1.
Is a discussion item on Catalonia and Salvador Park. Okay.
Go ahead.
And we had a neighborhood, a sunshine meeting in the park area, discussing both, the condition of the park there and the desires of the community. And also, the need for strong enforcement when the park goes through its transition period. City Manager, do you have an update for us on when the Salvador Dog Run will be done?
Yes, our Public Works Director will give you the schedule. We'll provide the schedule, Commissioner.
Okay.
Good morning, Hermes Diaz, Public Works Director. So we broke ground last week and completion scheduled for July.
July?
Yes, 3 months.
Thought it was June.
I heard June too.
I heard June. I heard mid-June.
60 days for completion and 30 days to finalize the final punch list. So we are in April, May, June, the end of June, the very end of
Okay.
June.
You can kind of push it along a little faster.
We
'cause the
can try to
community-
push them along, yes.
Yeah, the community is up in arms over the, the use of the space, the misuse of the space.
Right.
It's become a very.
Right. Yeah, we're
Obviously.
60 days for snatcher completion and 30 days for final. So that's the schedule, 3 months.
And as Commissioner Anderson, we had the Sunshine meeting. Thank you, the city clerk, for being there, Dina, Public Works. And, we've been addressing the issue with Catalonia Park for some time. We've been looking for solutions, temporary solutions, with the idea that we will provide more dog parks. Obviously, at Salvador Park, there is a boom in dog ownership in Coral Gables. I think everywhere we go, everyone we talk to, the number of dog owners. So maybe 5 years ago, it wasn't that big of an issue, but now it's a major issue. And we need to address it and be fair about it. So when we had our meeting with the residents, it was a Sunshine meeting, open to anyone, but mostly it was residents around that area. And they understand and they communicated that. There are folks that are not following the rules and regulations of unleashed dogs. And folks, it's almost a situation that is almost unmanageable. That's why it's so important to bring online Salvador Park. The interior fencing, that thank you to Fred and your team and the city staff, we put new sod there because it got worn out.
Quickly.
The interior fence, yeah, you did it in 24 hours, and we really appreciate it. We really did.
The sod getting worn out.
It's fantastic. Yeah.
Both worn out and installed quickly.
For the residents that are missing sod on their front lawn, you know where Fred got it. But the reality is that interior fencing from day one was temporary, so we can transition and try to keep some semblance of peace and order. But unfortunately, it's becoming more and more difficult. So at that discussion, at that meeting, the idea was, and correct me if I'm not, correct on what I'm about to say, was once Salvador is open for the dog play area there, the permanent dog play area, we remove the interior fencing at Catalonia Park. And my understanding from commission meetings ago, at that point, we transitioned Catalonia to be primarily a children's park and have the dogs owners to go to Salvador. So it's what I'm trying to say is I want to put on the record and we can have a resolution on the official steps that we plan to take so that the community understands they're not surprised. But also, very importantly, we talked about police, code, and community recreation come up with a defined enforcement plan that maybe it could be an attachment to the resolution, because we can't just think and hope that people are going to follow the rules and regulations. 99% of them do, but the 1% that don't really create chaos for everybody else. So I want to come up with a defined plan on how we're going to transition and how we're going to enforce. And that was our conversation. And, Fred, you were there with the residents who attended the meeting.
Yeah, and I'll just add that, for code enforcement to deal with all those individuals that choose not to follow the rules is going to be a little bit of a tough calling for them, because some are not so nice. And sometimes, that's, so I lean towards, we may have to have police come in for the initial, 30-day period or whatever period it is, to get the message across. Because we have people on both sides of the fence, pardon the pun on it, the one that, they don't want the temporary one taken down, temporarily or now until there, and then some that never want it taken down, and some that want to turn it all into a dog park forever. But I believe in respecting what the community there had voted for and following through on that request. And nor do I want to go back on what our word was when we initially slated this. But we do need a strong, clear enforcement plan, clear language, of what's going to be going forward in that park, whether it be no dogs or on leash. Those words have to be in front, so people have the message without having to read an entire paragraph.
And we don't want confrontations, and, it's not this issue, not this situation, but, in the past, I know, for example, at the youth center, we talked about it years ago, we had staff trying to monitor the field on Sundays, and they had to call the police because the folks that were using it incorrectly basically threatened the staff member. Right. And, unfortunately, things haven't changed, and residents shouldn't be enforcing our rules. We should be enforcing our rules, and for the peace and safety and well-being of everybody. So, and if there's any way to expedite Salvador Park's dog play area, let us know.
We'll do our best.
Okay.
We'll pass whatever resolutions needed to move things, because somehow, some way, we need to make both ends meet and in an efficient and effective way.
So, yeah, they broke ground last week, so we'll push them.
I have a question is, what can code enforcement do, particularly if the people involved are not Coral Gables residents, for example? I mean, what I can see what police can do, but how would you cite somebody for doing something wrong with the dogs if they don't even live in Coral Gables? And I'll bet you a lot of those people aren't.
So it's, a code enforcement citation can be issued, and there's a fine associated with it.
So they have to pay it if they don't live in Coral Gables?
Yes, I mean, of course they can pay for it. The challenge is then enforcement if they don't pay, because it's not it wouldn't be a lien against the property.
How do they cite a non-resident?
They issue a citation under the name of that person.
But if that person's belligerent, let's say, and they don't want to cooperate, participate.
That's like anything else.
Well, then and then they can. They don't have the person's name.
That's a real world
Of course.
situation. I don't live here. You can't cite me.
I think we have to rip the Band-Aid off, because I think we're creating the sort of situation by trying to appease everybody. And I think we went temporary with this until Salvador. I would agree that once Salvador is open, I won't be here. It'll be your decision.
You're
but
still here.
I would say I would go no dog at that point here. Yep. Because if you continue doing this on leash and that, you're going to continue having those situations.
Guys, every day when I drive by the park in front of the Coral Gables, excuse me, I forgot the name now. Catalonia, I apologize. Everybody has their dogs without leash. Every day. Got to make a decision on what we're going to do.
Right.
Got to make kids, toddlers, I get calls all the time. We've got to, it's a tough situation, but we're for the first time ever, we're delivering 4 to 5 dog parks in this community. We got to have spaces for everybody.
And you got to be willing to look people in the eye and say, look, we're not going to have 15 of these. Yeah. We want to have them. We want to have enough options for people. I think it's reasonable to say, look, we pushed the Commissioner Anderson's, leadership on the issue to have this at Salvador Park. It's going to be great. But that means that this one then goes back to status.
By the way, and there's also a big park that we're in the process of negotiating right now that we hopefully will come online in the near future. That'd be a great opportunity to have dogs there also in a certain area, running free. But we gotta also understand that the little parks like Catalonia cannot have kids and dogs run loose. And every day I go by there, it's a German Shepherd that's constantly loose there. One day something's gonna happen, like Commissioner Menendez said, someone's gonna get bit.
You're gonna have,
and it's not the dog's fault. It's it's usually the child's fault. A young child that grabs a dog by mistake, and it just happens.
And you're gonna have Fred's department having to resod every few months because it's not a big enough piece of land to really be a dog park that's functional in the right way. So,
So we wanted to have that enforcement plan detailed, worked out. How much time?
We'll provide that to the next commission meeting.
Next commission meeting.
But we have a pretty long list of items. So we got an update. It's coming. The park will be done in June. We'll have a detailed breakdown in regards to enforcement as per Commissioner Menendez's request.
Yep.
And we'll bring it to the next commission meeting.
Correct.
Mr. Clerk, do you have that? Can we put that on the next commission agenda?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there anything else from the team? Okay. Perfect. Do we need to do?
I was gonna say that there's another very similar item
Let's go to G4. Let's go to G4. We'll deal with G4 here now, too. No, makes sense. I appreciate it.
We're on topic here.
This is more of an update from you all.
Yes.
So tell us what's happening.
So I think we have upon your direction, we had a sketch for a design of a possible concept. As you know, when we discussed this, to have a dedicated dog park area at Mallorca Park, this is a little different than Catalonia, because we're not looking at a temporary, we're looking at a permanent installation here. And we'll go over the design in a second. But what we think to do is present this as a concept, and we want to go out to the community. So we don't have one group versus another group.
Okay.
We advertise it out. We've advertised it April 26th. It's going to start going out now. We're getting the door hangers done. We'll put it out in the community. So we'll have a very healthy discussion as to whether this goes or whether it doesn't.
I welcome it.
If I can say,
So,
Mayor, Commissioner, Catalina Park was a temporary facility. This is a permanent facility. So we're doing the same outreach that we would do as a brand new park to make sure, because this was not addressed when this park was being proposed. So it will be the same outreach that we normally do for a brand new park, since we're completely changing the concept of the park.
So this
the
dog
design-
area is the light green area?
Right. So the design as portrayed here, the dark green would be the fenced-in area for the dogs. Over to the western side is the play area. We still have that rock formation with the hill that goes down. That would still be area for children and kids and families. And then it would be a complete fenced-in area for the dogs over on the east side of the park. There are a couple of entryways, as you see, for maintenance, and then there's the one double door that you need for a dog park to make sure that the dogs don't get out when you're doing the transition. And it's surrounded by the walkway that goes through, starting on the west side all the way through the north, starting on the east side all the way through the north, all the way to the west. So the fencing would kind of border that landscape area and would have the areas for walkways to go in.
This is about 8 blocks from Salvador Park, maybe?
Yes, it's right across the street from the country club. It's on Alhambra.
What's the square footage in the children's play area versus the dog area?
I don't have that exact number.
You have
in terms
more or
of
less feet?
Well, you're looking
length?
at, it's...
Which side is which here?
The dark green is the dog area.
It's east.
So
Granada's on the left.
So if you're looking at, it's probably 5,000 square feet, I think, if that.
Yeah, and it's going to have some pretty
I
heavy
mean, this was a
wear.
concept. We didn't do the survey. We didn't do exact measurements yet. It was just kind of like this is what it would look like.
No, I understand it's a concept. Knowing how grass won't live.
So, no, you wouldn't, this requirement would require the artificial dog grass or some other grass, just like we're having, just like we're
artificial
witnessing in
turf,
Catalonia.
artificial turf or sand, basically.
Yeah, so, I mean, artificial turf, if you do it with the proper technology, getting rid of some of the heat aspects of it, you can do it. Grass is not going to work there long-term, because like mentioned with Catalonia, we'd be replacing that sod every couple months.
So you're going to have what? Sorry, what kind of material?
It would either be, you would have to do the artificial turf. There's canine dog grass that's specifically for dog parks. You can do sand. There's a couple of other things
that
out
the
there, like
scope of-
gravel and things like that, but, it all depends. There's strengths and weaknesses to each surface.
This seems awfully close to Salvador Park to me. I'm just saying.
Right.
Yeah.
Is it true that the scope of Salvador changed to be sand?
It was
always been
sand
from the beginning.
It's only
yes.
been sand because gravel doesn't work, the rocks don't work, the grass doesn't work.
Artificial doesn't work?
Artificial turns, you get rug burn on it. Rug burn, I've taken mine to the Coconut Grove Dog Park, and when they run fast, the skin peels off the paws. It's not pretty. So if it's going to be anything that could handle a larger dog, then you have to be concerned about that rug burn. If you're talking
We have
about
other sand-based dog parks locally? Are they
it'll
like sanitary?
The beach. Oh, the
What is
sanitary, it's like
Kennedy
big
Park?
kitty
I
litter
remember
box.
Kennedy Park City, Miami
Big
has.
kitty litter
It
box,
was
you
more
get it
gravel.
all when you pick up.
There's more gravel.
All right.
fine
Gravel-
rock, crushed, not the thick pebble gravel, but the crushed surface.
Why
is
don't
on
we
it.
do this? So why don't we do this? We're taking this to the community. Let's listen to the community, see what they have to say.
All right, sounds great.
That's why it's here.
But
because
we
listening
are
to the community.
delivering on a lot of needs for park lovers. I just want to make sure we're not taking away needs for residents.
Right.
We're
Just
doing
want to
what we
make
can.
sure.
Yeah,
wanna
I'm
make
a little, to lose a green space like that.
It's understood. We're just
so
bringing it
close.
to the directions that we were given.
I understand.
It's tricky. We gotta just
Yeah,
think about that.
absolutely. I agree.
We'll find out what the community really wants.
We'll do that.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr.
Thank you.
Mayor-
Let's move on to H1.
Mr. Mayor, before you move on, we do have a member of the public requesting to speak on this item.
Go ahead.
It's Ms. Kayla Riera Gomez. She's on Zoom.
Ms. Gomez, welcome to the city.
You're on mute.
You're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I appreciate your letting me speak. I live at 4321 Southwest 16th Street, which is Little Gables. I use this park almost daily, both for my dog and my children. I absolutely agree that the addition of a fence it will increase safety and will increase usage of that park. Families that are using the Majorca Park are families that typically live north of Alhambra. It's our neighborhood gathering place. People walk down. It's a different usage than a lot of folks are using Salvador. Many kids, ride their bike to that park. And if you're north of Alhambra, then, riding to Salvador Park is just not really an option. So I look forward to, public comment on that, but I think this will be definitely an improvement to that park and increase its usage by the community.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Moving on to item time certain H1. I'd like to see if we can catch as many as possible before we have lunch at 1.
H1 is a resolution of the City Commission requesting a proposal for artwork with an all-inclusive budget of $1.25 million from the artist Frank Stella.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Catherine Cathers, Arts and Culture Specialist with the city. I'd like to provide a brief background and then hand it over to Mr. Jose Valdez-Fauli, who is here as an appointed member of the Cultural Development Board to speak on their behalf and answer any questions. In December, the Arts Advisory Panel discussed Mayor Lago's interest in acquiring work by the artist Frank Stella and recommended requesting a proposal from Mr. Stella plus 2 additional artists. The panel agreed that a work by an artist of this stature would require a significant budget and should be prominently placed. In March, the Cultural Development Board reviewed the panel's recommendation and did not accept it in whole. The board discussed the scope of the project, recognized the panel's support of the artist Frank Stella, and made a motion recommending a proposal for artwork valued at $1.25 from Frank Stella. So a little bit about the artist. Frank Stella was born in 1936 in Massachusetts, and since its first solo gallery exhibition at Leo Castelli Gallery in 1960, Stella has exhibited widely throughout the U.S. and abroad. Early in his career, his work was included in several significant exhibitions that define the art of the post-war era. Frank Stella's work can be found in notable public collections and museums, too numerous to read here, but they are listed in the supporting documentation. We would like to propose that the artist consider Pont Circle Park as a location for the work, as it would complement the exceptional artworks being installed at the plaza and further establish Coral Gables as a leader in the arts and a destination to view world-class artworks. We are especially interested in the artist proposing a piece from his Star series, which is meaningful to the artist's visual vocabulary. He started exploration of the star in the early 1960s on paper, becoming increasingly prominent in his work into the 2000s and continuing to this day. Funding for the proposed artwork is through the Art Fund, which is generated through Art in Public Places and Private Development Program, and would come back to the Commission as a separate item along with the proposed design.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We are trying, in the Cultural Affairs Council, we are trying to see if we can, instead of investing in smaller works to put in different buildings all over the city, to try to concentrate on major works so that we have major monuments in the city to art. Frank Stella speaks for himself. Frank Stella is one of the major painters of the world, the country. Frank Stella is in all the major museums in the world and in the United States. He practices modernism and minimal art and abstract expressionism. And we frankly think that this is a much better investment for the city than doing smaller works in different places and investing most of the money in one particular piece that is important enough in a major area of the city. So the Cultural Affairs Council, which I'm here representing, recommended that we purchase a Frank Stella work and that we allocate $1.25 million from the Art Fund. This is money that is in the Art in Public Places Fund. It is not, it is money contributed by the developers when they're doing their buildings to the Art in Public Places Fund. It is not taken from the city's budget or from the city operating expenses and can only be used for public art.
So it's not taxpayer dollars, right?
Excuse me?
It's not taxpayer dollars.
No, this is not taxpayer dollar. This is contributions of the 1.5% of the building values that are, of the buildings that are being constructed in the city.
Mm-hmm.
This is a program that the city has, which is modeled after the Miami-Dade County program that was started many years ago. And it is a program where the fund to put public art in the different places and buildings.
I have a repetitive question to piggyback on Commissioner Anderson. So once those dollars come from the developer art fees, they go into that fund, they can only be used for
That's
that
correct.
purpose.
That is correct.
So it's really just a matter, to your point, which I think is a fair point, of whether you spend that sum of money on a few pieces of art or one more monumental piece of art, which your point is well taken. I agree with you. I would like to see sort of a few more like significant pieces as opposed to volume, have more like, not to say, well, I think everything we have is quality, but have something more significant that people can engage with. I think even with the temporary installations we've seen, just the last few weeks in Pond Circle Park, you see that it kind of brings people out to the area in a nice way. I have just one question, which is, Mr. Sella is obviously one of the most reputable artists in the world. Does that kind of sum, which I recognize is a lot of money, but relatively speaking, does it get you a piece of art that is has the scale that you would want to see somewhere like Pond Circle Park? You don't want to spend that kind of money. I get that it's like buying, the best of the best, but can you get something of scale that's appropriate for that space?
That's a great question, and that is something that we considered, and we were told and guided by the fact that that would get us an important piece.
Okay.
And also,
That's what we were told.
To Mr. Valdez-Fali's point, we've had conversations with the gallery, multiple conversations with the gallery who represents him. I think when you talk about monumental artists around the world, he's probably one of the top 3 most important artists living today.
Right.
How old is he?
86, I believe.
He was born in
I believe he's
36.
86.
You're talking about this gentleman along with Richard Serra, some incredible titans in the art world. I think that I've asked Catherine, I was going to just give you your blessing to explore opportunities to see what it would be. We start negotiating, we try to figure out what works we can get, but I'd like to bring back to the commission all options that are on the table and have the commission, along with the board, decide, do we go a little bit more or do we go a little bit less in regards to expenses? I don't just want to pigeonhole us just going after a sculpture of that one particular value. I want to see the range and then have it presented to the boards give us their guidance, and then we come back. This is money that is not taxpayer money.
Right.
This is money that can only be used to buy art. So what I would like to do is I would like to buy the best work that is in every major museum, that is in every major sculpture park, that is something that is exhibited and it is one day, when you walk into, for example, when you drive in New York and you see a Calder sculpture, people know it's a Calder. This is the type of scope and breadth that you get with the work from Frank
And I think that location, Pond Circle Park, really merits something of that stature, and
So will this
it's
be
lacking
something
right
original,
now.
or will this be perhaps a replica of something else done by him elsewhere in the world?
I believe it would be either an existing piece or a commissioned piece.
The original work that would be.
Would be an original piece.
It would be an original piece. I don't know whether it would be in a series or not, but we would have that information.
But I would like to clear up again Commissioner Anderson's point and Commissioner Menendez's point that this money cannot be used for sidewalks, cannot be used for green areas. This is money that is strictly for art in the Art in Public Places Fund.
Jose, I just want to add, when it comes eventually, depending, obviously the direction we go, with regards to Pond Circle Park, I personally would like to, if we get there, where it would be placed, because we were at the Moon over the Gables the last couple of weekends, and the use of the park for that event was amazing. You obviously had the Moon on the south end of Pond Circle Park, and it looked almost like a music concert of folks filling most of the park. So I want to make sure whatever art piece, obviously significant art piece we put there, works well with the use of the park. I think it's a great location, but I just want to make sure we take into consideration the uses we'll have for the park. So it blends in, but it doesn't interfere with, crowds or something like that.
We will be back on this.
The board.
Due to the placement and what we pick, and if the budget was accurate, if it's, again, too much, too little, we'll be
Just the
back.
beginning.
Yeah, no.
It's just the beginning.
It was just something popped in my head because
We
of
are working on two phases in the park. The first phase would be the streets and provide accessibility to the park. The second phase is the park itself, Commissioner, and we can incorporate that into our design. And we'll work with our architect. I'll second it.
Mr. Mayor, we have a member of the public requesting to speak on the item, Mr. Jackson Rip Holmes.
Mr. Holmes, good afternoon.
Okay. First of all, I want to beg your indulgence, especially you, Mayor Lago, because I'm probably going to get under some people's skin. But nonetheless, I don't know why we didn't have the public comments first. I would have made my public comment and I'd be out of here before we're talking about this. But I'm boxed in now. I think that this kind of huge purchase of art should be postponed, tabled, set aside, nullified for the time being, because we have higher priorities. And that's going to get into my public comment, so I don't want to zap myself out of a public comment by doing it. So here's where I got to beg you, Mayor Lago, for forgiveness, because in order to avoid killing myself on my public comment, I'm going to go back to Southcom. We sold the Southcom residents to generate, in part, money for art. I think that was a huge mistake. Unfortunately, with my wife facing communism in Peru, which we have to fight every day, it's bankrupting us, I've had to study that. Do you know that we now have 4 to 5 communist countries in Latin America? Mayor Kaysen, you helped fight that, and yet, despite all the efforts, so we needed to be in touch with Southcom. And we might have known that Colombia is now semi-communist, Mexico's going that way, Nicaragua has gone communist, not only Cuba and Venezuela, Peru went communist, they put the guy in jail, it's still being fought. We needed to be in touch with Southcom. We have higher priorities than spending all this money on art. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Kaysen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to move it to public comment so I can get that done with today.
Mr. Mayor, we have 4 speakers today, 3 in person, 1 on Zoom. First speaker is Ms. Maria Cruz.
Yeah, 1 o'clock we'll go. for lunch.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road, Coral Gables, Florida. I have a serious concern about how we look at the compensation report. I think it's really bad that we have people that are paid so little and people that are paid so much. And I understand the compensation report. I think that some people that make a lot of money still should be making more money. But I do not know how to go around it, perhaps instead of percentages, because when you deal with people that make little money, even if you give them 10%, it's nothing. But when you deal with people that are making lots more money, when you give them 10%, it's a lot of money. So maybe there should be some, I don't know, some compromise so the low-paying, low-salaried employees of this city make enough to have a decent life. And that's what I'm mentioning, because when you have people that barely can make, barely can buy the minimum necessities, we're not doing a good job.
Mr. Clerk?
But
Next speaker is Mr. Christopher Challenger.
no, really briefly, just because that reminded me. I had stepped out, unfortunately, during I-6. I just wanted to register my vote in favor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Christopher Challenger.
Mr. Challenger, good afternoon.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you, sir?
Good luck, Mr. Mano, in the future. Christopher Challenger, 265 Sevilla. I'm the president of the Coral Gables Fraternal Order of Police, Lodge 7. I've been a Coral Gables officer for over 21 years. I would like to address you today on an issue that affects the heart and soul of our police department. That's our morale. It is a subject of paramount importance as the effectiveness of our work is directly linked to the spirit and motivation of our officers. First, I would like to address the recent cancellation of our longstanding workout policy. Without any clear explanation other than the union utilizing a grievance process and possible workers' comp coverage, it was removed. Physical fitness is not only an essential to our performance on the job, but it also plays a significant role in our mental and well-being. By abruptly canceling these workouts, we have inadvertently sent a message to our officers that their health and welfare are not priorities. This decision, as trivial as it may seem, has had a negative impact on our department's morale and overall sense of camaraderie. Another issue causing distress among our officers is the department's policy on calling out sick. Just starting recently, when an officer is unwell, and I'll say in a non-uniform manner, a supervisor is sent to their residence to ensure they are home. This practice suggests an underlying mistrust in our officers and creates an atmosphere of suspicion instead of supporting our officers during a time of illness. We are adding unnecessary stress to their lives, further eroding the morale within our ranks. I would also like to bring to your attention another issue that has come to light, further eroding the morale in our department. A significant number of our officers have applied to Miami-Dade County Police Department, and they've had their applications process halted. The reason behind this is deeply concerning. The department has called the Miami-Dade Police Department, asking them not to hire 10% of our department. This action not only undermines the career aspirations of our officers, but breeds resentment and mistrust within our ranks. Lastly, the practice of bringing outside personnel to fill upper rank positions has had a stifling effect on the opportunities for growth and advancement within our department. Our officers who work tirelessly to protect and serve our community deserve a fair chance to rise through the ranks and develop their careers. By denying this opportunity, We are hampering their motivation and creating a sense of stagnation within our department. May I continue?
Of course.
Never mind that the upper rank positions that we're filling with retired personnel come from the very department we are preventing officers to go to. And saying that is not a knock on any people we've brought here. Chief Hanlon, he's doing an excellent job, and it's not a knock on him or anybody else. It's just a morale issue. To rebuild morale, we must first acknowledge and validate the concerns of our officers. We must create an environment that fosters trust, respect, and open communication. It is crucial that we address the issue of interfering with officers' career prospects in other departments. Such actions send a clear message that our department does not support the growth and development of its members, further deteriorating morale and unity. In conclusion, it is evident that our department is facing a critical challenge in maintaining the morale and motivation of our officers. We must confront these issues head-on, starting with recognizing the problems and working together to create a supportive and empowering atmosphere. By doing so, we can restore the pride and motivation that our officers need to excel in their careers and continue to serve the community with dedication and professionalism. And I'd also like to thank the residents of Coral Gables for always backing us up. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Chief, would you be so kind to join us? Thank you.
Sir.
How are you, sir?
Good.
You've always heard the gentleman's statements. Would you like to add anything further, or a little bit more color to his comments?
Sure. We had a grievance procedure about an individual who hasn't worked here. I think it was a total of 24 days. And during those 24 days, on serving our country a military leave, he was in town, took military leave, and notified the SWAT commander that he was not available. He was not in town. The recommendation to me was to remove him from the SWAT team. I chose not to remove him from the SWAT team and put him on an inactive status, which means he continued to collect his money as legally he's entitled to. Part of the workout program that that officer was entitled to was SWAT officers are allowed to work out an hour a day and take their lunch. In 2008, when I was a major and then Chief Hammerschmidt, we started a workout program for patrol officers. If they did not take their lunch break and their 2 15-minute breaks, they were allowed to come in, work out, and then go back with the supervisor's approval. Every officer in this department has that ability to this day of this decision. We also then extended it to our civilian employees. You've heard me say many times about the stresses of being a communications operator. We extended it to them. During the conversation and the grievance procedure that came through, because the union grieved the fact that this individual officer was not allowed to work out under that SWAT auspice. And I stated to him that, and it's recorded because I sent it out to the troops yesterday, that I don't know if you want to go down this road because I'm sure I will be asked, as I was, to do more in-depth analysis of workers' comp claims, calls for service. This body here just gave us 15 more bodies. I've got to justify why we need those bodies. Part of that workout time was factored into that. So the decision was made, when I talked with the manager and the HR director, that until those questions are answered, and as I said in a video to the troops, the workout policy is on hold until we answer those questions. The other problem we have is that we are paying them. Now, we are the only police department in Miami-Dade County that allows their employees to work out on duty. Can't find one. One tried, to the point some other agencies don't even allow their employees to use their gymnasium without signing a waiver. We have the waivers. This city, this body, this department, and this chief have never done that because we have always backed up our people, and that has been completely from the beginning. That's how the program started. It has been suspended. It has been suspended before. It is absolutely written into the policy that is solely the chief's discretion to have this policy. As far as the morale issues, yes, there are conversations. There was an active movement within the FOP to convince young officers to leave and go to other jurisdictions for certain reasons, one of them being retirement issues, which they gladly posted last week that I was in Tallahassee supporting it as a member of the Florida Police Chiefs, saying that they need to change their FRS back to what we have. Now, as far as the officers leaving, several have talked to me. It's a very simple fix. The Miami-Dade Police Department talked with other chiefs, myself included, and we had conversations. You cannot decimate all of your other jurisdictions by hiring en masse, right? Very simple. They just chose not to hire so many people at the same time. There's other departments that have 13. Now, there's a fix to this, and I have given this personally to one of the officers who came to see me. If you want to go to Miami-Dade and you have a job, and they're not hiring anybody currently working in Coral Gables, quit. Once you quit, they're going to hire you because you don't work here anymore. Now, the other policy that everybody needs to understand is that it has been my policy that if somebody leaves just because the grass is greener, I will not bring them back. If somebody applies and they are on Marine Patrol or they are a detective, has nothing to do with their work. It is an operational necessity and easier, I should say, for me to fill the position on an officer than it is a detective. So 2 or 3 of these detectives have applied. I have nothing to say bad about any of them. They were great detectives. They decided to move on. They went back to patrol. Some of them got hired. I don't know what goes on in the minds of the hiring people at Miami-Dade, and they've asked me, okay, what's this person done? Here's the book. It is a very transparent action. But the issue that I have is if it is the position of the current FOP administration to talk officers into going someplace else to better position themselves for benefits here, I think that's a great disservice to the men and women who I lead. Quite frankly, I don't know really what to say. I have had, and I still am, have a great relationship with the union. To this day, even though they don't represent me, I pay dues to the FOP. Always have, never stopped. Some people stop, some people start again. I believe that a morale is a two-sided sword. I will do whatever I can to improve the morale. But if bring morale is so that officers can wear beards, I'm just maybe too old school. I don't think that look works. We have tried, we have looked at it, I will continue to look at it. But if somebody wants to wear a beard in uniform, they don't need to work in Coral Gables. That's Ed Hudak's opinion.
I just want to touch this briefly and we have to move on. First off, thank you for the explanation. Besides undermining the city, our public safety, which there is no room for that, is it your opinion, it is my opinion, so I'll put this out there, that a lot of the maneuvers that you're seeing by the FOP are maneuvers in an effort to somehow, some way intimidate this commission, the city manager, our finance team, and our negotiations team in an effort to somehow, some way get what they want in regards to negotiations for union issues?
I don't know if it's undermining. I mean, there is a YouTube video out. So in true transparency, and I know that word gets thrown around a lot, I sat down like a fireside chat with about, 30 or 40 members. We had anonymous letters because, much to Chris's statements, I'm very intimidating in my department. We had a box that was locked that had questions. I read the questions for the first time and answered them. This is recorded. It's on YouTube. You can see it. We asked question after question after question. The first question out of the box was, and written on a piece of paper, is, when the union votes or if there's a vote of no confidence, will you step aside? And I said no. So that was the first question. And we went on. And honestly, this is not, you have me here to make decisions on what I think is best for the department. And if some people don't like the fact that they weren't ready for those promotions, that's fine. Discipline, I award it. It goes through him being the manager, excuse me. And if it's overturned, it's overturned. They go to arbitration. If we go to an arbitration, but I will tell you, the union's position on arbitrations is, they're going to get someone else outside to look at it. under my administration, all of my cases, city has not lost an arbitration. And I still believe that the union is here to make sure that I do my job right. That's the job of any union. It is not to get bad guys out of jail, to get bad cops. That's my job, is to identify them. Their job is to make sure I do it right. But as equally as is my job to make sure that the residents of this place is safe and that I find the right officers and put them in the right place, the morale is from me and from the union as well. And if you're pushing people to leave the department, my job is to make sure we run this right. And Commissioner, Mayor, excuse me,
You and I have- you have
and
had
Mayor,
many,
you
many,
know,
many
I've
conversations
run
about
this place with 17 bodies down. I'm good with it.
So, first off, I appreciate that. If the commission will indulge me, and I'd like to pass the gavel over to the Vice Mayor. I'd like to make a motion in support of our chief, a vote of confidence for his efforts and for his leadership in regards to the police department here in the city of Coral Gables.
I'll second.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Kaysen,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena.
Yes.
Let's be clear. On both fronts, today we had a settlement. We came to an agreement. Thank you to Raquel, the manager, with our general employees. We need to move forward with the police and the fire. We need to get down to business. We need to cut a deal. You will not intimidate this commission. You will not get me, no matter how many YouTube videos or how many Billy Corbins or how many political blogs you hire. I will not change my opinion. I have full faith and confidence in the manager, full faith and confidence in our city attorney, our city clerk, our fire chief, our police chief. I stand with the employees, but you will not. Anonymous YouTube videos, blogs, one-hit wonders on Instagram, calling elected officials corrupt. It's not gonna happen under no circumstances. I'm not gonna make a decision that will hinder the future of the city based on intimidation, anonymous intimidation. My office is always open. We're available starting 2 o'clock on Fridays. So are my colleagues who are there. I've met with the unions. We've sat down, we've had conversations. We're willing to negotiate, but we gotta negotiate together. We didn't call for an impasse. That wasn't the city's position. That was the union's position, and we move forward. And I look forward to putting this to rest, just like we did with the general employees. Chief, the city stands behind you. We're blessed to have you here in the city, along with every single one of our police officers and our firefighters. Let's get down to the business at hand, and that is protecting our city.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next item.
Next speaker is Mr. Jackson Rip Holmes.
Mr. Holmes.
So this is obviously a tough subject. However, I think it needs to be an open subject, and the people who are watching, you should chime in with your opinions. Because in my experience, in my 25 years since returning to Coral Gables, where I was born, and trying to involve myself with city government to bring a department store to the Miracle Mile area, there is no higher priority. The top priority, the single top budget priority of our voters and our residents is this one. That is to say that they want a strong police force. And I salute the new union president, Chris Challenger, for raising this issue. There is an obvious controversy, and it's not certain as to how it all shakes out. But it's the number one issue of all of our spending. Nothing is more important than this, and it needs to be publicized, and all the people who care about our city should chime in. If we have to err one side or the other, I say we pay the police too much rather than too little. We can't afford to lose good police officers. I am not saying that we all have a full grasp of the issues. But this needs to be public, and it needs to be revisited. And if I were sitting where you are, maybe I'll never get there, I would tell the police, we're going to raise your pay. We don't know how much. Don't leave us.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk.
Next speaker is Ms. Jessica Keller. She's on Zoom.
Ms. Keller, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Keller, and I'm a resident of Coral Gables. I wasn't planning on thanking Mike Mena today, but I want to thank your service and echo what Billy noted as it out for employees who are attacked. You stood up for me when I was employed by the city. You're thoughtful and even-keeled, and it's much appreciated. But now I hope you go on to get to enjoy your life. That said, I really tuned in today to follow up on the public request I made after the last commission meeting 2 weeks ago. I learned that bicycle infrastructure was being excluded from Biltmore Way and requested the preferred alternative and the data to support the decision. I followed up and I've not received a response. I just want to make sure that it's being worked on.
Thank you, Ms. Keller.
Mr. Clerk, will you do me a favor?
Yes,
Make
sir.
sure that we provide Ms. Keller her request.
We will, sir.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker, Mr. Mayor, is Ms. Carelia Carbonell, also on Zoom.
Ms. Carbonell, the floor is yours.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I really do also want to just best wishes to Commissioner Mena. And, it was a beautiful ceremony this morning. So, I just wish him and his family all the best. I do want to read something that's very prevalent today, or obviously it's something very important today as part of the proclamation recognizing Women's History Month. Almost 70 years ago, the city elected its first female commissioner, and please give me a few minutes so that I can read just a brief history on the Honorable Lucille Naher in recognition of that proclamation this morning. In 1951, Lucille Naher won a seat on the Coral Gables Commission as the first female elected official on the dais. Lucille, a native of Ohio, added Madam Commissioner to her other titles of wife, mother, and business owner. She served for 6 years in the Gables City Commission, a 2-year term, and then was reelected to a 4-year term. According to a media report, she declined to seek reelection in 1957 to make way for somebody else. Lucille Pretz was born on a farm in Plain City, Ohio in 1902. After graduating from Ohio University, she moved to Florida to sell real estate. That career was cut short by the real estate bust of 1925, and she pursued an opportunity in government. During that time, she met her future husband, and they moved to Coral Gables, where Lucille lived for 42 years until her death in 1967. As Coral Gables Commissioner, she is credited with bringing a woman's touch to City Hall renovations, including the addition of a mural. At the top of the building, where you are all now, top of the building stairway, is a wall mural painted by renowned American painter and illustrator John St. John. The hall mural is titled Landmarks of the 20s and depicts buildings and scenes from the years of Coral Gables. Commissioner Naher commissioned this piece in 1957. She was also, her other accomplishments, and I'm almost done, her other accomplishments as commissioner included the beautification of the main entrance and plazas and the planting of thousands of trees and shrubs along the pathways. She also sponsored adding and or repairing sidewalks in many neighborhoods, school areas, and commercial districts. Among her many awards and accolades, Lucille Naher was named Women of Achievement or Woman of Achievement by Business and Professional Women's Clubs of South Florida during her first tenure as Coral Gables City Commissioner. So with that said, I thank the Commission for recognizing Women's History Month with a proclamation. And I do hope that now we can all honor Ms. Naher somehow as our first female city commissioner. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, let's close the public comment. I have 3 items that we'll go over really quickly before we go to lunch. Item G7, the flagler section. Discussion?
Want me to read it in, Commissioner?
Yes, go ahead and read it in.
Mayor, do you want to do G7 and G8 together?
Yes.
G7 is a resolution of the City Commission directing the city manager to allocate and earmark mobility impact fees collected from development projects in the Flagler Street section for the purpose of design and construction of streetscape improvements, traffic calming, and pedestrian safety improvements in the areas to address the impacts of new developments. G8 is a resolution of the City Commission directing the city manager to allocate and earmark mobility impact fees collected from development projects in and around the Biltmore and Craft sections for the purpose of design and construction of streetscape improvements, traffic calming, and pedestrian safety improvements in the areas to address the impacts of new developments.
Do we have any public comment?
Yes, sir, we do.
How many?
3.
All right, let's hear them now.
All right, first speaker is Ms. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road, a resident here since 1976. I think I'm going to talk about G7 and E8 because they're about the same comments. I think that these resolutions make a lot of sense. Number one, if the residents are involved in the decisions. Number two, how long is it going to take to make it happen? Saying that we're going to do it and then shelving it and let them come back next year again and say, why hasn't it happened? And please, it has happened before. The fact that you say, let's do this, doesn't mean that it will happen as fast as the ones are waiting, hope. So good to do it, but let's make it happen and not force them to wait till something else doesn't happen. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk?
Next speaker is Ms. Evelyn Diaz.
How are you? Thank you for being patient.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for having this on the agenda. I hope you are all in favor of this, and I'd like this to happen in my lifetime. If not, I have my daughter here, Jocelyn Diaz. If not, it'll happen in hers, but hopefully this can happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Ms. Zuli Pardo.
Pardo, good afternoon.
It's a pleasure to be here on this very auspicious day. First, I want to congratulate Mr. Mena. Thank you, Vice Mayor Mena and Mr. Kaysen. Many congratulations to you, and thank you for the service. I wouldn't want to be sitting up there, believe me, because when I don't agree with you, we get upset, right? Yeah. So I just wanted to thank you for bringing up this resolution. Hopefully, we can get the funding that we need to finally get started with our Coral Gables Flagler Street Section project vision plan. It's still a vision, but we hope this will be a positive step forward. Thank you so much, and congratulations again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Like impact fees, Vice Mayor Mena started many years ago. I mean, the seeds have to be planted in order to make things grow. The purpose of this resolution is to help start that process. We're not going to shelve it. This is one of the projects that I would like to see reach fruition before I pass on, too. You know?
Make a motion.
So I'm going to make a motion.
Second.
And this is as to both resolutions?
Yes.
Do we have to do them both?
I think we'll need two
separately?
motions.
We need two different motions.
Okay, so
G7.
we'll move on G7 first. That would be the one for the Flagler Street section.
Second.
All right. Commissioner Kaysen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes.
The second motion would be for the resolution for the Biltmore Way and Crafts section, as it reads. I'll move it.
I'll second.
Vice Mayor Mena?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Kaysen?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to F6.
What do we got, F6?
F6 is a resolution of the City Commission approving the final plat entitled Gables Village pursuant to Zoning Code Article 14, Section 14-210, platting subdivision being a replat of 113,310 square feet into 3 tracts of land on the property legally described as lots 1 through 22, Block 28, Coral Gables, Biltmore section, Coral Gables, Florida, including required conditions, providing for repealer provision, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. This is a quasi-judicial hearing item. So, Mr. Clerk, please, anyone who's going to be testifying must be sworn in.
Anyone who will be testifying today, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you'll provide today will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Commission. Mario Garcia Serra with address at 600 Brickell Avenue, representing Gables Village Propco LLC, the owner and developer of the Gables Village project, which will be located on the block bounded by Malaga on the north, Santander on the south, Hernando on the east, and Segovia on the west. This project was previously approved by the City Commission in the latter part of 2021. It's part of an entire city block, which is 2.6 acres in size, and is composed of 22 platted lots. The final plat before you today consolidates these 22 lots into 3 tracts, which correspond to each component of the project: the duplex tract, the townhome tract, and the apartment tract. This project is low in scale, was received very well by the city and the neighborhood when the project was approved in 2021. An MG developer, which has already built many award-winning projects in the city, is looking forward to making this project a reality. I have a presentation here, but considering the time constraints, we'll just go through it quickly. Here's the property. Here's the existing plat, which has the 22 lots there outlined in yellow. And this is the new final plat that's proposed today that will consolidate it into 3 tracts. To give you an idea of how the development looks like, here are some recent renderings of the project. Very well received, as I mentioned, by both city staff reviewing it and the various boards in the City Commission, as well as the neighborhood. So that concludes our presentation. We'll reserve time for rebuttal if necessary.
Thank you. Are there any comments or any public comment?
Yes, sir. I'm not sure if you want to hear from staff first.
Yes, I just want to make sure. Wanted to see if there's any comment.
Good afternoon. So this is the last step in the approval process for the Gables Village. Stop everyone's approval. Very brief. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we have one public speaker, Ms. Maria Cruz.
No?
All right.
All right.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second it.
Before we, just want to make sure you put on the record, Ms. Cruz was given the ability to speak. She did not want to speak. It's public comment for anyone who would like to speak. If you sign up, you're more than welcome to speak.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, who seconded?
I second it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Kaysen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. All right, moving on to C4. Thank you. Final item before we go have lunch.
My stomach is.
C4 is my item. I put it on here for discussion. It's update on EV charging infrastructure, electronic billboards, and interactive kiosks. So I'd like to hear from staff, where do we stand? What's the next step moving forward? How are we going to address the issue of electric charging stations in the downtown, and what we're doing to implement fast charging stations? You want to address that after the break?
Mayor, Commissioner, our ACM is handling that. We're looking at all the alternatives with Jolt, Tesla, and so forth. We're analyzing all that, including Ike, and we'll be providing a recommendation on the second meeting in May.
Okay. All right. That's the case, Mr. ACM? Okay, perfect. That's the case. Very fine. Before we leave, have we done consent agenda?
We have not, sir.
Can I have the consent agenda and then we'll have lunch?
Mr. Mayor, I have a request from Ms. Maria Cruz to pull 4 items from the consent agenda.
All right, pull 4 items.
So the request is to pull agenda item E1, E2, E6, and E7.
Can we approve the other ones?
In addition to that, would any member of the city commission like to pull any additional items from the consent agenda?
No.
If not, may I please have a motion?
I'll move it.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Moving on to E1, the first item.
Ms. Cruz?
The comments will be similar for both E1 and E2. Mrs. Maria Cruz, because some people are beginning to call me Miss Cruz, and even in writing, I don't like it. So Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road, Coral Gables, Florida. Here since 1976. E1 and E2, I think is a good move. I think having stuff sitting someplace and not being used is a waste, and I support both of them to send them to where they can be used, places where they can do some good with them. So I don't have any problems with E1 or E2. May I go to E6?
So can we take a vote on E1 and E2, please?
Can we get a motion?
Move it.
5-0.
Seconded? Who seconded?
I'll second. Kason.
All in favor?
Aye.
On E2, please?
Motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, the same goes for E6. I think it's time to be creative and have other groups doing things in the city. And as long as we do not have a major expense for it, I saw the in-kind stuff. I also think that's a good idea.
Mr. Clerk?
May I have a motion, please?
Move it.
5-0.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, now E7. I found this very interesting. E7, I read it, and I couldn't believe that I was reading that the city manager is going to execute an agreement, and one of the things that we're promising this Project Bell is that we're going to be expediting their permits. I didn't want my mic to be off. Expediting their permits. Maybe it's time for the city to expedite everybody's permits, not just companies, not just businesses, because I'm going to tell you, as much as we do not like to agree, as much as we do not like to accept facts, permitting is a mess. And anywhere you go in the city, you find someone that says, it took me a year and a half to do this. It's still not well. I can't wait. And I know for a fact, because somebody was there the other day, and they moved him out of the lobby to talk to somebody, and the answer was, come back and then we'll deal with it some other day. I can clear any lobby like that any day. That's not expediting permits, and that's not what the people want. Okay, consideration should be for everybody, not just the big people. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk?
May I please have a motion on E7?
Move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
We will move on to lunch, and we'll be back in 30 minutes.
All right.
That will be at 1:45.
Recording stopped.
Let's begin. Can we bring in item 2-1?
Yes, item 2-1 is a resolution of the Historic Preservation Board of Coral Gables, Florida, recommending opposition to Senate Bill 1346, House Bill 1317, as written, and strongly encouraging the city to protect its existing historic fabric.
Mayor, Commissioners, good afternoon. This resolution is coming to you today from the Historic Preservation Board, asking you all to oppose House Bill 1317 and Senate Bill 1346.
Recording in progress.
Named local regulation of nonconforming or unsafe structures. As you all know, this is related to protection of historic properties and the ability for property owners to obtain building permits to demolish any nonconforming structures. There have been some amendments to those bills to exempt single-family residences and those on the National Register, but the city still has some concerns regarding the requirements for rebuilding other structures and the city's being preempted in requiring those historic homes to be rebuilt. There's obviously concerns about districts, historic districts, which are not addressed here. And just generally, the city and the Historic Preservation Board have been concerned with this move from the legislature, and the Historic Preservation Board is asking you all to adopt a resolution opposing those bills as they are currently written.
Okay. Any other questions? Can I get an entertained motion?
I just want to make a quick comment. For those that are watching, historic preservation obviously is dear to everyone and is a key component of what we do as a city and what the city is about. But folks, you have to understand that we battle battles in Tallahassee, in the county level, that little by little erode and take away our abilities to function. This is a perfect example. We need energy in the community to help us preserve our historic structures, but we need energy and help and support at other levels of government. It's can't take the eye off the ball. Damage, a lot of good happens, but sometimes things that hurt happen at Tallahassee and at the county.
Understood, Commissioner. That's certainly not the only preemption bill that's in the legislature this session.
We are traveling up to Tallahassee again. I think this is an important resolution to help protect the fabric of our community, because without the historic structures that we have and we work so hard to preserve in our community, our city wouldn't be as special as it is.
My recollection was when this topic first came up at some point, that our sort of initial assessment was that there was very few properties that really were kind of in the crosshairs, if you will,
So
that would be in a flood zone that qualifies. And
so last year, a bill was passed, the one that you're addressing had to do with the flood zones. And we
But
did
this
look
is
at,
not that.
this is not that. This
Got
is a
it.
different bill. This goes a bit further. And it sort of allows, there's a criteria that has to do with coastal high hazard areas that don't meet current building standards, but it also addresses the rebuilding of homes that may have been declared unsafe, perhaps by demolition by neglect, perhaps through no fault of the property owner, but that the cities can no longer require rebuilding of those structures in accordance with the historic elements of the home, et cetera. So it goes beyond what was previously adopted, which did address those flood hazard zones where we didn't have very many non-designated historic homes. That also had a sort of grandfathering clause in for homes that had already been designated. This addresses homes past, future, present designation. And properties, yeah, not homes, excuse me, structures. Single-family residences are exempt from this bill as amended.
Good. Can I get a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Kaysen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on to F1, ordinances on second reading.
F1 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending Chapter 54 Solid Waste to prohibit placing clean yard waste in trash bags and depositing trash bags in trash piles before 6 p.m., providing for severability clause, repealer provision, codification, and providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item, and Assistant City Attorney Gus Ceballos is here to answer any questions.
Hey, sir, are there any changes since first reading?
Good afternoon, Mayor. No, there are no changes.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we do. Maria Cruz.
Ms. Cruz?
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road, Coral Gables, Florida, 33146. Sometimes I guess I take the time to read stuff, and after what happened last time when I tried to talk about bags for leaves, I decided to do a little research, and I found on November 9, 2022, on page 2 of the verbatim comments, Mayor Lago and Rodriguez were talking about the bags. And in the second paragraph, and on the first paragraph, it says the bags, and they're talking about bags, and he said it's completely allowed by the code. Then in the second paragraph, Mayor Lago says, so you can have a black bag or 10 black bags in your trash pit, and that is completely allowed by the code. And then later on, it talks about they can be there 7 days, and nothing can be done about it. And my assumption is, and I know when you assume you may be making the wrong idea, but my assumption is that we are where we are because of that conversation of the black bags and the bags in the pits 6-7 days a week and whatever. But I went further and I requested public records, and because I knew that we had discussed it here last commission meeting, but I knew that there was a second reading today. And then I requested, and most to my surprise, no, not really. May I finish, please?
Can you bring it in for a landing, please?
Excuse me?
May you bring it in for a landing, please?
Okay, I'm going to do my best. That I found out that since January, people have been giving warnings and citations for having bags in their trash pit when this hasn't been enacted yet. So we've been penalizing people, and I have the information here if you want it, Gus.
I can address it.
For having the bags in the trash pits for an extended period, but this hasn't been enacted, so I suggest that maybe this is not China, this is not Cuba, maybe we should enact first and then penalize and warn, not the other way around.
I can address it. So currently, the code does not allow you to put trash bags in your pit before 6 p.m. the day before. So what technically is allowed is that you could have bagged up your clean yard waste and put it out there. So to remove that ambiguity, to remove that confusion, and to basically prevent people from putting those large black trash bags that may be filled with leaves, which is unsightly, now that option is removed. So no trash bags, nothing can be put out, no household refuge is allowed to be put out there before 6 p.m. That's already what the code says. The only thing that's changing is that you cannot put your clean yard waste in trash bags before 6 p.m. the day before your collection.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. As always, there is no nefarious activity, no underhanded, just painted that way by one individual who wants to ridicule the commission and the city. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other comment?
No, sir, we do not.
All right.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Commissioner Kaysen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to F2.
F2 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending Chapter 74, Traffic and Vehicles, Article 1, in general, Section 74-1, definition, and 74-2, prohibiting skateboard use generally in order to prohibit the use of other wheeled conveyances where posted, providing for repeater provision, codification, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item. Deputy City Attorney Stephanie Throckmorton can answer any questions.
Thank you, everyone. This is Commissioner Kaysen's item. There have been no changes since the first reading. Happy to address any questions.
Any other comments?
No.
Entertain a motion?
Move it.
Mr. Mayor, we have a member of the public requesting to speak on this item, Maria Cruz.
Perfect. Ms. Cruz, the floor is yours.
Skateboard.
F2.
Skateboards. Or skateboards.
By the way, 55 years. I think this is a good idea, Mayor Kaysen, but I think it should not only be downtown. It should be everywhere. Because when I get out of my house, I see people on the sidewalk. I have to look both ways before I step on the sidewalk because of exactly what you're talking about. So I support that.
Can I get a motion, please?
We do. We have a motion, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, we already got it?
Yes. Vice Mayor Mena?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Kaysen?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. F3.
F3 is an ordinance of the City Commission authorizing the city to enter into a third amendment to the second amended and restated master lease agreement for the property commonly known as Village of Merrick Park with Merrick Park LLC, formerly known as Rouse Coral Gables LLC, amending Section 3.1 relating to parking to clarify that the license agreement may require consent of additional parties, providing for repeater provision, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. Ms. Sardinez can answer any questions. This is a public hearing item also.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Zeta Sardinez, Asset Manager. Great, Mayor. There have been no changes between first and second reading. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Anything else? Mr. Clerk, are there any comments?
No, sir.
Entertain a motion?
Motion?
Second.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Kaysen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to items on first reading, F4.
F4 is an ordinance of the City Commission providing for a text amendment to the City of Coral Gables official zoning code by amending Article 10, Parking and Access, Section 10-110, amount of required parking, adding parking exemption for newly enclosed roof deck on existing office buildings built as of February 9, 2021, and providing for severability clause, repeated provision, codification, and providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item. The city planner.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Garcia, City Planner. This is Commissioner Menendez's item. This will exempt parking from enclosing an existing rooftop amenity for an office building. We're narrowing that part, so it's built before February 9, 2021, which is when the adoption of the zoning code update went into effect.
So this basically is what I call it workforce-friendly legislation. A lot of people are coming back to the office. And when you have already in use, let's say a lounge area for your employees to have lunch, if an existing building, office building, I think it's constructed before a certain date.
Yes,
So it's older
February
building.
9, 2021.
If you want to create some shade, some canopy for your employees so they can be out there and not burn in the summer sun, this is, right now there'd be a parking requirement, but since it's for their employees that are already there, it makes no sense to add additional parking. So this is a workforce-friendly, and I think something that's needed, especially with the times we live in.
Perfect.
Makes sense.
Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Well, before,
I'll make the motion after she says something.
a couple things. It's talking about enclosed space. And as one of my colleagues in legal profession once said to me, the devil's in the details sometimes. Enforcement becomes the real problem. And without an ability to be able to go on and inspect or right to enter, and I'll just give you some examples. If someone pulls an import permit or has a bonded warehouse, they allow for random inspection sometimes under the type of permit they have. SEC, the individuals that sign up for those types of licensures also consent to different types of inspections and use. So on this reading, I'm not in favor, but on second reading, I'll like to work with staff and see if some language can be put in the ordinance that takes care of those details on inspection to make sure that, you know, while it might be just right now being used for an enclosed space or want to be used for an enclosed space, it doesn't turn into an additional rental. It doesn't, you know, trigger those parking needs that we're trying to avoid. So
If I'm not mistaken, there's a covenant
That's required, yes.
required.
yeah, the covenant is.
This will
one
be
thing.
used as an amenity to the office.
We don't have the covenant. The language is not in the ordinance, so on this reading, my vote will be no.
I'm open to those comments. I watched the Planning and Zoning Board. They had a thorough discussion, and any way that we can safeguard it from misuse, I'm open to it. The spirit and the theme, I think, is is needed, but obviously, let's take care of things on the front end, so we don't have to worry about it on the back end.
No, I agree. I did look at the planning and zoning comments, but this enforcement issue, which we have on other, from dog parks to everything else, I want to tighten up.
Our office can work with staff to, between first and second reading, to build in
Perfect.
some additional enforcement safeguards into the ordinance.
Wonderful.
Okay.
So I'll make the motion.
I'll second it.
Mr. Mayor, we have a member of the public requesting to speak on the item.
Yes.
Maria Cruz.
Ms. Cruz, welcome back.
First reading, F4, rooftop offices.
Believe it or not, I think it makes sense as long, Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road, Coral Gables, Florida. That item makes sense because what I understand is that people that are already using the building can now use the rooftop and not have to have extra parking.
Right.
They're already there. Why would they need extra parking? One of those things that we have that don't make sense. So that makes sense. Now, if there's people coming from the outside to use the rooftop, then we have a problem.
Well, I think so the idea here is if they try to change the use of that space, so if they were to try to hypothetically,
Then that would be a
open a
problem.
restaurant or something, then they would have to have parking.
Correct.
But if they're just enclosing the space and using it for the same use, then they don't.
And I don't have a problem with that.
Thank you.
Sometimes we agree.
I know. More than you think.
Commissioner Anderson,
No.
Commissioner Kaysen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to item F5.
F5 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending Section 62-151, alleys, swale areas, and rights-of-way to be kept clean and mowed in order to provide for a mechanism for the city to provide the required deep cleaning in commercial areas and lien the property for the cost of deep cleaning when a property owner fails to do so after notification, providing for repeated provision, codification, and providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item, and the Deputy City Attorney Stephanie Throckmorton will present.
Good afternoon again. As you all may recall, in June of 2022, Mayor Lago sponsored an ordinance which was adopted by you all, which added a deep cleaning requirement for those commercial areas, which includes pressure washing or similar cleaning every 6 months. The city has found that while many businesses have been complying with that, if there's a rare occasion where someone doesn't, the city wants the ability to step in and do that work and get reimbursed for doing so. And so this allows a mechanism for the city to step in or have a contractor come in and do that work after a period of notification and that the property owner has failed to do so, and then lien the property for the cost of the work to do so.
Perfect.
Oh, I made it just in time.
You're being timed. You made it.
You made it.
You made it.
Step away from
Pretty simple ordinance, just trying to continue. There's a few properties that are not in compliance for one reason or another, bank owned, or the individuals just want to comply. We're just trying to make sure that we make our city as beautiful as possible. And in line with this, I want to make sure that code enforcement through the manager is notifying the business, the businesses along with the chamber that every 6 months they have to clean their sidewalks. This is a 6-month investment, not only in their property, but also in the city. So can we make sure that we send out to all business owners that they have to, step up and clean their sidewalks?
Yeah.
Not just a one-time deal?
Yeah, yes, Mayor, we've done it, we will continue to do that,
Okay, perfect.
to remind them of it.
Okay. Entertain a motion?
Just a question on the period for notice for the businesses, that they have to have it done within 5 days of being notified?
Yeah, once notified, once they're given a violation or a notice, they have 5 business days to correct the violation and do the work.
And if they can't find someone to do the pressure cleaning within 5 days, can they ask, say, hey, I've contacted somebody, they're going to be out here, in 11 days?
I'm sure there will be contact information in those notices and can work with code enforcement to ask for a bit of additional time to do that. This just gives the city the ability to come in after those 5 days and do the work. I don't know that, at the exact hour the city will be there to do the work, but it just sets the notice period for when the city can do it and then get reimbursed.
So you'll have something in the actual citation that says call such and such to...
I believe the notices or the citation have a code
They have-
enforcement number on them, yeah.
Usually they have the code enforcement officer's information, but yes, if it's not done within 5 business days, this means the city can, undertake its efforts to go in there and do the work and then charge the property owner those costs.
So we don't have a overlap. Can we be a little clearer in the language on there to say call for an extension or?
So I don't think the information's always there in the notices for someone to contact code enforcement. I don't know if we want to upfront say that you can get an extension.
Can we request, not part of the ordinance, but request that any notice or citation include a phone number that they can call in case, as Commissioner Anderson says, it's an administrative function, but as a commission, I think we can direct and
Yeah,
make
I'm
the
pretty sure it's
request.
already there, but we'll confirm.
That works for you,
Yeah,
Commissioner.
we can confirm before
the,
second reading.
The phone numbers are already there, and if they call within the 5 days and they ask for an extension, we will certainly work with them as long
Yeah,
as it's
not
reasonable.
a lot of people know that they'll get an extension. So maybe we can share with us the notice that you plan on sending them?
We can get that before second reading.
Right.
So this does not include sidewalks. This is just grassy areas.
No, it's sidewalks. So the deep cleaning requirement as currently exists in the code, so this part is not changing, requires that in commercial areas of the city, properties and their surrounding areas, including abutting sidewalks, alleys up to and including the median point of the alley, curbs, parking lanes where they exist, or rights of way up to the edge of the pavement of any public street must be deep cleaned at least every 6 months or more frequently as conditions may necessitate. So that's the existing code provision.
When we were discussing redoing Miracle Mile, we were very concerned about the gum on the sidewalks. And it was very hard to get off, and it was really ugly. Are these people going to be required to get that off, or is there a standard for what clean means?
So deep cleaning is defined as pressure washing, scrub brushing, or an alternative method of cleaning that effectively removes stains, grease, spray paint, motor oil, and like substances. Specialty pavers and pavement treatments must be deep cleaned consistent with city-approved cleaning protocols, and I believe the manager has some information.
You want to add gum?
We are,
Only if it can be taken off. I know it was made the sidewalks look so bad with those black spots.
Absolutely.
But I don't know whether or not we could not find a product.
should have it removed.
Commissioner, we are,
A product
Scrape
that
it
could do
off. You scrape it off.
Except in alleys, that's not...
we've got special cleaning operations on Streetscape, which is a mile, and Giralda, and they actually go out and take care of that gum condition. It's part, and they're actually they actually go out and actually remove the gum. What we're talking about here is the deep cleaning that is every 6 months, or if you have a restaurant and you're using, let's say, Streetscape for commercial purposes, you may have to clean it more often, right? But as far as the gum is concerned, on Streetscape and on Giralda, we actually do remove
Do it, so they don't have to do it it's not their responsibility on those particular streets.
Right, and about once a month or once every 4 to 8 weeks, we do a major cleaning.
But just to be clear, other than those 2 streets, we're not requiring that they Or are we required they scrape off all the
Part of that
gum?
cleaning includes gum.
Yeah,
Yes, part of that
I would
cleaning
say
includes
the stains on the sidewalks would be
We should
included
put-
for things like, yeah.
Then we should make it clear.
Well, the other thing that's confusing, and most of our alleys are asphalt. You're not going to be able to get gum up out of there.
I'm thinking of sidewalks mainly.
Okay,
It's a
so
sticky topic.
it is a very sticky topic, so.
Thank you. Wait, on the record, I got a high five from Vice Mayor Mena.
Yeah, you're too far for me to high five you. I can fastball you.
All right. So,
So on second reading, may we exempt gum from alleys, asphalted alleys?
So I don't know if
That's
we need
very
to.
difficult to remove. Alleys, it's asphalt. If you put oil in it, you dissolve it, so you can try to scrape it off, but it's so we can certainly try, but it's much more difficult. Yeah, you're correct. Concrete is one thing, asphalt is softer and very malleable, so it's very difficult.
okay.
Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Commissioner Kaysen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to I-4. We already passed that, right?
No, we have not done this one yet,
Okay.
Mayor. This is, I-4 is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing the city manager to enter into a cooperative agreement with the School Board of Miami-Dade County, Florida for Project Victory, a program that assists young adults with disabilities by providing work skills and employment training within the city of Coral Gables.
I love it. I love it.
I thought we already did it.
Because it was an item on the,
We adopted the principles of inclusion, but we haven't approved this.
So we did it paired together.
This item renews the program for an additional year.
it was also Project Bell.
It's a program
on the
extension.
Consent.
So do we have a motion?
I'll move it.
Do we have any public comment, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, I do. Ms. Maria Cruz.
Ms. Cruz?
Mrs. Maria Cruz.
55 years, I should know. All right, this is another good one. 20-some years ago, when I was still teaching, Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I don't want to be accused of not giving my information. Like I said, 20-some years ago, when I was a school teacher, we had Project Victory. We had kids that were transported from Beach High at before lunch, I think, because they had lunch at Mercy Hospital. They went from the school to work at Mercy, exactly what you all did now. I do not know whether they did it for government, but I think this is fantastic. This is a wonderful idea, and I really think that if we just started it, we're a little behind the times, but it's very good. Okay?
Thank you.
Madam City Attorney, we're not just starting this now. We've actually been doing this for some time.
I believe this will be our second year doing it, yes.
Okay. So, just to clarify the record, are there any other further comments?
No, sir.
All right, perfect. I entertain a motion.
I have a motion, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Vice Mayor Mena,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez.
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Kaysen,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to the last item, until we go back to Mayor's comments, I-5.
I-5 is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing the acceptance of grant funds in the amount of $364,032 on behalf of the Coral Gables Police Department as part of the Office of National Drug Control Policy, High-Intensity Drug Trafficking Areas Program to support fiscal year 2022 to 23 operations of the South Florida Money Laundering Strike Force, and authorizing an amendment to the fiscal year 2022 to 23 annual budget to recognize the $364,032 grant as revenue and to appropriate such funds to put toward the cost of the program.
Good afternoon, sir. This is a pass-through grant that we administer and part of our SIS unit along that pays for what we do in partnership with HIDA and their offices as well. So this is strictly just receiving the grant and a pass-through in administration. There are administrative costs that are absorbed by this grant for our administration of both finance and our department.
Perfect. Entertain a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Commissioner Menendez.
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Kaysen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chief. I'm going to move G2. I'm going to defer it to the next commission meeting, but I'm going to put it under mayor's comments. Mr. Clerk, G2.
Yes, sir.
Let's move to G3. PFAS mitigation. We have been getting a lot of emails about people who want to find a solution for PFAS in one form or another. What do we have? I want to put on the record, what do we have available at our disposition right now?
Certainly. So thank you, Mayor. If you all may recall, at the end of last year in the fall, the City Commission adopted an updated PFAS mitigation policy, which was also approved by the County Commission. We initially brought this policy to the County Commission for approval, resulting from a change in the county code, which allowed municipalities to opt out of a prohibition on the removing of PFAS if they had a PFAS mitigation plan approved by the County Commission. So this PFAS mitigation policy went to the County Commission with some feedback from the County Commission. It was then approved. So this is the current PFAS mitigation policy adopted pursuant to Resolution 2022-285 and approved by the Board of County Commissioners. On private property, residents and business owners may contract with a private entity that specializes in the humane removal and relocation of PFAS to address PFAS on private property. PFAS, their nests and eggs may not be harmed or killed in the process of removal and relocation. The city does not have an animal control department and shall not address any nuisance animal complaints related to privately owned property. For public rights-of-way and city-owned property, the city shall annually budget $5,000 for the removal and relocation of PFAS from the public rights-of-way and city-owned property. Again, PFAS, their nests and eggs may not be harmed or killed in the process of removal or relocation, and the Code Enforcement Division shall be responsible for administering the fund and coordinating the removal of PFAS using one or more private companies that specializes in the humane removal and relocation of PFAS. The Humane Neutering Program. The city shall research and investigate options to professionally and humanely sterilize or neuter peacocks in order to manage the PFAS population in the city. Any neutering program implemented by the city will be done so without causing harm or death to the PFAS, their nests, or eggs. As you recall, there's a county code provision which preempts the city from doing, or residents from doing the harm or death to PFAS, their nests, or eggs. And because of that, within the limited scope we've been given by the County Commission, we adopted this PFAS mitigation policy, which was approved by the County Commission. So that's the current status of the law as it is relates to PFAS here in the city.
So basically, our hands are tied.
So residents can, in accordance with this policy, contact private catchers just like you would for a raccoon or whatever other pest animals you have. And then the city has a budget of $5,000 through the manager and the Code Enforcement Division to address those on public rights-of-way and public properties.
But let me tell you the issue. First off, by the time you call for the service, they're gone. And number two, Coconut Grove is just infested with PFAS. And they're just crossing Lejeune nonstop. They're just coming into they're in my neighborhood already. They're all over the neighborhood.
They're up here too.
Yeah. So, I mean, we just, again, I feel bad when residents send us emails. As you can tell, this past week we've had several. And I have to basically, send it to the county, to our county commissioner and say, what would you like to do about this issue? I feel helpless in this extent.
Is my PFAL photo available? There it is. Yeah, take pictures of PFAL too. That is on Ponce. That is north of Bird Road.
They're here.
And my concern has to do with our downtown, because we've gone to great efforts to have outdoor cafes, events, activity. People, our downtown area is, I think, thriving. And my concern, other than obviously the residential areas and what they can do, the damage they can do to cars and disrupt life as we try to enjoy it. But if that continues to migrate towards our downtown, it could have a serious implications on the health, the economic health of a lot of businesses. Because you can only imagine it's lunchtime and you have people outside and the PFAL are disrupting patrons of restaurants, movement around. So one thing is what we've come to know as their migration. The other thing is, if this gets any worse, basically the economic engine of our city could be at risk. So I have a concern, big concern there.
Well, I'm going to give you the flip side of the coin there. I mean, I'm concerned about the businesses too and the loud noises and the screeching that they do. But for the county's concerned on environmentally endangered lands, and I've learned a lot going down to Camp Mahachi and helping out with the Girl Scouts project down there. These are very damaging to some of the paradise trees that they're putting in. These birds are not shy at all, you know? You basically have to almost run them over to get them out of the way, but not, you know, they finally do move out of the way, but they're kind of, you know, stubborn. They're used to humans. They're damaging a very expensive project. You know, we have to protect the trees from that. So on one hand, you want to protect the invasive species, but on the other hand, we're trying to restore lands. We're putting hundreds of thousands of dollars into the restoration of those lands, but yet, you know, you're allowing this to go on. So there's got to be a balance, and being able to control the species, you know, this invasive species from not only migrating into our communities, but sensitive lands, the Everglades. I mean, we've got to draw the line somewhere, because before it gets to the point where we have, you know, the snakes out in the Everglades that we don't want.
And I tell you, I used to have these on my residence grounds in Paraguay, and what a nuisance, what a disaster. Pee-pow-poo is a mess. Can you imagine, we've been talking about beautiful $1 million statues. We've been talking about, you know, you get up on the awnings of downtown, and you're sitting underneath. I mean, I tell you that we just talked about cleaning up sidewalks, that the damage they're going to cause to our downtown and to our statues and our buildings is going to be tremendous. It's going to cost us a lot of money to clean up after them.
The reason why we put this on, just to make sure people are aware, these are not native species. They're taking the place of native species, and they don't have any natural predators. So we're in a situation where they're loud, they wake people up very early in the morning, they're aggressive to young children, they ruin paints of cars, and the fecal matter's, you know, pretty significant. So
since we're sort of tied at the hip with the county,
and the city of Miami doesn't want to address it.
right, has the state ever addressed this, or has this ever bounced around? Now it's a little late, but is it something that we can try to bump up with other cities and let the state sort of help dictate?
So euthanization of peafowl is not prohibited on a state level. Their relocation is covered by Florida Administrative Code, as they are an invasive species. You cannot simply relocate them anywhere. But there's nothing in state law that prohibits the capturing or euthanization of peafowl. There is a county code provision, and that's what governs here and what ties our hands.
As a government body, next state session, legislative session, maybe with the help of the law department, see if we can perhaps talk to someone there, if not a bill, administratively, that they can overrule county and provide us some wiggle room. You
So
know?
perhaps addressing the county code provision would be the simplest way to do that. This body has urged the county commission to address that multiple times, and this new adoption of the policy was a first step in that direction. And I believe we were the first municipality to bring our PFAL mitigation plan to the BCC for approval. I'm not sure if anyone else has in the meantime, but this was sort of the first concession that the Board of County Commissioners made to those requests.
Well, I just
Commissioner, Mayor, Commissioners, we tried to approach the county on the fact that this is an invasive species. This really should not be protected, and to change the ordinance to protect the species, native species. We also contacted Friends of the Everglades and Everglades National Park to try to help us convince the county commission, to no avail. They did. Friends of the Everglades and the feds from Everglades National Park did not provide the kind of help that I thought we would get, because just like the pythons got to Everglades National Park, these will eventually cross Chrome Avenue and get into Everglades National Park. So we could not, but I do think that maybe since we have a slightly different county commission, maybe we can look at the ordinance based on protecting native species. Yep. We are losing our native species from South Florida. These species are much more aggressive. They come from a much more aggressive ecosystem, and our species really don't have a chance. as we see with the pythons and everything.
With the lizards, by the way, the lizards outside, you see
Lizards
and less,
outside.
you see less and less native
Yes,
lizards.
they're huge. The pythons at Everglades National Park there, as you know. So the park is in danger. It's in danger now from another invasive species.
Can
But
we
I was surprised that we got no help from them.
Can we get updates on progress with regards to the county? Like I said, it's a race between government enacting something that makes sense and the migration. Like, the last thing I want is to open a commission meeting at the podium as a PFAL. You know, like, it's getting closer and disrupting life as we know it. And if the county or others want to drag their feet, then we need to push a little bit harder. If you could please update us on a regular. And for the folks that are watching, we're not against nature. We're actually trying to preserve the quality of life of our residents and of the people. This isn't one type of animal versus, it's about quality of life. We want to do things fairly, but we are aware that it's an encroaching problem that will impact the quality of life of our residents and residents in other parts of the county. So it's not something that we have a vendetta against PFAL. It's that we honestly are concerned and we want to protect our community and the people that live here.
We can certainly work with the city attorney and the city manager's office to reach out to the county to see if there's any movement on that.
Maybe
We
through
will
our new
attempt to reach
commissioner.
out again and
Maybe
see
through our
if
new
there's any
commissioner,
change.
Commissioner Cabrera. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to G5, Commissioner Anderson.
Plaques. Art in public places. Ms. Cathers. We spoke a bit about this, and I wanted to, get the input of the full commission as to what their ideas are for having educational and informational plaques at our art pieces, so that we have, the name of the artist, the title of the work, the year, the material, where appropriate, do not climb. I would like the name of the piece and more information as to the inspiration for the piece of work, because a lot of people go up to these works and they don't realize the true value, what is being added to the city and what the piece of artwork represents and expresses. So,
Right, so we are in the middle of permitting a series of signs, about 15 signs for artworks throughout the city. And we've been working on making them accessible. They include all standard language that is on typical museum signage or other public artworks, including the artist name, the title, the material, the year, that they are part of our collection. And yes, do not climb is on there. We have them translated in Spanish and also in Braille. And a QR code is currently included on that to link them back to our website, where we can engage in, where they can have access to our accessible web pages, and also include some other further information. So we are also working with our IT department and our accessibility partners throughout the city on other ways that we can further engage accessible materials and virtual opportunities to engage with the artwork.
okay. Well, just a point, if it can be included, as my father's eyesight declined as he got older, I noticed that if it was white lettering on a black or a darker, that contrast,
Yes.
he could read it better.
Yes.
Than the reverse, dark lettering on a white background. So I don't know to what extent you can make that contrast in colors of the lettering
Yeah.
versus the background.
We did follow the ADA, the accessibility high contrast, and that was part of the scope of work for the signage design. So they had recommended the white on the black. Are you recommending it be the black on white?
Well, I'm noticing that the contrast is important. Black on
Yes.
white works, but as he got further along with macular degeneration, I did
Yes.
notice that white on
Yeah.
black. was
So
more-
ours are white on black, and they are also at the font type and size that is required, and
Okay.
yeah, so we're really excited about it, and
I am.
and excited for opportunities to further engage the public and educate them more about our artworks.
Love it. I love it.
Any other ideas, folks?
Perfect. Just get them done. Let's get them out there.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Item G6, Mayor Kaysen.
Yeah, I've always been interested in recycling. I wasn't sure that I was recycling correctly, and so I decided to go out with Matt Anderson to our recycling plant in Pembroke Pines. We went out, it was about a month ago, and took a look at exactly what happens to recycling. Now, we have about 2,600 tons of recycling material a year that goes through the waste management system, and about 9,000 tons of garbage. And the stuff that goes into recycling, we don't make any money off of it, but we don't pay any tipping fees, so it's sort of neutral in that sense. It's great for the environmental impact of not putting all this stuff into the dumps. But and we pay it costs us a lot of money. It costs us about $213 a resident a year to do it, but I think it's worth it. But I, for example, found out that I was doing some certain things wrong, and so I thought it'd be nice to show a very short film of what happens at the recycling plant. There's a larger version of this. It's, I think, 7 minutes, and it might be a good idea to put into the city website, but thought we would show this and then explain a little bit what happens.
So yeah, so this is the entire process once a truck enters the facility. So they'll come in, they'll go through the weighing station, and then they go to the tipping floor, which we were able to visit and see this entire process of what's being deposited in there. And again, in our city, our contamination rate continues to be very, very low.
Probably one of the best in all of Florida. I think one of the top two, if not the top.
Yeah, at about 8%. So right now you could see, and this is their older facility. They're actually getting ready to build a brand new one right next to it. That's going to have a lot more AI technology and so on and so forth for the sorting. But right now, kind of see we get a lot of questions all the time about kind of where the recycling ends up. And this video here kind of, and thank you for Waste Management for sharing this with us, kind of showing how it's getting sorted, how it's getting separated. They do have a lot of people that still work inside of the facilities there, helping sort, pull anything out. The number one culprit right now, the problems that they have in the recycling facility, plastic bags. We saw that first and foremost, getting caught up into the conveyor belts. You can see how they're separating the plastic.
I, for example, was putting my recycling materials in a garbage bag and putting it into the recycling can, into the container, which is wrong.
Yeah.
We should never put it in the plastic bag because the plastic bags go in there and they wrap around these gears, and they have to stop them. And they've actually found the stuff that people put in the recycling is incredible. They put chains. They even put a hand grenade in there once.
Yeah.
A hand grenade that just shut the whole thing down.
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
Very Miami.
And people think you can just put metal, but people put bolts and chunks of iron, and none of that goes in there. It can only be aluminum and cans that can be crushed. And so this sort of shows you how complex it is. And how would you like to have that job?
Yeah, and they're separating all throughout the facility, making sure they're separating like all the different plastics, the aluminum, and then you see how the baling, so how it all ends up going in there, and then you'll see and get it kind of the bales that end up going out to the different entities that are buying these products from Waste Management. So you could see here, I think that's aluminum or plastic, but continuing to be pushed out, and then those bales are then loaded onto larger trucks that are then taken out. So it is a very complex process. For us in our city, we really tried to simplify our message over the years. I think when I first joined the city like 8 years ago, our messaging, we tried to include everything in there. And when in doubt, put it in the recycling bin. We've really switched that up now with the way the recycling market has evolved over the years to where it's when in doubt, leave it out, because we don't want to contaminate the recycling bin. So we really have focused in on really simplifying. Kind of have a flyer here that we've been distributing that goes out once a year also with the waste bill. Just narrow neck plastic bottles and plastic containers, flattened cardboard and paper, glass bottles and containers, aluminum steel cans. And the two items we definitely don't want in there are plastic bags and styrofoam. Those are the two big problematic items. So really trying to simplify.
And not just any kind of glass and not metal, because metal is not recyclable. But a lot of people don't understand that. And one of the advantages that we have is the size of our containers, because that allows our code enforcement, our garbage people to actually see what's in there, and they can take out the stuff that shouldn't be in there, whereas like Miami has these huge ones, and what happens is people throw all their junk in there, and the machines pick it up, and they have recycling contamination up to 62%, which means they have to pay, what is it, 70 what is it,
I think some are paying upwards of $100 a ton to dispose.
Garbage would be, average is about $70 a ton,
$70 a ton.
averages.
So the fact that we have smaller containers, they can see what's in there and take it and not pick up what they're not supposed to be pick up is great. And so people are doing the right thing, but again, if in doubt, keep it out. Leave it out.
And by the way, I'm open to start a Say No to Hand Grenades campaign. A community outreach, just in case.
Just in case.
Yeah, it's.
And what they do is they sample every 6 months or a year?
Yes. So they do, Waste Management does do an audit of our recycling stream that we bring in. So we can continue to monitor that and if we need to adjust our education at all. But, right now, especially on the single family residential side, our community is doing really, really well. On the commercial side, we, still need to focus in on that, and recycling in the right of way continues to be a challenge, not just in the city, it's across the entire country. So that's something that, we're really working closely with the with the recycling providers to, try to find better ways to get cleaner recycling on that.
And the glass ends up basically as grit for what is it called, sanding?
It could be sand, it could be concrete, they implement it in a lot of
Concrete,
different things.
Well, thank you very much, man. I appreciate
That's
it.
great.
Mayor, thank you for providing us with this information. We should spread the word as much as we possibly can, continue spreading the word.
Absolutely. Yeah, Waste Management has attended our Sustainability Advisory Board meetings from time to time to help educate our board, and then also finding ways I can work with communications to see if we can get this video posted on our website and share that, just so we can continue that
video is great.
education.
That's great.
Yeah.
Moving on to item C2, try to cover these mayor's comments as quickly as possible so we can be done for the day. C2 is an update from staff regarding security camera installations in North Gables. I was at Rotary Park this past Saturday, meeting with some residents. We really gotta step up at Rotary Park. I had a nice conversation with the manager. The landscaping there is just horrible. It's in bad shape. The maintenance, some of the gates, some of the things that I found there, in regards to garbage, we really gotta step up in regards to that park. I think that's one of the parks that we need to install a camera on. I'd like to understand where we are in regards to the parks now. Security camera installations, what are we doing in North Gables? How are we?
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Nelson Gonzalez,
Hey, Nelson,
Assistant
how
IT
are you?
Director.
Thank you for being here.
How are you? I prepared a small presentation, very small, only a few slides, just to give you an update on the project.
Okay.
Basically, we have done 3 blocks out of the 9 blocks that were assigned to us. The blocks were picked based on the amount of cases that have been reported on code enforcement violations regarding illegal dumping. So we did the 200 block of Zamora, that had 18 cases, the 200 block of Phoenicia that had 16 cases, and the 0 block of Antilla that had 15 cases in a 1-year period. These are the cameras that we picked. They're very small, so it's not very intrusive. They're hybrid, so they do solar, and they can also be backed up with 110 power. Some areas, we don't really get that much solar, so we are assessing where we're gonna need to go hybrid and where.
But they're working
we can go
24 hours
solar.
a day, right?
Yes, they are. They record on motion, but these areas are very high traffic. There's a lot of vehicles going through and a lot of foot traffic as well. So in some cases, we're gonna need that 110 power. So far, they've been working well. We have had to swap a couple of batteries, but we may have to move some of them around. This is how they look. The views themselves, it's a 4 megapixel camera. They have night vision. We picked the city street lights, so the light can help us identify a natural person at night. And it seems to be working well, but we haven't catch any incidents.
Oh, the cameras are there though, so now people are starting to realize the cameras are there.
Yeah, in our experience, they're a very good deterrent. People see the cameras and they don't do this.
Have we put up signs saying there's cameras there now?
I'm sorry?
Have we put up signs?
No, we have not put signs.
We should put them on the post.
Okay.
Should put signs notifying people that area is under surveillance for illegal dumping, and that, if you catch them, you will be fined.
They've been out there since the 21st. They were installed before that, but they've been fully functional, and they are reporting back to the Community Intelligence Center. Staff at the community intelligence center was trained on how to access them, identify them. Like I said, we haven't gotten any incidents. That's all we have done for now. You said that you wanted Rotary Park.
Yeah, well, we passed legislation that, from my understanding, I think we passed it a few meetings ago, saying that we wanted to have cameras in every single park. If I didn't, did we, I think it was a resolution or something. I don't remember. We didn't. I would like to bring it to the next commission.
I'd have to double check, Mayor, whether it was an actual
I
resolution.
can't remember. It's been a long meeting.
I'm very supportive of that.
But I'd like to bring it to the next commission. Please help me draft legislation
Bring
that
it
would
for the May
require a
meeting.
camera, especially after what I saw in Rotary Park. I need a camera there immediately.
Right, that's an excellent idea.
Yeah, please. Like a camera in every single park. That way, I know it's tough, but I mean, we gotta do it. We gotta do it. I know it's gonna cost.
Yeah, it's all
money.
doable.
It's
We'll
doable.
get it done.
But it's something that'll be a deterrent. I saw. I'm gonna leave it at. I don't want to put on the record everything I saw this weekend, but I want to make sure the residents were with me. It would bring a sense of relief, and I think that we need to really start stepping up on that.
All right, we'll do that one next.
This is a great job, by the way. I want to commend your team for doing a really good job, and I hope we continue. We're gonna expand to 9 sites, right?
Yes, that's the plan. We have 9 blocks. We have done 3 out of 9. We have.
I will be driving them this weekend, those sites. So please send me an email where those cameras are located. I wanna see the neighborhood around it again.
We'll do. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? No?
No, I don't. Thank you. I look forward to seeing the other 9 cameras up.
Thank you. We'll keep working on it.
Item C3, I'm gonna defer to the next commission meeting. I know everybody's tired. C5, Mr. Kinney, something I've been looking forward to for years. Show me the goods.
So, just a little bit of history. Probably 4 or 5 years ago, the commission approved a master planning process for wayfinding and signage throughout the city. It was supposed to review branding and a lot of different things. Of course, then shortly after that, the pandemic hit, and that $1 million capital project was kind of put on hold. Along the way, we have done several ad hoc improvements. One of them is we started replacing all of the old white and blue residential zones with the standard old off-the-shelf signs with more decorative signs and decorative posts. One project we just finished is what Matt is showing you. We have just completed a short 2 weeks ago. All of the trolley stops have been upgraded to the new signage. That was just over 300 parking spaces, or 300 signs that were replaced. And then the project that is currently ongoing is all of the city facilities. The first of these should be installed, but this is the refurbished sign. It's a quality sign that we installed in all of our facilities about 20 years ago. But obviously, after 20 years, they were faded.
So we're taking them down and painting them again.
And
love it.
Yes.
Good.
They should be, the first ones are all downtown, and those should be showing up on the street soon. But we still have this CIP project to do wayfinding and branding throughout the city, and this actually city staff has met on that, and that's being run out of the CIP office in Public Works. And one of the issues that's come up is the downtown street signs. And in fact, I think now would be the right time. And Hermes can speak to that and where we're going.
Okay.
So currently, and subject to obviously the direction of the commission, we know that we have a number of these signs that are damaged, so we're in the process of repairing them. But long term, I think that, can we put the picture back? Long term, I think, that's been the standard in the city. We want to keep it that way, and the idea is to, over time, uniform them, so that's what they will ultimately look like. And you know, those were actually installed on a Ponce Navarre, and you know, there's quite a few that are like that. And then the plan is to just start making them look consistent. You know, there's no consistency sometimes in the font. There's no consistency in the on the size of the
But some of
texting,
them,
and
some of them, Mr. Diaz, are probably 30, 40 years old.
so and some of them have gotten hit as well. So absolutely. So the idea is to eventually start going through them, and that will be, I think, the ultimate look.
When?
We have about 300 of them, approximately. If the idea is to change them all, that will take probably over a year.
But when are we starting?
Well, we can start immediately.
Okay. I mean, you look at the ones on the street that are wrapped around the street poles.
Right.
You know, the connection points are rusted.
Correct.
You know, it doesn't look up to our city standards. So I kind of need to understand, when are we starting to do this? When is the manager moving forward on this?
If the desire is to, you know, we can start right away. I mean,
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
sure.
What do you need from us? You need a resolution to move forward?
No, not at the time.
Here, I'll do this. Mr. Vice Mayor, I'll make a motion to start moving forward with the guidance of the manager, replacing all the signs in the downtown that are missing, damaged, and that look outdated after 40, 50 years of not being replaced.
I'll second it, but I have a question. Where the streets in the downtown area abut Lejeune Road, we suddenly go from that type of signage down to the little cement.
What do you want to say?
The ones on Lejeune, I mean, I think that's the
On Lejeune.
borderline between the commercial and the residential.
So,
So we were not planning on eliminating the floor concrete monuments. My understanding is they're historical. That was not the idea.
no, I know, I'm just bringing it up because for visibility of people entering the downtown district, would we want a consistent fabric all the way up to Lejeune Road in the areas that we have this? Just a question, think about it.
Okay. Whatever. Let's see what staff's
I
recommendations.
think this has been traditional in downtown, and the monuments have been traditional in more of the residential area. So that was our intent, is to keep that balance the same.
Oh, well, I understand, but that's not the residential. At that point, you're already turning the corner for the business district. That's why I brought it up.
Mike,
So,
my question is, describe downtown. What is the area that's downtown?
It's actually every business district. So even when you go down south, if it's a business district, it would have signs like.
Can I
the
make
one
a
that-
suggestion? If you do it in phases, could you do Central Business District first?
Sure.
Miracle Mile, Ponce, focus on this, and then branch out?
that's a good amendment to that's a good amendment.
Very good amendment.
We intended to do Central Business District first and then branch out. That was our intent, and that's what we have discussions on.
We have,
With the most damaged and the ones that are wrapped around and the worst.
Those are the ones that we're going to start with, those that are actually damaged, and then go on to start replacing them all, because replacing those signs are probably $300,000-$400,000. So from that budget, we start in the downtown area, replace those that are damaged, and then go to that standard, which is that pole with the typical sign, and we can at that point store a number of those. So if anything gets damaged, we can replace them quickly.
for example, you want to look at something that looks horrible, look at the circle at Merrick Park. Go and look at the circle at Merrick Park, and you'll see the way those signs are on a little pole, the pole is slanted, the sign is falling over.
Right.
You can barely even read the street sign.
That was a picture that was at staff meeting when we met
Yes.
on this. The one at San Lorenzo and Ponce
Been talking about
is
this for
very
years
sad. It's a very sad installation.
I have a motion on the floor with a second,
Okay,
As amended?
as amended.
as amended, and think about this as you're driving along Lejeune, looking to turn in, and the cars are blocking the little cement monument. As, you know, in the central business district, you can't see the cement monuments at all. Can't see any street sign at all. So in the next phase, let's talk about changing those out. Okay, we're ready for voting.
Mr. Mayor, before we vote, we have a member of the public requesting to speak on the item.
Perfect.
Maria Cruz.
Ms. Cruz, thank you for joining us.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road, Coral Gables, Florida. C5 is where we are. I would like to see some sign fixing in the residential area to, our white little name, I don't know what you call them, name signs on the ground. Some of them are in really bad shape. Okay, they need to be repainted, redone, whatever it takes. With the emphasis, I know that we want everybody to go downtown, but we also need to be taken care of. Okay, so that's about signs. Okay, the traffic signs, some signs, that there's something written on them. But until you get right on top of it, you cannot see it because the paint is almost gone. Okay, so there's plenty of signs to be taken care of, not just downtown. Okay?
Manager, I understand that
We're already on the way.
white are being painted, right? Is it plan to paint the white?
Yes, yes.
And we're
Commissioner.
also,
We're maintaining those.
you have anything else?
No, that's okay. I'm waiting because I have something in the next one, so.
Right.
We have those contracts.
Before,
out to
I'd like for her to
to
finish her
repaint them.
comments first.
No, I finished about this one.
You're for the
Done.
next item, right?
The next item, I'm gonna.
But we have these white monuments on a cycle, a time cycle, they come
Yes, we're
through
getting
and they
those
paint them.
on a second round.
So also, we are replacing all the stop signs, we're replacing everything that was in that contract with that entity that needed to replace some of the.
Those are the 25 mile per hour speed.
25 mile an hour.
Speed signs, we've bought them, they will be installing them. Stop signs, Mayor, those kind of traffic control signs are Dade County. And we're advising Dade County on that.
We have public comment, we have a motion amended, do you have anything else?
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to all these things coming up. Thank you so much. C6, issue of cut-through traffic on San Sebastian. Mr. Diaz, what is the plan?
Can you put the photo up, Billy?
Photo should be up.
So, see, that's part of it looks like a driveway, but it isn't. It is a T turnaround for the dead end. So the idea that we have is to saw cut 4 feet of that asphalt and then extend a hedge roughly 3 foot high to connect it all the way up to where the landscaping that you see at the end.
Perfect.
And that should prevent people from getting through.
Okay.
What block of San Sebastian?
This is the one that abuts the hospital.
Correct, yes.
I was in that neighborhood last week. I was walking this neighborhood. They're saying that the people are taking down that guard gate.
They recently damaged it.
They recently damaged it. They knocked
recently
it down with a
damaged
car.
it.
They're going over the sidewalk with a car.
Mm-hmm.
We've been talking about this for probably about a year and a half, 2 years.
And we actually done, because a lot of that, we actually repaired all that gate, all the columns, everything looks
good.
Everything was looking great. We put landscaping throughout, and then it's a kind of like the water's following the hole. And
So can we just finish this up already and saw cut that?
Absolutely. The plan is to do the socket and the digging, and you have to remove about 2 feet of soil to make sure something's planted. That should be done by next week, and then Dina's team will do the planting within a month or less.
Thank God.
I think, Mayor, that revision of that T turnaround will correct it.
Do me a favor, please notify the residents in the neighborhood this is happening already, because I met with them last week.
Sure,
and
will do.
They're all very, very appreciative, and they're kind of desperate for this to happen already. Moving on to C7, the final item on the commission. Thank you, Hermes, I appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor, before you move on,
Yes,
Ms. Maria Cruz wanted to speak on the previous item.
Ms. Cruz.
Mrs. Cruz. Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. Some of the answers I heard already, but the neighbors would like to know, number one, when I should show you all the texts I got recently here. When is that gate that was broken by the guy that was speeding down the street or whatever, when is that going to be fixed? And the second one, when is this cut through this grass going to be finished? And I think he already said they're working on it, but the gate, I didn't hear a time.
Well, we don't have time yet. I already sent them a picture of the temporary measures that were put in within basically 24 hours of the request. to me, and the pictures were shared with the residents.
Mr. Diaz.
So I contracted one out there already. I think they removed a piece that needed to be repaired. I have to touch base with my staff and ask them what the ETA is.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving on to item C7. This is a simple one. I'd like to add another board, the list of our boards, if the commission is interested. Because I've spoken to several HOA board members who told me that they would like to be able to get together at the city facilities, or maybe one city staff member, whoever the manager designates, so that those HOAs can get together and have a conversation about maybe best practices, what are they doing, what are they seeing in their neighborhoods, what's happening on the waterway. And I think it's an opportunity. This was brought to me by Gonzalo Sanabria, and I was with him walking in Gables by the Sea, and a lot of the residents were saying, look, we just want to be able to have an opportunity. We'll designate a person from every HOA to be our representative, and they'll meet once a month or whenever the boards meet, and they can have a conversation with police. They can have, even though I know that the chief consistently meets with all the HOAs, constantly doing that, but they'd want to have just an opportunity to have their voice be heard before the commission, which obviously the minutes will come to us, and they could talk about issues that are pertinent to their area and bounce things off from the HOAs, the police chief, fire chief, and city manager and city attorney.
Just a question.
Yes.
What's the definition of an HOA? I mean, what about a condo association? What about?
That's what I was gonna,
I form a group of 4 houses and say, I'm the president of my neighborhood association. How are you gonna, I mean, if you're not careful about this, people will say that they represent X group.
No, I mean, what I would like to do is I'd like to take the list of HOAs that we have in the city, that are reputable HOAs. You have Coco Plum, you have Journey's End, you have Gables by the Sea, Kings Bay. I know I'm leaving out a bunch. Just escapes my memory. It's been a long meeting, but just have those entities formalize and be part of a board where it's, again, all they're doing is just sharing information amongst themselves and having an opportunity to speak.
Another way to skin it, maybe, just think about it, is to have, if you want to call it like a South Gables board or something, and just have us appoint someone from each neighborhood, kind of like we do. So you appoint somebody from Coco Plum, somebody from, and maybe you don't tie it to the HOA, because that runs into sort of
The only reason why I said the HOA
challenges that he's describing might,
The only reason why I said the HOA, Vice Mayor, was because then they have a voice.
Right.
They have a voice on that board. Each of these organizations have a voice, and they can say, "Hey, what is the concern? What is it? If it's 15, 20 people in a board meeting, again, what does it hurt? We're just listening to them, and they're being able to interact with staff once a month for an hour. And I think it's an opportunity for the minutes are part of our meeting. It's not like it's a BOA. It's not quasi judicial. It's not a BOA or a planning and zoning. It's just.
or maybe there's a way to just otherwise particularize it to those neighborhoods so that you have sort of control about the scope of.
How legally can we do that?
So Mayor, one consideration is that if we create another board, all our boards, of course, are subject to the Sunshine Law, which means not only do the meetings need to be noticed and open to the public, but then the members of that board cannot speak to each other outside of the sunshine about matters that may come before them. So they may not want that. Perhaps,
If they don't want to come to the meeting, they don't come to the meeting. I'm not going to force anybody.
well, I think that, but if they are a board member, they would be subject to the sunshine. So it's not about coming to the meeting. So I think perhaps there could be a different, if they want that, we could certainly proceed if that's the will of the commission to create another board. But they would be subject to the sunshine law, so they cannot speak about matters that would come before that board outside of the sunshine law.
But if
If what they want is informational sessions, maybe that's something the manager can schedule, to have factual informational sessions on a regular basis.
That's not what they wanted. They wanted something a little bit more formal. And like the vice mayor said, if you're part of any other board, the sunshine applies. So to me, we shouldn't be scared of the sunshine. We have sunshine meetings all the time. So I think that if you come to a board meeting and you sit down and you're, for example, Gables by the Sea, Kings Bay, you have a conversation. Okay, what are you dealing with? And you can have a roundtable discussion about what they're facing in their community.
Yeah.
And they can listen to what the city is offering. One of the things that they were very intrigued by, they want to understand how a certain areas of the city have tied into our public safety building with the cameras. And I was having a conversation with Kings Bay in regards to their entrance and what we can do and potentially what we offer. Yes, it's expensive, it costs money, but it's another amenity that ups the level of public safety. So those are things why I brought it up. We don't have to talk, we don't have to decide it today. We can I just wanted to put it on your radar, have a conversation, and we can talk about it at the next commission meeting.
I thought it was just a maybe. Again, I think to address Commissioner Cason's concern, I think if you particularize it to the neighborhoods and say that the HOA of each of the following neighborhoods will appoint someone from the neighborhood as its whatever appointee to the whatever you call this board, then it.
Because you're gonna have people who represent an apartment house that may have 400 people that say, I want to be in it.
Right.
We own our homes. We want to be so it could be very large. You've got to define it very carefully.
Yeah,
Who can-
the devil's in the details, but I understand where, what I think what the goal is.
Yeah, I
to
agree.
Just capture all those neighborhoods.
I want to chime in. Sunshine, if each homeowner association sends one representative, they can go back to their homeowner association members and they can talk freely. It's just that representative outside of the meeting can't talk about with another.
With another member of the board or
Gables
or
by the
send
sea and
emails
Gables Estates, right.
or send emails or text
But the
messages. and so
purpose
forth.
is for them to be able to talk group to group here and go back to their members freely to do it. So Sunshine won't prevent them from talking to their own neighbors.
Correct.
And then I think it's a wonderful idea for the main reason that our city, you think it's a small city, but we cover a lot of, a lot of land, a lot of space. We have South Gables, North Gables, and sometimes the further away you are from City Hall, the less you feel connected to what we're doing here. And I think if this is a way to make the residents in other farther parts of the city feel more engaged, I think that's a great step in the right direction. So I'm very supportive. I was contacted by a couple presidents of condo associations that they would like that to happen as well, if perhaps once we resolve on how to move forward with the homeowners association, I think maybe the next step would see what we would do with the presidents of condo associations, because, we've had legislation here where we try to reach out to condo residents, and it's a challenging task. But if we engage them on the front end, whenever we need them to be made aware of things that we're trying to accomplish, we already have that line of communication open. So I can see two tracks, and the first one, obviously, I'm supportive of the idea behind this. I think we need to engage and bring people together and to step in the right direction.
Yeah, I'm supportive of the board, but in the meantime, perhaps we could fast forward it by allowing them to use, for instance, some of our facilities like we've done with other groups, and let them have brainstorming sessions, and they can get the ball moving, exchanging ideas, and perhaps have the city attorney also make sure that they all understand, the limitations that sunshine laws do put on their interaction if they want to meet in between scheduled meetings. So,
Well, let's think about it, and we'll come back with something. Do you have any comments before we adjourn?
Yeah, I do. Are my images ready? There you go. In sequence, since we're not meeting until after, second Tuesday in May, I assume. Miracle Theater, the next blockbuster movie is Avengers Endgame, April 30th. That's a Sunday at 5 p.m. It's the second largest grossing movie of all time. It has all your superhero friends coming together to fight forces of evil. Sounds like a commission meeting sometimes, but yes, it's a great movie. And bring the family, kids. And again, it's fun to see these movies on the big screen instead of just the TV at home. And trust me, I've seen that movie, and you hear the audience reaction at the climactic key moments. It sounds like you're at a Super Bowl. The crowd, the audience really gets into the excitement. The next one, please. Going more, that's me. Hey. Second image. Is it ready? No. Well, there it is. It's hard to see. Thank you. At the Gables Art Cinema. And by the way, both movies are free. May 6th, classic, perhaps one of the greatest classic movies, Casablanca, in black and white, with Humphrey Bogart and Ingrid Bergman. and Claude Rains. Free movie, free popcorn, free soda. And if you like beer, even at noon, and you want it, we'll throw it in. But I already heard people want to go see this movie. So by all means, we got 2 movies before the next commission meeting, and feel free to come and enjoy classics.
Thank you.
Thank you for doing that, Commissioner, by the way. I appreciate that. Commissioner?
Nothing to add now, other than April 16th at the Girl Scouts, if you guys want to peek in and see what the Girl Scouts have been up to. 1,100 trees, a butterfly garden, a treefold design, and removal of lots of invasives. And you get to see the peacocks, too.
Mayor. Vice Mayor. Make it
Yeah,
count.
I will. You're gonna like this, actually. If they could queue up, Lena and Gabby and others have been working really hard on the flag program. If I think you guys have a queue of the actual website as well. So this is currently here in City Hall, but it's gonna be moved to the Public Safety Building.
I love it.
And then on our website, you're gonna be able to order, if you like, a flag that's been flown over City Hall, and you can either just buy the flag or you can buy it in this nice container, which they found.
Love it.
Anybody who's interested, they'll be able to pay for it right there. I think it's something cool that you can do, frankly, when you go to things as mayor. You can like gift it to people who are visiting from other countries or, you know, whatever. I just think it's a cool kind of thing, similar to the capital program that they have in Congress and in Tallahassee as well. So that's finally up and running. I told Lena, please get it done by my last meeting, and she's been hustling ever since. So I appreciate Lena's help. Lena, you've been fantastic and really did a great job on this, and this is up and operational. So that's it.
Fantastic.
Vice Mayor, one of your many accomplishments, my brother. Congratulations. I have 2 things. First off, I have something I want to queue up. I have a photo, see if it interests the community here, my colleagues. A picture that I sent to Billy. So this is on Brickell. This is a very, very famous watchmaker called FP Journet. They make about 900 watches a year. It's a boutique. I don't know one of their watches. Hopefully one day I will. But I had the privilege of meeting the watch designer. And these are some of the most complicated, just exquisite watches in the world. You can look up the brand. And we hit it off. We were having a conversation, and he said that he would love nothing more than to put one of these giant clocks in the city. Cool. And if you look around, if you can look around, you can see these clocks in other major cities throughout the world. I thought it'd be something beautiful to have a Miracle Mile somewhere. Cool. He would pay for all of it.
It's fun. Wonderful.
Lit up. It lights up at night. Very tasteful. It's cool. It's a beautiful watches. You know.
I love it.
Yeah, very nice.
By the way, these watches, you know, range from $15,000 up to a few $1 million. They give a lot of watches for charity, and they auction off these watches for charity, and they're very high end. Everything is handmade.
The actual watch.
So he would like to donate this to the city if the city's interested, and we could put it somewhere. I would leave that up somewhere on Miracle Mile. You know, I think it would be a nice, tasteful touch. Lit up on Giralda, maybe it'd be something beautiful. And I think it would be, again, just another classy touch to the city that would you know, set us apart from other cities here in South Florida. If you're interested, I don't know if you'd like we have to do a resolution to move forward.
Yeah, love it. Make the motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
It's cool.
So I think it's really cool. The second thing I wanted to talk about, and I wanted to, again, I can't say this enough. I feel bad sometimes because I call on her team basically every day, 3, 4, 5 times a day. I can't say enough good things about Surami Cabrera and her team and what she's doing down there in regards to the Development Services Department. They have just an immense amount of stress on a daily basis when they're dealing with code enforcement, they're dealing with BOA, they're dealing with permitting. You know, people who are waiting to start their, you know, to start changing their life. And what I mean by changing your life, you've been waiting years, you've been budgeting, you've been dealing with architects, engineers, contractors, and you're just waiting to get your project started, and it's going through the process. I want to give you some facts because I think it's important, because I want to take this opportunity, since I gave some incredible statistics last time during the mayor's comments, I wanted to follow up regarding development services. Because it's important. We got to put facts in place, not deal with hyperbole or deal with falsehoods that are spread throughout. The development service team continues to work hard and is clearing any backlog that exists. Just since our last meeting 2 weeks ago, we have reduced overdue reviews by 30%. We have 175 overdue, and many of these are structural. The good news is that there is a new staff member joining the team for structural reviews. The building department, the building permitting process has an average of 950 reviews at any given time. There is a schedule provided to residents and businesses so that they know how long the review will take. For example, there is a 48-hour deadline for windows and a 10-day deadline for interior residential remodel. Due dates are automatically set by scope of work, and all permits require simultaneous reviews. Except for structural, development services permitting is up to date. And as I said, there is a light on the horizon since a new staffer is coming on board. Additionally, the county passed on first reading an ordinance that revises the licensing requirements for plan reviewers. Our city, both the city manager and our development services director, Surami Cabrera, played a key role in this revision. They participated along with other building officials to improve the county ordinance. This ordinance will now revise licensing to better match the licensing and experience requirements for reviewers. Very important to note, without compromising safety. And I'm sure that once this ordinance is adopted, it will expedite the process. This is excellent news. And there's an additional tool for residents coming to visit the Development Services Center. We have QMinder app making it easy to know how long the wait will take. Our stats this past week show that the average wait time is 2 to 4 minutes. And QMinder is real time. Anyone can check wait times during office hours on our website. To further assist our residents and improve the customer experience, all reviews have daily morning walk-in hours. During this time, anyone can come to meet with the reviewers. Residents just sign in on any of the tables in the lobby, and staff is notified that someone is waiting. Of course, sometimes wait times can take longer, especially when visitors come in with several permits, such as with a permit runner. Statistics show that while for our residents only line, the average wait time is 1 minute, and service time is 5 minutes. Permit runner service times can range to well over an hour. Even considering this, wait times are down to 3 minutes on average. 311 has launched last week, and residents can easily report code issues. Code enforcement can review complaints received through the system, and we're in the process of being fully staffed with 1 new code officer on board. So I want to say thank you to the manager for your attention on this matter. Your whole team has been working incredibly diligently. I want to thank Surami. Surami, you're a champion. You always attack everything with a smile, and I know you have the world on your shoulders. So I just want to say thank you for that. Keep your head up because you're doing an incredible, incredible job. Amazing. And I'm in the business, so I understand what you're dealing with every single day. So I just want to say thank you for everything that you do, and it's a blessing to have you here in the city. Okay? Before I adjourn, I want to say to the Vice Mayor, to Mayor Kaysen, I wish you the best. I just want you to know that I will be calling you a lot. I will be asking for your guidance now that I can speak to you about issues that are on the commission floor.
Sounds good.
I wish you Godspeed, much success, and it has been one of the greatest privileges of my life to work with both of you.
Thank you.
I love you both a
Thank
lot.
you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
I'll let you do it. Yeah, hold on. Take a big,
the glass one.
Take a picture. You deserve holding the gavel.